evening of harness racing here at the 2026 Paulding County Fair. If you'll turn in your programs at this time, I will give you the changes and corrections we have, also your wagering possibilities. A little different on the wagering possibilities tonight is that we're going to have some trifectas. There will be win and place and exacta on all races, daily double on races 1 and 2. There will be trifectas in races 2, 5, 7, and 11. Trifectas in races 2, 5, 7, and 11. In race 4, we need a driver on Pete's Buddy. Your attention to the barns. We need driving number 2, Pete's Buddy, in race 4. If you turn to race 5. Race 5, number 5, Noble Request is going off Lasix. Number 5, Noble Request is going off Lasix. Turn to race 7. Race 7, number 1, Pump Action. Change the driver to Ronnie Gillespie. Ronnie Gillespie will drive number 1, Pump Action. And now in race 7, be sure to wager on the number, not the post position. There is a 1 and a 1A in there. If you wager on number 1, you'll get both 1 and 1A. Again, wager on the number, not the post position in race 7. Turn to race 9. Race 9, number 2, 2 OB Hot Flash. Make the driver Kevin Detweiler. Kevin Detweiler driving number 2, 2 OB Hot Flash. Number 3, Wishing Hall of China. Make the driver Jeff Nysonger. Jeff Nysonger will drive number 3, Wishing Hall of China. Turn to race 10. Race 10, number 1, Cash on Fire. Change the driver to Ty Goodell. Ty Goodell will drive number 1, Cash on Fire. Turn to race 13. In race 13, we need to know who's driving number 1, Roland Range, and who's driving number 5, Hill Express. Race 13, we need to know who's driving number 1, Roland Range, and who's driving number 5, Hill Express. Turn to race 16. Race 16, number 2, Coco Motion is racing on Lasix. Number 2, Coco Motion is racing on Lasix. Number 5, Dancing Hilda, change the driver to Clifton Bell. Clifton Bell will drive number 5, Dancing Hilda. Turn to race 17. Race 17, number 1, Gimme Some Money is wearing trotting hobbles. Trotting hobbles on number 1, Gimme Some Money in race 17. Race 17, number 3, Hot Trottin' Patty. Change the driver to Cody Greeno. Cody Greeno will drive number 3, Hot Trottin' Patty in race 17. Race 17, number 6, Elusive Count. Make the driver Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth driving number 6, Elusive Count. Turn to race 18. Race 18, number 5, Captain John. Make the driver Leroy Eicher. Leroy Eicher will drive number 5, Captain John, in race 18. Turn to race 19. Race 19, number 2, JB Magic. The driver will be Carson Conrad. Carson Conrad will drive number 2, JB Magic, in race 19. And those are the only changes and corrections that we have. We're being entertained again this evening by Matt Richardson from Hambler. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand as Matt Richardson sings our national anthem.
What so proudly we Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us for day 2 of the Paulding County Fair way up here in Paulding, Ohio. I'm Ashley Daly, and I once again have the honor of having Doug Ballinger beside me and Matt Clark behind the camera. We had 18 great races yesterday, saw new track records fall.
Palladium ATM and Smoking Mars equaled the track record for 2-year-olds that have been standing for 25 years. Braden Rhodes and Rosie Weaver, they teamed up for 5 wins, 5 driving wins, 5 training wins. Carson Conrad and Herman Hagerman, 3 each. Jeff Nysonger had 3. He tripled up last night. He is 11 wins shy of that magic number 4,000.
He's looking for another milestone, isn't he?
So it was a big night last night. Expect another great night tonight.
We are. We've got 19 races, one more than we did yesterday. We've got 5. Well, actually, I'm going to let you go to post parade first.
Purse of $3,138 and a blanket courtesy of Milan Center Feed and Grain. One is best suited. All by Nysonger Stable LLC of Lebanon, Ohio, and Jonas Hertzberger, Middlefield, Ohio, trained and driven by Jeff Nysonger. Number 2 is Me and Julio, owned by the Rocking Meadow Stable of Grable, Indiana, and Vernon Schmucker of Fort Wayne, trained and driven by Merv Schmucker. Number 3 is Coals of Fire, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Carson Conrad. Number 4 is Sparkling Stella, owned by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Braden Rhodes. Number 5 is Trick L, owned by LeVan Stables of Woodstock, Ohio, Darvafall Racing of Sylvania, Ohio, Hurley Racing of Dublin, Ohio, Megan LeVan of Woodstock, and Richard Fries of Northfield, trained and driven by Hank LeVan. And number 6 is Rose Run Cameron, home of the Power Play Farms LLC of Medina, Ohio, trained and driven by James Day. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out. There's win.
There's your quick introduction to race 1, the first division of freshman filly trotters. There are 5 total divisions of these girls to go forward this evening. And we rolled pretty good last night.
We did.
I'm going to say that they're going to try to roll pretty good again this evening. We do have a storm front that could be moving in a couple of hours and then kind of periodically throughout the evening. But we're going to say fingers crossed because yesterday ended up being wonderful and fantastic. Right now the track looks great. As we said when we first got on air, we actually had the 2-year-old colt trot record dropped yesterday by almost 2 full seconds and then re-equaled in the next division. So we'll see what the girls can do for us today.
We got some nice fillies in this first division of this 2-year-old filly trot. The 4 Sparkling Stella, Rosie Weaver. This is a 2-year-old bay filly, but what the hell? A $22,000 Ohio Select purchase, Ashley. And right below that, Hank LeVan sends out Trick Ya L. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by Play Tricks on Me. A Buckeye Classic purchase of $21,000. The 6-horse, a $10,000 purchase. We go back to the bottom of the program, inside post, number 2, Me and Julio. An $11,000 purchase. So there's some money spent on these 2-year-olds this year to participate at the Ohio Fairs.
But a horse never knows what you pay for him.
You never know what you pay for.
There have been plenty of $100,000 horses that can't even get around a fair track, and there have been many cheap horses, which we say cheap nowadays.
What would you say? Anything over $20,000 would what we could call maybe the high end for a county fair?
That's so difficult because, I grew up with a family that $20,000 was about our max, and we had nice sire stake horses. So what I would consider cheap is probably not what
4 or 5.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And but it is when you can make a lot of money on the fair circuits. As we've seen, there are plenty of horses, 3-year-olds throughout this card that made all of their money on the fair circuits, and of course the fair final or consolation last year. But I would say to get any kind of return on investment, especially at the fair level, if you're spending 20 to 25, that's a pretty decent chunk of money.
That's if you spend 20 to 25, and the way these fairs split, you just about got to win every thing just to get your money back.
especially this early in the season. As you see, we're only going for about $3,100 here, and it's because we have so many divisions. We have a lot of horses that are trying to figure it out for the first time, so many trainers are dropping all of their entries in, and there's no other fairs competing. So every horse that's racing at the fair circuit is here today, and that is why we're a little bit cheaper on the purses than normal. Looks like we're going to come around the turn here. I'm going to pass it up to Bill Peters for the call of the first race, the first division of freshman filly trotters, a field of 6. We score 5 wide here, so there is a trailer, our 6 horse.
Here, off and trotting, the first horse away on the outside is Sparkling Stella. Down at the rail second is Best Suited. Between horses third is Me and Julio. At the rail fourth is Rose Run Cameron. Dropping in there fifth is Coals of Fire. And the last horse is Trick Jael. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Jeff Nicesonger has Best Suited on top by about 4 lengths. Racing in there second, that is Sparkling Stella, driven by Braden Rhodes. Moving along third is Rose Run Cameron, driven by James Day. Moving up fourth now is Trick Jael, driven by Hank LeBan. Fifth is Me and Julio, driven by Merv Schmucker. And the last horse is Coals of Fire, driven by Carson Conrad. First quarter trotted in 32 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, out there on the front end, that is Best Suited. 3 lengths back second is Sparkling Stella. Third is Rose Run Cameron. Moving in there fourth is Trick Jael. Fifth is Me and Julio. The last horse, Coals of Fire. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Best Suited by about 4 lengths. Trotting in there second now is Rose Run Cameron. Trick Jael has moved up third. Back trotting fourth is Sparkling Stella. First half trotted in 103 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Best Suited. The closest horse second is Sparkling Stella. Racing third, Trick Jael. Moving up fourth now is Me and Julio. Was offstride once again. Went Rose Run Cameron. On the backside they go. That is, that's Best Suited with lead. That's Rose Run Cameron racing in there second. Racing along third is Trick Jael. Farther back fourth is Me and Julio. 3/4 in 136. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is Best Suited with the lead. Racing second is Rose Run Cameron. Third is Trick Jael, followed by Me and Julio fourth. As they race for home, that's Best Suited and Rose Run Cameron. Best Suited and Rose Run Cameron. It's going to be Best Suited, wire to wire, and here the outcome. Rose Run Cameron up for second. Up for third is Trick Jael.
206 and 3.
A mile in 206 3/5.
Well, Jeff Nicesonger has another win towards his milestone. Would you say about 4,000? That's what the milestone we're aiming for, Doug? I can't remember what number you've been telling me.
4,000. He's
It
10
will be.
shy now.
Okay.
That is win number 3,990.
990. I said, I guess I did go through to see how many Jeff technically is. Well, hold on. Is his milestone training or driving? Sorry.
Driving.
Driving. So I didn't go through and see how many he is listed to drive, but there's 19 total races today, so it's possible that Jeff can do it. But I don't know how many he's actually been listed on, but that was a nice, easy win for Best Suited, or What the Hill filly, out of a My MVP mare, this year's best. Originally an $8,000 purchase from the Buckeye Classic sale, owned by Nicesonger Stable and Jonas Hirschberger of Middlefield, Ohio.
Wire to wire, 32 2, 103 3, 136. Final quarter in 30 3/5. Home at 206 3/5. This is an $8,000 Buckeye Classic purchase.
And now moving down the track into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Lebanon and Middlefield comes number 1, Best Suited. Owned by Nicesonger Stable LLC and Jonas Hirschberger, trained and driven to victory by Jeff Nicesonger. Now the blanket for this race is courtesy of Milan Center Feed and Grain, and Lynn Stiglitz is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Jeff Nysonger and Best Suited and the Milan Center Feed and Grain, the donors of the blankets.
Good with that, Mike. Yeah.
I have them coming across the wire, 1652. We'll wait for them to go official. But while we have a moment, if you'd like to follow along with the program between Doug and I all evening long, head on over to harnessracingohio.com, of course, where you can watch the live stream at any given point. But, well, here's your official placings.
Suited was the winner. Number 2, Me and Julio was 4th. Number 3, Coals of Fire was 6th. Number 4, Sparkling Stella was 5th. Number 5, Trick Jael was 3rd. And number 6, Rose Run Cameron was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 32 2/5. The half was in 103 3/5. The 3 quarters in 136 with a mile in 206 3/5. From the top it should read 146 532, a mile in 206 3/5.
As I was saying, though, harnessracingohio.com is where you can always find our live streams, but an hour before post as well. You'll be able to download the program and follow along for free all summer long with us. Every single race card, an hour before post time, those programs will go live.
In the upcoming race 2, number 4, Prolific
Coming up, we got a 3-year-old filly pace, a field of 6. Before we get away, the passports, in case anybody is listening out there tonight, big and better this year, sponsored by Mike and Becky Wepkenberg. Starting Gates, they do so much for the sport of harness racing to promote it. The Starting Gates rides that Mike gives at about every fair if you want to ride, but they are the official sponsors of the 2026 Passport.
They are, and as you were saying, continuing to go bigger and better. We are expanding outside of just the fair circuit this year, and we're also going to include our passport program for our Saturday Night at the Races event. So the first one coming up is going to be our broadcast for the Next Generation, held July 4th at El Dorado Scioto Downs. So there's plenty of opportunities. And those passport programs run all summer long, so even if you're not going to start attending fairs till August, September, doesn't matter. Make sure you come up to the grandstand and see the broadcast team. You can't miss us. There's always a camera and a bunch of headsets hanging out. Just come up and say hi to us, please, and we'll sign your passport.
Well, let's take a break, and after this break, we'll come back and take a look at the 6 3-year-old filly pacers to compete in the second race.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion In Range set new sales records at the 2025 Jug Sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm consignment.
We are back at Paulding, Ohio Fair Racing Conference action. Matt Clark joining us tonight. He's on the camera. Ashley Daly. I'm Doug Ballinger. On to race 2.
On to race 2 for 19 on
Going to be
tap
just a little bit
tonight.
longer than last night. One extra race, 19 of them tonight. So might need that extra bag of popcorn at home tonight if you are popping corn and listening or watching the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association broadcast. We'd probably be better to watch than the Reds right now.
Do you think we'll get our scoop of ice cream again tonight, Doug?
I'd say there's a very good chance.
Very
That's the only reason you probably came back.
You know how to read my mind. So they're just calling them out for race 2. As I said, we just wrapped up. Race 1 was our 2-year-old filly trotters. There are 5 division of those girls tonight. And now we're going to look to our 3-year-old filly pacers. There are 4 divisions of this group. And then also hosted here tonight for the fair stake races. The 2-year-old colt pacers are 5 divisions as well. Our smallest group, going for a pretty decent purse, there's only 2 divisions, be our 3-year-old colt trotters.
And we have a nice, to close things out, signature series pace.
We do. The trot last night, who won the trot? As I opened yesterday's
I was here. I
program.
can't remember.
Yeah, well, that was many hours ago. You can't expect us to think too far back.
The horse, I can't even remember the driver. Boy, that's bad.
It was Carson Conrad.
Carson Conrad, Herman Hagerman.
Yep, and
Herman Hagerman.
KJ Todd was our winner of the signature series yesterday in 201 and 2. We also hosted yesterday the Spring Haven Farm Ladies Pace. We had 2 divisions of that. I believe the only one, they're always a pace, but I do think Van Wert holds a trot, or at least they were in previous years.
They very well could have. When they ride those overnights on a Monday.
And I say, because they had the entire overnight card. Let me open my Huff's guide and see what they may have. Van Wert. Looks like it just a pace this year. I see a pace on actually Tuesday and Monday this year. So we're going to have 2 paces, but no trots. And I say that previous year is the only one that ever hosted a trot was Van Wert.
I see Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association director from Slina, Ohio, Rusty Voorhees, is in attendance tonight.
Harness racing royalty here.
Yes.
There is actually, to our left, a guy by the name of Charlie that worked many years for trainer Chris Boring. And next to him is Jeff Miller, who is from this area that trained the great Eternal Cam Nation, among many others.
Where are we at with the...
Just in the Ohio State Buckeyes hat over there, just to our left.
That's...
okay. Right just next to Ashley there.
Okay.
And Rusty Voorhees.
And Doug Ballinger.
Yeah.
Sounds like Bill is really trying to move him along. He's already telling him to get in order for the post parade, and all the horses haven't even stepped onto the track yet. So I think we might be a little afraid of the radar. We might get as many in before those storms roll in as possible. But I've been wrong many times. Right now it's beautiful. It's still a little muggy out.
Yep.
It's definitely muggy out, but here we go. We're going to throw it up to Bill for the post parade.
It's the first division of the 3-year-old filly pace, going for a purse of $3,615 and a blanket courtesy of Dilly Door Company. Number 1 is Dancing Again, all by Mandy Jones in Greenville, Ohio, trained by Brian Jones, the driver Jeff Nysonger. Number 2 is Lover's Waltz, all by Ivy Holdings of Apple Creek, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 3 is AVF Felicity, all by John Weisenberger Jr. of Oakwood, trained and driven by Kyle Ladd. Number 4 is Prolific Shark, all by Springhaven Farm of Utica, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Carson Conrad. Number 5 is Me So Fine, all by Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated, Orlando, Florida, trained and driven by Hank Levan. At number 6 is Yankee Moonlight, home of the Jim Stables LLC of Hudson, Michigan, trained and driven by Ed Conrad. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out. Your tents the barns. You plan to warm up after race 2.
First division of our sophomore filly pacers going for a purse of $3,615. On the rail, Jeff Nysinger is going to try to take the daily double. Dancing Again, Brian Jones trained his black filly by Dancing Yankee out of a Dragon Again mare. Looking to make the first start of the season, however, was also lightly raced as a freshman just last year. Had 4 starts, however, that's a nice start. So I wonder what forced her to take it easy last year. She had 2 wins in 2 seconds. She made $2,800 on the fair circuit last year. Was actually shut down. We were just talking about Van Wert. Was shut down after Van Wert. But there is Dancing Again, looking to make a better comeback this year.
Number 2, Lover's Waltz, a $75,000 Ohio Select purchase 2 years ago. This 3-year-old bay filly is by Racing Hill out of the Yankee Cruiser mare Sweetheart Dance. She's owned by Ivy Holdings. Robert Brooks trains. Yet to hit the board this year in 3 starts. Last year had 15 starts. Had a win at Marion. 5 seconds and 2/3. 14,000 on her card. The 2, Lover's Waltz.
Kyle Ladd will drive the 3 AVF Felicity. He also trains this Fear the Dragon filly out of a pet rock mare, Miss Annabella. Another one still making the very first start of the season. However, raced 13 times last year. Had a win, 4 second-place finishes, and a single third-place finishes to make just over $11,000. Took a mark at Eaton Fair last year in 2:03 and 4. But do want to go 2 starts back if you're following along with the program. Of course, this was last September I'm going to reference, so hopefully we've gained some speed since then. But raced in a fillies and mares, 10,000 claimer with the non-winners of 1 up at Northfield. Unfortunately didn't get a check there, but did time a mile in 2:04. Excuse me, 2 minutes 4/5.
Number 4, Prolific Shark. Carson Conrad drives for Herman Eggerman. That combination teamed up for 3 wins last night. This is a 3-year-old bay filly down by the seaside. She a $92,000 yearling purchase out of the 4-star Shark mare Shark Lightning, yet to find a winner's circle in her career.
The 5, Be So Fine. Hank Levan trains and drives this Me So Fast filly out of a Western Terror mare owned by Winchester Bay Acres of Orlando, Florida. Still looking for the first seasonal win, but had a nice freshman year. 19 starts last year with 6 wins, 4 seconds, and 4 third-place finishes. Last go was actually at Scioto Downs and Fillies Mares non-winners of 1. Went in 55 and 2 for a second-place finish.
And our trader, the 6, Yankee Moonlight. Ed Conrad trains and drives for Gem Stables. 3-year-old bay filly by Yankee Cruiser out of the Liz Morrow mare Ellery Sunshine. Yet to hit the board this year, looking for her first career win. Let's send it upstairs to Bill Peters to give us a call, the first division of the 3-year-old filly pace.
They're off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Dancing Again. Dropping in their second is Lover's Waltz. Up on the outside third is Me So Fine. Fourth is AVF Felicity. Moving up fifth, that is Prolific Shark, and the last horse is Yankee Moonlight. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Jeff Nysonger has Dancing Again on top by a length and a half. Dropping in their second is Me So Fine, driven by Hank Levan. Third is Lover's Waltz, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth is AVF Felicity, driven by Kyle Ladd. Up on the outside fifth is Prolific Shark, driven by Carson Conrad. The last horse, Yankee Moonlight, driven by Ed Conrad. First quarter was paced in 29 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's still Dancing Again with the lead. Up on the outside second now is Prolific Shark. At the rail third is Me So Fine. Moving up on the outside fourth now is Yankee Moonlight. At the rail fifth is Lover's Waltz, and the last horse is AVF Felicity. Past the half-mile mark, that's Dancing Again with a lead. 1 length backside on the outside is Prolific Shark. First half paced in 59 and 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. Still with the lead is Dancing Again. On the outside, second, Prolific Shark. Me So Fine, third along the rail. Yankee Moonlight on the outside, fourth. Fifth along the rail is Lover's Waltz, and the last horse, AVF Felicity. Front 5 pretty well bunched as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Dancing Again by 1 length. On the outside, second, Prolific Shark. Me So Fine still third at the rail with Yankee Moonlight on the outside, fourth. 3/4 in 1:30. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Dancing Again still by 1 length over Prolific Shark. Me So Fine is locked in with no place to go. Up on the outside fourth is Yankee Moonlight. As they race for home, that's Dancing Again and Prolific Shark. Dancing Again along the rail. Prolific Shark on the outside. Dancing Again and Prolific Shark. It's Dancing Again, and here they all come. Up for second was Prolific Shark. Tight for third between Me So Fine and Yankee Moonlight. 1 mile in 1:59 and 2/5.
Nice mile put up by our fillies, 1:59 and 2, and that was Dancing Again. Like I said, Jeff Nysonger takes the daily double. Now for Brian Jones, our trainer.
Inching closer to that magic number of 4,000, 3,991, 9 wins shy. He teamed up with the Joneses last night
He
for
did.
a winner.
That was a really, I have to go to flip back in my program. That winner they had yesterday was really impressive. And I can't remember exactly what horse it was. I think it was a trotter, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway. So
No, it was a pacer, I'm pretty sure.
It was a pacer? I don't know. We got too many races. I lose track. Can't keep anything straight. But this is another nice start tonight. Dancing again. Hasn't seen a purse start since Van Wert on September 1st last year. And she was pretty hot when she first came out. She had 4 starts with 2 wins in 2 seconds, but they must have just shut her down early.
And since you mentioned that about Brian Jones trains this Dancing again, hadn't started since last year. The horse they won with last night
was another one like that.
It hadn't started since Paulding last year.
Yep.
But here's Jeff Nysonger returning, inching closer to that magic number 4,000.
Jones, trained by Brian Jones, and driven to victory this evening by Jeff Nysonger. So the Jones stable is 2 for 2 here at the 2026 Paulding County Fair. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Dilly Door Company. So a big hand here for Mandy and Brian Jones, Jeff Nysonger, and Denson again, and the Dilly Door Company, the donors of the blanket.
Greenville connections there.
Yes, all the way.
Good point. Well, good for them. I'm happy to see a trainer that's patient, and it pays off. Like we just said, last night's victory for them. That 3-year-old hadn't started since Paulding last year. And here again, we only had 4 starts this filly.
Rowan Denson again was a winner. Number 2, Lover's Waltz was 5th. Number 3, AVF Felicity was 6th. Number 4, Prolific Shark was 2nd. Number 5, Me So Fine was 4th. And number 6, Yankee Moonlight was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 29 1/5. The half was in 59 2/5. The 3/4 in 1:30 with a mile in 1:59 2/5. From the top it should read 1:56 2:43, a mile in 1:59 2/5.
Race 2 official. As we said, Jeff Nysonger takes that daily double. Dancing again. Now lowers her lifetime mark to 1:59 2. Turning the page, we've got our first division of our 2-year-old colt pacers up next. Race 3 going for just over $3,000. Join us back here in just a moment, and I'll introduce you to the field of 6, but first let's thank our sponsors.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
I enjoyed this listening to, I was going to say Matt Clark sing. It's Matt Richardson.
It is not Matt
Let's
Clark.
hear. Can you sing, Matt?
Not at all.
Huh? Not far away. The farther away, the better.
Exactly. Yeah. Nope, never attempted it. I don't have that gene in me to want to be the person standing up in front of other people trying to sing.
Oh, are we talking about
That's what
Matt?
my wife tells me. She said, now you do have a good voice, but not for singing.
I think he comes to, it's not every single OFRC fair.
It's quite a lot.
but
of
it's
them.
Pretty
a lot
much
of
this area. He's sponsored by the Dharma Falls. I'm sure he's at Van Wert. He's coming to Salina this year. Montpelier.
Napoleon,
Yes.
Hicksville.
We know about all the songs.
Yeah,
Napoleon,
yeah.
Hicksville, Wasion.
By the end of the summer, I'll be able to set my watch to his playlist.
That's one of my favorite days is Wasion, that Saturday.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
Of
It's
and
a fun
him
fair.
singing. And it's just a great crowd, a great fair, an atmosphere. One of the, like we say, every fair is unique, but it is some fair.
Yep, they get an awful nice crowd there. And
Yep.
They,
You were there last year on a Tuesday
I think
night.
that was my first time.
That was your first time there, yeah. Yep.
I hopped on that fair last second. And it is, like the actual fairgrounds and all the facilities themselves are just.
Oh, yes. Great milkshakes.
oh, yeah.
I had the noodles there. Do you remember?
Okay.
What
I
I'm
remember
talking
that, yeah.
about?
I
I can't
remember that.
remember what that stand is, but they're really well
Probably
known.
island noodles, probably.
Yes, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they come actually to a brewery about a mile from my house, and people line up, 60 people deep to get those island noodles there. Yeah.
Now, I don't know what made me think of this, but on our way over today, we pick up Paul Ladd in Van Wert. He's associate judge with Paul at some of these northern fairs. We went by this little restaurant. It's a coffee shop. It's called Brew 67, Brew something. Maybe you've heard of them. They just put it in 2 weeks ago, and traffic's just tied up on 127 at the north edge of Van Wert, but they brought it in by helicopter. Now, I wasn't hearing things. I asked him several times. He said he didn't see it, but a helicopter dropped that whole building. Now, it's not a big building, but it's a lot bigger than you think it might be when I'm telling you, dropped by a helicopter. What's this world coming to?
Looks like we are all out for race 3. Here's Bill Peters to introduce you to the field.
In a blanket courtesy of Cowser Trucking Service. One is Yankee Doodle Mo, all by Kenneth Trimble Jr. of Houston, Texas, trained and driven by Derek Flowers. Number 2 is Rockin' Fearless, all by Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Maestro L, all by Levan Stables Incorporated and Megan Levan of Woodstock, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 4 is Thunder Roller, all by Power Play Racing 87 LLC of Medina, trained and driven by James Day. Number 5 is Teeter Crush, all by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Thomas Eastman of West Mansfield, Ohio, Marion Beachy of Sugar Creek, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver, Curtis Harper. At number 6 is Seaside Ready, owned by Kathy G. LLC of Huntsville, trained and driven by Jeff Nysonger. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Your attention to the barns. You plan to warm up after race 3.
First division of 2-year-old Colt Pacers. $3,030 is what we are going for here. And on the rail, we've got Derek Flowers training and driving Yankee Doodle Mo. This is a Yankee Cruiser colt of a Western Ideal mare owned by Kenneth Trimble Jr. of Houston, Texas. Just a $3,500 purchase from the Buckeye Classic.
Number 2 is Rockin' Fearless. Pierce Henry and Ty Bates team up here. This is a 2-year-old bay gelding by Fear the Dragon out of the Rockin' Image mare, Image of Venus. A $4,500 purchase, bred by Emerald Highland Farm of Ohio. The 2, Rockin' Fearless.
Hank Levan trains and drives the 3 Maestro L. This is a lather up gelding out of Maestra, an art major mare owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio.
James Day will train and drive the 4 Thunder Roller for Power Play Racing 87 of Medina. First career start for the 4 Thunder Roller, a homebred.
Mike Sweeney and Curtis Harper are going to team up for the 5 Teether Crush. This is a Western vintage colt. We don't see too many of those anymore. Out of an art major mare, Candy Floss. Sweeney does co-own alongside Thomas Eastman of Mansfield, Ohio, and the co-breeder, Marion Beachy of Sugar Creek.
And from a second tier, number 6, Seaside Ready. Jeff Neisunger trains and drives for Kathy G. LLC of Huntsville, Ohio. A $42,000 Ohio Select purchase last fall. 2-year-old bay colt, but down by the seaside out of the Rock and Roll Hanover mare. Get ready to rock and roll. That's the 6, Seaside Ready. Field of 6, completing their score. They'll be going to the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate momentarily. A nice crowd. It was a later crowd.
Yeah, they say they waited till really right
yes,
before
they did,
post
probably
time to come
because of the muggy weather. We do have a nice breeze right now.
out. Don't say it too loud.
No,
It's going to go away. But taking a deeper look at this field, we've got sires all over the place. That is one thing about the fairs that I really enjoy. You've got anything from your top producers, right? Like our 6 horses down by the seaside. When it comes to pacing stallions, no one has touched what Seaside has produced in the last handful of years. But you've got some, Western vintage that, treated my family well. We've got a nice Western vintage that's pretty aged now. But you don't see too many of those anymore. But we've got Summa Cum Laude, Lather Up, Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, all across the board.
Mike Wepkenberg starting gate is rolling. The Wepkenberg starting gate is the official starter this year at the Paulding County Fair, as well as the official passport sponsor for the 2026 season for the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Big thanks to Mike and Becky Wepkenberg. Let's go upstairs to Bill Peters to give us a call of the 3rd race.
They come. Here, off and pacing the first horse away is Rockin' Fearless. At the rail second is Yankee Doodle Mo. Up on the outside third is Teeter Crush. Down at the rail fourth, out is Seaside Ready. Moving along fifth is Maestro Al. And the last horse at this point is James with Thunder Roller. And Thunder Roller now goes off stride. Heading down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark, Pierce Henry has Rockin' Fearless on top by 3.5 lengths. Pacing second is Yankee Doodle Mo, driven by Derek Flowers. Up on the outside third is Teeter Crush, driven by Curtis Harper. At the rail fourth, Seaside Ready, driven by Jeff Neisunger. Fifth is Maestro Well, driven by Hank Levan. And the last horse is Thunder Roller, driven by James Day. First quarter paced in 32 seconds. That's still Rockin' Fearless by a length and a half. Racing second now is Teeter Crush. Third is Yankee Doodle Mo. Fourth is Seaside Ready. Fifth is Maestro Well. And farther back, 6 is Thunder Roller. Front 5 pretty well bunched as they come down to the half. That's Pierce Henry and Rockin' Fearless bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second is Curtis Harper with Teeter Crush. Right there third is Yankee Doodle Mo. First half paced in 1:02 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark, they've got to catch Rockin' Fearless. The closest horse second is Teeter Crush. Along the rail third, Yankee Doodle Mo. On the outside fourth is Seaside Ready. Fifth and moving up now is Maestro Well, and the last horse, Thunder Roller. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark, that's Rockin' Fearless now by 2 lengths. Racing second, Teeter Crush. Closing in third is Seaside Ready. Moving up fourth is Maestro Well. Back to fifth now is Yankee Doodle Mo, and the last horse, Thunder Roller. 3/4 in 1:34 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Rockin' Fearless with the lead. Teeter Crush second along the rail with Seaside Ready on the outside third. As they race for home, that's Rockin' Fearless and Teeter Crush. Rockin' Fearless, Teeter Crush, and Seaside Ready. It's going to be Rockin' Fearless. And here the outcome. Seaside Ready up for second. Up for third was Teeter Crush. 1 mile in 2:04.
Last quarter in 30.
Back half, 101 and 1. Rockin' Fearless, Pierce Henry for Ty Bates, Susan Bates, Gibsonburg, Ohio. This a $4,500 blooded horse sale purchase. This is a 2-year-old bay goat son of Fear the Dragon. Out of the Rockin' Image mare image of Venus.
Ty always has a pacer to watch.
I've noticed that Ty has been going back to a lot of Emerald Highland Farms horses.
Okay.
I think it started out with JB Magic.
Is that where he was bred at?
That's where he was bred, and Ty's got another one, I think a pretty nice one, a 2-year-old that raced last year then that he got. I don't know what all the connections are. I'm just going back to the farm.
Is that
where he's had some
the
luck.
Ebony Dragon? Is
it very well could be. It very well
horse
could
just
be.
Put up a huge
and
mile
it could
in the
be
Buckeye.
out of the Type A Gray mare or something.
Okay.
It's called.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Well, and when you find something, stick with it. If it's if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Correct.
Say Ty always has a pacer to watch, and very much could be this one this year. Here we go into the winner's circle, Rockin' Fearless.
The winners go. Coming in from Gibsonburg, Ohio, comes number 2, Rockin' Fearless. Owned by Suzanne Bates, trained by Ty Bates, and driven to victory this evening by Pierce Henry. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Kauser Trucking Service. So a big hand here for Rockin' Fearless and all concerned, and the Kauser Trucking Service, the donors of the blanket.
A lot of traffic right here in front of the winner's
It scares
circle.
me. It
Especially
scares me.
when you're warming up 2-year-olds that
Yes.
just have never been away from home and they don't know what anything is yet. And there's people and there's tractors and there's golf carts and there's horses.
1 Yankee Doodle Mo was 6th. Number 2 Rockin' Fearless was a winner. Number 3 Maestro L was 4th. Number 4 Thunder Roller was 5th. Number 5 Teeter Christ was 3rd. And number 6 Seaside Ready was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 32 seconds. The half was in 1:02 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 1:34 with a mile in 2:04. From the top it should read 6:14.532, a mile in 2:04.
Kevin Detweiler, that was just who went by there. That's the first time I've really seen him up close. He
Okay,
said
young,
he's
18 years old.
Yeah, man.
18 years old, yes.
He looks like a harness race driver. I mean,
Yes, he does. He does. You know, so many of them, the way they sit on the bike, you can pretty much tell.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks so comfortable doing it. He had that 2-year-old didn't want to go around the tractor and was patient with him, got him around there.
We should have done more research who his family is.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's, just like what you mentioned, I'm sure he's been in the bike for quite some time.
Nice payoffs again. $15 winner there, $720. Thought the grandstand was coming down.
I know.
Coming down the steps.
Turning the page, though, race 4 of 19 up next. We have plenty of racing we hope you stick around for, but the second division of 2-year-old filly trotters are up next. A field of 6. If you're following along with the program, the only change that we just caught was the 2. Pete's Buddy will now be driven by Greg Bateson. Greg Bateson to drive the 2 Pete's Buddy in race 4. We'll tell you all about this group in just a moment.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Race number 4 coming up next. Second division of 2-year-old filly trotters. Race 1 was our first division, and they went in 206-3. When I was looking here, our divisional track record here was set in 2000, and it's 206 flat. So it's possible. We're not already knocking on the door, and there's a total of 5 divisions of these girls tonight. So it's, you never know, especially this early in the season.
Yes.
We have nothing to go off of. Somebody might come out here and just blow us away. You never know.
Next broadcast will come up a week from Tuesday. We're off about
Saturday.
close to 2 weeks.
Right? Next broadcast.
No, Circleville before.
Yes. Oh, you think about Ottawa. Yeah.
Circleville before Ottawa. Yes.
Circleville is Saturday the 20th
and Sunday the 21st.
If you don't know what to get your dad for Father's Day,
take him to Pickaway County Fair.
Take him to Circleville. And I actually was on the phone when I was driving up here with my mom. And I do help out quite a bit in the barn, especially lately. I don't know what's shifted. She just got a lot going on. We got a lot of horses and not a whole lot of help, which is the common theme for most stables. But she has got to go to Northfield with Pet Project, Rocky, on Saturday the 20th. And then we've got, I think, 2 that go in the Buckeye the next day at Northfield. And there's another one or 2 that go in the Buckeye on Monday at Northfield. So she's up there for at least 3 nights, and then she'll probably stay until Tuesday. So really Saturday through Tuesday she's away, but we still have a whole barn to get out. So she's got 2 people staying back. That's the B team. A team's in Northfield, B team's at the barn, and C team, which I guess is me, I'm headed to go paddock 2 or 3 at Circleville. So I thought I wasn't even going to have to go to Circleville for work, but I'm going to have to go for the part-time job I'm not paid for and go paddock horses. That one's a haul for me, actually, and I'll probably have to, it takes me about an hour to get to my mom's barn. Circleville's probably an hour.
Well, how long does it take you to get to Scioto from your mom's barn?
About an hour. A little
hour.
less.
You can drive an hour and 20 minutes in. Circleville's right down the road, 22 mile from Scioto. Have you been there?
Not in many years. I actually never go for OHHA work, and I don't know if it's because, I mean, from Tip City to Circleville is long.
Yes, that
it's
would
far.
be a haul. Yes, that would be.
And so I guess that's not one that I've ever been on before.
So it'd be 2 days at Circleville?
Probably.
2 days with Colts racing?
Yep. There is no such thing as a day off in this industry for
not in the horse
anybody.
business.
For anybody. It becomes the norm, especially this time of year. Like we see we're racing evenings here, but they got up. All these horsemen got up and took care of a whole full stable.
Oh, yes. We told the story last night. If you wasn't listening last night when I got here, I was talking to Jeff Nysunger, who drove 230 mile, 2 hours and 30 minutes from Lebanon, Ohio. Took 6 2-year-olds up yesterday to Scioto to qualify. Got in his car then and drove here, him and his daughter, another 2 hours and 30 minutes from Scioto Downs. And then it was 2 hours and 30 minutes to Lebanon last night. I'm sure he was up this morning jogging some, and then he's here tonight.
Yep.
So that's a lot of mileage.
Yep, and I think about Rosie Weaver. I think this is one of the furthest.
It very well could be for Rosie, yes.
And all of her group. And I was going home last night, got home a little after midnight or so, and I stopped at a gas station about, the in-between mark, and I pull in the gas station, I see the Levan trucks and trailers there,
I did too. They were at Mercer Truck Stop at the corner, right out of Van Wert.
When you made your... Is that 33 or something?
Yes, 33.
Yes, that's where. So I stopped there too, Doug. Maybe we missed each other.
Okay.
And
we didn't stop because we're just
then,
7 miles and straight into Salina.
But I saw them there, and I walked in and saw RJ and Hank and the group with them, and it's a couple hours. It's a little over 2 hours for them to get here too. And
were
so
they serving sandwiches and that in there that late at night?
We got pizza. We all got we all got a slice of pizza.
Oh, okay.
But that's just what it is, and especially when you grow up in the business, you just don't know any better. Mm-hmm. I know, OHHA, we did hire some great new employees last year, but it was kind of a culture shock of this is not a 9-to-5 in any world. Would this ever horseman to ever treat anything like a 9-to-5?
$38, and a blanket courtesy of Haviland Drainage Products. Number 1 is Twyla L. All by Levan Stables Incorporated and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Hurley Racing LLC of Dublin, Ohio, and Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 2 is Pete's Buddy, all by Rick Hassel of Oakwood, trained by Chad Williams, and the driver is Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Dun Cashted, all by Robbie Brooks of Van Loo and David and Patricia Jury of Bucyrus, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver is Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Dorothy's Deja Vu, all by Power Play Racing 87 LLC of Medina, Ohio, and Carol Hauk of Medina, Ohio, trained and driven by James Day. Number 5 is She's Gonna Beat You, all by Julie Meyer of Sydney and Kelly Meyer of Vasales, trained and driven by David Meyer. And number 6 is Aunt Jessie, all by Laverne Hostetler of Anderson, Indiana, trained by Leroy Eicher, the driver Ronnie Gillespie. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out.
A look at the field in a closer depth here. Got a text from Julie Amstutz Fields. She used to clerk and chart at some fairs. Her dad was instrumental in a lot of Ohio Fair racing. He was on the board actually when they separated the boys and the girls, fillies and the boys.
Oh.
They separated them probably in early mid-70s.
Which is so wild to think about they were ever together. Because
but anyhow, she sent me a text saying Pierce Henry's dad, she's got a connection there. Pierce Henry's dad, Darren, is the head baseball coach for the Leipzig boys baseball team, and they are playing in the state tournament this weekend.
Oh.
Wow.
So I don't know if Pierce was actually an athlete, played baseball. I don't
remember
know.
hearing him being a pretty good baseball player.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was baseball or basketball. Maybe it was both, but
I feel like
then he got into the harness business.
in the most respectful way possible, like Pierce is shaped like a baseball
Yes.
player.
Yeah,
You know what
right.
I mean?
Yeah.
Well, going ahead and taking a look at the field, second division of our 2-year-old filly trotters. Hank Levan trains and drives the 1, Twyla L. This is an Uncle Peter filly out of an Angus Hall mare, Ariana Hall. $13,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic, owned by Levan Stables, Hurley Racing, and Levan and R. Fries of Woodstock, Ohio.
Greg Bateson will pick up the drive on the 2. Pete's Buddy for Chad Williamson. A $24,000 Buckeye Classic purchase. 2-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter out of the Muscles Yankee mare, Upside Hanover. The 2, Pete's Buddy and Greg Bateson.
And Pierce Henry and Robert Brooks for the 3-horse Dun Cashed It. This is an On Top of the Hill filly. I do not know that stud at all. Anybody?
Nope.
Must be a small, maybe up and coming, I'm not sure. But $3,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic. Brooks does co-own with David and Patricia Jury.
Number 4, Dorothy's Deja Vu. James Day trains and drives for Power Play Racing, and Carol Hauk of Medina. This is a homebred Power Play Racing. Gerald Bay Philip Long Tom out of the My MVP mare. This is she.
And our 5-horse Dave Meyer trains and drives for Julie and Kelly Meyer. This is a Global Republic filly. She's gonna beat you. $3,000 purchase out of Blooded Horse Sale.
Number 6, Aunt Jessie. Ronnie Gillespie drives for Leroy Eicher. This is a homebred. Laverne Hochstetler of Anderson, Indiana, the 2-year-old bay filly by Action Uncle out of the Jailhouse Jessie mare. Jessie, Express Lane, the 6. Aunt Jessie, a field of 6. 5 on gate with a trailer. Let's send it upstairs to Bill Peters. He's in his 57th year, 67th year of calling races. Let's send it to Bill.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting, the first horse away at the rail is Twyla L. Up on the outside second is Dun Cashed It. Between horses third is Pete's Buddy. At the rail fourth is Aunt Jessie. On the outside fifth is She's Gonna Beat You. And the last horse is Dorothy's Deja Vu. As they make the turn now, as head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Hank Levan has Twyla L on top by 2.5 lengths. Trotting in there second is Pete's Buddy, driven by Greg Bateson. Dropping in there third is Done Cased It, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth is She's Gonna Beat You, driven by David Meyer. Moving up on the outside fifth is Aunt Jessie. Now fourth comes Aunt Jessie, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Also on the move is Dorothy's Deja Vu, driven by James Day. First quarter was trotted in 34 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Twyla L with the lead. Racing in there at the rail second, it's Pete's Buddy. Third is Done Cased It. Fourth now is Dorothy's Deja Vu. Fifth is She's Gonna Beat You. And the last horse after going off stride once again is Aunt Jessie. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Twyla L with the lead. On the outside, pouring on the pressure though, is Done Cased It. And at the rail third, Pete's Buddy. First half trotted in 1:07. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Twyla L with the lead. On the outside second is Done Cased It with Pete's Buddy right there third. Moving up fourth is She's Gonna Beat You. At the rail fifth is Dorothy's Deja Vu. And sixth and trying to catch up is Aunt Jessie. Twyla L now goes off stride. As they go to the 3/4 mile mark. Now taking over is Done Cased It. On the outside second, now is She's Gonna Beat You. Racing along at the rail third is Pete's Buddy. With on the outside fourth, Dorothy's Deja Vu. 3/4 was in 1:39. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Done Cased It now by about 5 lengths. At the rail second now is Pete's Buddy. Up on the outside third, that's She's Gonna Beat You. As they race for home, that's Done Cased It. All along the front end, there's going to be a race for second between Dorothy's Deja Vu and Pete's Buddy. Dorothy's Deja Vu up for second. Up for third is Pete's Buddy. A mile in 2:08 and 3/5.
2:08 and 3, final half, 1:01 and 3 for Done Cased It and Pierce Henry. A $3,000 purchase. That was a bargain. The 2-year-old Bay filly by On Top of the Hill. Gets away third, Ashley. Hank came first up right here, right before the half. He peeked out without cover. And at the 5/8 had Hank Levan collared with Twyla L and poked ahead in front, and Twyla L jumped it off, and from there on out, it was all Done Cased It by open links, 34 1/5, 107, 139 home in 2:08 and 3.
That was a nice last quarter.
Yes, very nice last quarter for 2-year-old filly trotters.
I've got 3, 4, 2, 5 across the wire for that super.
You played the super?
Well, no.
You played it straight?
I don't even know what's the wagering here tonight. We have a daily double just in 1 and 2.
What daily double exactly? Every race tries on a few.
Okay, tries on a few. Gotcha. So the crowd's really into it. I don't know if it's because they're all betting a bunch of money, but every time a horse jumps it off.
Yeah, I looked down there. I thought something happened. Yes.
Yes, it's kind of wigs you out.
Track into the winner's circle where all the winners go. Coming in from Van Loo and Bucyrus comes number 3, Done Cased It. Owned by Robbie Brooks and David and Patricia Jury. Trained by Robbie Brooks and driven to victory this evening by Pierce Henry. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Haviland Drainage Products. And Stephanie Brooks, David and Patricia Jury, Mark Beebleheimer, Pierce Henry, and Done Cased It, and the Haviland Drainage Products, the donors of the blanket.
3, 4, 2.
I got it here. Yeah, he had a win.
Number 2, Pete's Buddy was third. Number 3, Done Cased It was the winner. Number 4, Dorothy's Deja Vu was second. Number 5, She's Gonna Beat You was fourth. Number 6, Aunt Jessie was fifth. Time of the first quarter was 34 and 1/5. The half was in 1:07. The 3/4 in 1:39. With a mile in 2:08 and 3/5. From the top, it should read 6, 3, 1, 2, 4, 5. A mile in 2:08 and 3/5. That last quarter in 29 and 3/5 seconds. Request is going off Lasix. Number 5, Noble Request is going off Lasix tonight. The representative of Forker Stable tied after this next race.
There we go, official for the 4th race. Turning the page, 5 of 19. Coming up next, you heard just the tail end of some changes we're going to get for this 2nd division of 3-year-old filly pacers. If you're following along with the program, horse 4, Rose Runbella, now driven by Carson Conrad. And the 5, Noble Request, is going to be off of Lasix. But other than that, we will introduce you to this full field of 6 in just a moment. But first, let's thank our sponsors.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, Jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to OHHA.com. That's OHHA.com.
Race number 5 coming up next. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ashley Daly, Doug Ballinger beside me, and Matt Clark behind the camera. So far, so good when it comes to the fair season. I always say we have been rolling right along. We've got great racing. Our 2-year-olds are acting like 2-year-olds.
Yes.
It has to be expected, but it's always exciting.
Naturally, your most competitive races right now are your 3-year-olds until the 2-year-olds, they're a little green yet.
Yep.
They're going to be spread out, especially the trotters, the
Yes.
filly trotters,
Yeah.
more so than any of the other. But we had some very nice 2-year-old colt trotters last night. They both went
Yes.
4-1. Broke a track record for colt trotters that had been standing for 25 years.
So we've kind of been close to a track record tonight. I think it was, our opener for our filly trotters went in 2:06 and a piece, and the record was 2:06 flat. So we're knocking on the door.
Here gets the barn. The horses Cherry's Quick Hit and Flowers Victory are on the ground. Here's what you started to know. Those 2 horses were never checked in with
Doug, did you see the draw came out for the NA Cup, North American
No, I
Cup?
didn't.
Yep. We have, I think it was, I'm going to get my numbers mixed up now. And pretty exciting, though. We had 4 Ohio connections drop into the eliminations. I think it was 4 or 5.
The horse Peter Wren has.
Oh, yeah.
Is that in Ohio?
No.
Is it? Okay.
No, he is not. But we originally, I can't remember, it was 4 or 5. We had 4 or 5, I think it was 4. Ohio, horses with Ohio connections. We had a couple Ohio breds and then some just, Ohio owned. But Ohio connections drop into the eliminations. And 3 of the 4 made it to the final. We do have Lindy Dragonwater, who is an Ohio bred.
Yes.
Drew all right. And then Brandon Boulevard drew the 10 hole. He actually has never raced in Ohio, but he is also a down by the seaside. And that horse has been very good, very nice on the Grand Circuit. The winner of the elimination, one of the eliminations, everybody was watching, Peter Wren and Melanie Wren's horse drew inside of Bojangles again.
Yes.
I think he drew the 4 hole, and Bojangles, I think, is the 6. So neither of them drew terrible by any means, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're probably going to clash again, right? We're going to see them go head-to-head once again. Wouldn't be surprised if Bojangles can redeem himself, especially with a little bit better of a post position.
Yeah,
but
it's
that
whoever
other
gets,
horse, odds on.
it's racing luck.
Yeah, that other horse is very remarkable as well. And my dad always used to say, if you want to win, you got to put up Peter Wren. And so I'm always cheering for him, too.
And I'm sure your dad and Peter Wren trained together.
Yeah.
and drove against one another at back in the day
Yep.
at Hoosier.
Yeah, I think they were pretty good friends. Unfortunately, my dad's been gone for some time now, so I was pretty young when that would have been happening, so I don't know them very well, but always talked highly of that family.
Passport business a little slow tonight.
Well, I kind of expected that just
Because-
because
yeah, the
it's
first night-
Yeah,
the
first
first
night
night.
everybody's really excited, and it's, again, Paulding is not central to very many people at all, but we did have Mike come back from London. He didn't know if he was going to come back for the second day, and he...
What's Mike's last name?
Fry, I think.
Mike Fry. You know, I know the faces, and so
I know.
he hits a lot of fairs.
Yes. I can't remember how many he hit last year, but Rod Cooper hit a bunch last year. I think he
Yes.
was second. I
don't see Rod tonight.
No, you're right. But I think Mike was third last year, maybe?
Okay.
Or he was in the top. Like, he was in the top 5, I would say. And then Rod, I think, was second. We actually had a gentleman who was from West Virginia. I think he was third, so I lied.
Okay.
I think Mike was maybe 4th or 5th last year. A gentleman from West Virginia was third. I think Rod was second. And then Richard Miller, who we all honestly became pretty good friends with because we saw him everywhere. He was our winner last year, and I think he attended
Mr. Passport, we
how
started
many?
to call him.
He attended 60 of 66 racing
Yes, it was
fairs.
unreal.
Crazy.
It was unreal.
He did say he was going to tone it down a little bit
Yes.
this year. I don't blame him. That was a lot of miles last year.
Talking about fairs, what's the Rock Springs? Did you ever go to Rock Springs?
I did.
You
did
did?
I last year? I have before, yes.
Okay.
I've been there. I think I've been the last 2 years, actually. I don't think I'll go back this year because, unfortunately, the way that it falls, my cousin's getting married. And so I think I'm on a bachelorette trip or, you know, some of those things for her around Rock Springs. I was a little disappointed because I like going down there. That little town right on the river, is that Pomeroy on the river?
Yeah, probably so. I know the name.
it's
I've
so
never been
cute.
down that far,
I really
but yeah.
like it.
Year-old filly Pace, going for a purse of $3,615 and a blanket courtesy of the Forker Stable. Number 1 is Twin B Malibu, owned by Miller Racing Stable of Greenville, Ohio. Roger Miller of Archbold, Ohio. Jeff Banke of Fremont, Indiana. Bill Rivenaugh of Archbold, Ohio. Trained by Ryan Miller, the driver Hank LeVan. Number 2 is Adorable Dragon, owned by the Railroad Express Stable, Grable, Indiana. Trained by Leroy Eicher, the driver Ronnie Gillespie. Number 3 is ATI Race Your Own Way, owned by Ron Davis of Coopersville, Michigan. Trained and driven by Greg Bateson. Number 4 is Rose Run Bella, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, and Martin Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Carson Conrad. Number 5 is Noble Request, owned and trained by Brian Roebuck of North Lewisburg, Ohio. The driver is Jeff Nysonger. Number 6 is Ray's Parlay Girl, owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance. The driver Mark Hedworth. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out.
We've got a little bit more to talk about because we've got actual lines to go off from.
I got something to talk about.
Okay.
Somebody sent me a text about Peter Wren's horse. They're listening to us at Hoosier Park.
Yeah.
So they're listening to us.
Would I know?
And the judges.
Okay.
So we're pretty important. They wasn't our insight.
We pretend. We pretend. To
We
be
got a lot of
important.
people fooled.
We do. We do. Trust me. When people, I actually really, really appreciate when people come up to me and introduce themselves and they can recognize me for, I don't know if it's my voice or whatever it is. And I'm like, you people think I'm important, but I promise that I'm not. I promise, but I always appreciate it.
Well, let's take a look at these 3-year-old fillies. We'll begin with the one, Twin B Malibu. Hank LeVan for Ryan Miller, 3-year-old bay filly, but down by the seaside out of the Western Ideal mare, Paisley Hanover. This was a $60,000 purchase 2 years ago. $24,000 lifetime, 7 outings this year with 2 seconds. Right at $8,000 this year. Took a mark last season of 59-2 at Kenton, the one Twin B Malibu.
The 2, Leroy Eicher trains. Ronnie Gillespie getting the drive of Adorable Dragon. This is a Fear the Dragon filly of a Western Terror mare. We Adore Thee, owned out of Indiana Railroad Express Stable. Didn't start last year at 2 years old, but coming on this year in 2026 as a sophomore. Still looking for a first seasonal win. However, did hit the board. 2 starts back at Scioto Downs, just in a the Fillies and Mares on winners of one pari-mutuel. She was second there in 1:55.4. She does seem like she can come home a little bit, consistently coming home in 28 apiece.
And number 3 is ATI Race Your Own Way. Greg Bateson trains and drives for Ronald Davis. This is a $17,000 Buckeye Classic purchase 2 seasons ago. 3-year-old Bay Philippa Racing Hill out of Pacific Felomare, Atlantic Filly. 11 starts in her career, had 2/3. They was last year, earnings of right at $4,200 lifetime.
And the 4 now driven by Carson Conrad, trained by Herman Hagerman, a down by the seaside filly, Rose Run Bella out of Rose Run Uptown Gal, a Dragon again mare Hagerman co-owns with Martin Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio. 8 starts on the year, another one looking for the first seasonal win. However, if we go a few back, just looking a little deeper into the program, this filly has stepped it up into that mid-tier Buckeye Stallion series. She's raced in both legs so far and going around 56, but she does show a mile 3 back at Scioto in the McCoy leg in 55.3.
Number 5, Noble Request, Jeff Neisonger. For Brian Robruck, 3-year-old Bay Filly by the Ponderosa, has 1 win in 2 seasons. Earnings of $16,000.
And the 6, Mark Hedworth for Bill Webb, Ray's Parlay Girl. This filly looks like she can get off the gate when she's been racing at Norfield. Her last 2 starts, she has not had the luck of a draw. Somehow, out of the 8 and 9 hole, she's been getting away third both times along the rail, consistently going about 58 right now, looking for the first lifetime win for the 6. And there is your entire field. Here's our announcer.
Here, off and pacing the first horse away is Adorable Dragon. Up on the outside second is Rose Run Bella. At the rail third is Twin Bee Malibu. At the rail fourth is Ray's Parlay Girl. Racing in there fifth is ATI Race Your Own Way, and the last horse is Noble Request. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Ronnie Gillespie is Adorable Dragon on top by a length and a half. Racing in there second is Rose Run Bella, doubled by Carson Conrad. Third is Twin Bee Malibu, doubled by Hank Levan. Fourth is Ray's Parlay Girl, doubled by Mark Hedworth. Fifth is ATI Race Your Own Way, doubled by Greg Bateson. The last horse is Noble Request, doubled by Jeff Neisonger. First quarter paced in 29 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's still Adorable Dragon by a length and a half. Rose Run Bella continues to pace second with Twin Bee Malibu third. On the outside fourth is Ray's Parlay Girl. Fifth along the rail is ATI Race Your Own Way, and the last horse Noble Request. 6 fillies well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's still Adorable Dragon with the lead. Up on the outside second now is Twin Bee Malibu. Third along the rail is Rose Run Bella. First half in 1:01 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Adorable Dragon. The closest horse second along the rail is Rose Run Bella. On the outside third is Twin Bee Malibu. Fourth along the rail is ATI Race Your Own Way. On the outside fifth is Ray's Parlay Girl. Right there sixth is Noble Request. Noble Request now out and on the move. We got 3 in and 3 out going to the 3/4 mile mark. Along the rail with the lead is Adorable Dragon. On the outside second, Twin Bee Malibu. Third along the rail is Rose Run Bella. 3/4 in 1:31 and 3/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Adorable Dragon with the lead. On the outside second, Twin Bee Malibu. Rose Run Bella third to looking for racing room. Fourth is Ray's Parlay Girl. As they race for home, it's Adorable Dragon and Twin Bee Malibu. Adorable Dragon and Twin Bee Malibu. It's going to be Adorable Dragon. And here they all come. Twin Bee Malibu up for second. Up for third is Rose Run Bella. 1 mile in 2 minutes and 4/5.
2 minutes and 4/5, gate to wire for the 3-year-old Bay Filly by Fear the Dragon. Humble Railroad Express. Grable, Indiana. Leroy Eicher trains. Ronnie Gillespie gets the winning drive. 29 and 4, 101 and 2, 131 and 3. 2 minutes, 4/5.
That's how Ronnie likes to drive a horse, gate to wire, for
Back
sure.
half, 59 and 2. First career win in 9 tries.
I've got it 2-1-4-6 coming across the wire. I think Ronnie qualified some of his 2-year-olds yesterday at Scioto Downs. I think he was pretty high on a couple Payson fillies when we talked to him for freshman focuses. I can't remember their names right off the bat, but I think they both went yesterday, and they popped out pretty impressive.
Okay.
It sounds like.
Trotters, I said.
Pacers.
Pacers.
You know, we in Ohio, we associate Ronnie with trotting horses because how can you not? Sugar Instead started with him. Of course, Big Ranger. All the credit goes for him for a very remarkable season last year with him. But Ronnie even said on Freshman Focus, actually, he prefers Pacers.
He had one qualify yesterday, a 2-year-old filly, Pebble Beach filly, 54-2, last quarter 27-4.
Yeah.
First time ever been on a racetrack, 54.
Yeah.
2.
So
crazy.
He was pretty high on.
Number 2, Adorable Dragon, owned by the Railroad Express Stable, trained by Leroy Eicher, and driven to victory this evening by Ronnie Gillespie. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Forker Stable, and Bruce Forker is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. And here for Ronnie Gillespie and Adorable Dragon, and to the Forker Stable, the donors of the blanket.
What kind of shoes does Ronnie have on? Are those tennis shoes? I can't see.
They look more comfortable than driving boots. What was the connection with Pete Wren, you said? I just got the back end of that. Did you say something about Pete Wren watching?
Number 2, Adorable Dragon was the winner. Number 3, ATI Race Your Own Way was 6th. Number 4, Rose Run Bella was 3rd. Number 5, Noble Request was 5th. And number 6, Ray's Parlay Girl was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 29 4/5. The half was in 101 2/5. The 3 quarters in 131 3/5. With a mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. From the top it should read 2:16.354, a mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. Need a representative of Trot and Tailman Topper 2. Track side after the next race for the trophy presentation.
What were you asking them at? Connections to?
I thought you mentioned something about Pete Wren, people watching from Indiana.
The judges over there
okay, I did.
are watching, and Kevin Gum, I'm friends with him. He has my number. Odds on
Mr. Mamba?
Mr. Mamba is Indiana sired.
Okay, yeah, I saw he drew the 3-hole, or 5-hole for the...
I think it was 4.
Okay.
4.
I don't know. We could pull it up, I guess.
Drew inside, for the North America Cup for the big one. He
it'd
looked
be
awful sharp in that elimination.
Bojangles, and that'd be a good one.
Yeah.
Definitely wish they would have really waited for those two to meet up in the final, but it's going to be a good rematch for sure. But you never know what could happen. It's not just a 2-horse race, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's the whole field at 10, but those are your 2 heavy swingers right now. Race 5 official. Up next, we're headed back to our 2-year-old colt pacers. The second division is going to go forth in race 6, a full gate. 5 horses to introduce you, but first let's thank our sponsors.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead's sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
We're back.
We are back and looking forward to race number 6 of 19 here at Paulding County. So far, so good. Weather still looks pretty good. We got a little bit of an overcast, but
I haven't looked at the radar.
When I was looking, it was somewhere between 7 and 8. Some storms were going to roll in, but also the weather changes by the minute.
It's up more north toward Bryan. We might be clear.
Bill is calling them out for race 6.
Still show a little bit for 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, definitely going to hit the way it looks. So we might get wet going to the car.
Yeah, which isn't terrible. Not
No.
terrible. We have raced in worse, that's for sure. Rain is rain, but if it's storming, that's a whole other conversation.
No, we remember last year at Findlay that night.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, we would race, and then we wouldn't, and then equipment, we just had to quit. No cover there, and we just had to shut it off about the last 2 races. They raced in the rain, but you just couldn't, nothing to cover the equipment up. Remember that night?
Yep, or us. Yeah, I definitely remember that. That's about the worst possible scenario for an uncovered stands at a fairgrounds for the harness racing.
You weren't there. I think actually it was Michael Langer. The first time I think I met Michael Langer been 2 years ago at Lebanon, and Frank was shooting, and we had a torrential.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that rain there that day, yes.
Tsunami, and they don't have a grandstand anymore. They tore that down years ago, so they kind of pull in like a trailer for us, I guess, like a wagon trailer. They let us at least give us some height so we can see more clearly around the entire track, and we do bring a tent to try to, have a little bit of shade, but that rain, everything was soaked. We actually had to buy a completely new, was it a camera or a computer or something?
There was a couple of things, I think.
It was terrible.
It got trashed.
Terrible.
Can you remember much about the old Lebanon grandstand?
Oh, yeah.
Can you? Okay.
Yep. I spent a lot of time at Lebanon growing up, too.
Okay.
I spent a lot of time in the track kitchen.
Yeah.
And those green and yellow barns. Yeah. Yep.
2-year-old Colt Pace going for a purse of $3,030 and a blanket courtesy of Trotton Tim and Topper 2. Number 1 is Boys Will Be Boys, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Carson Conrad. Number 2 is J.K. Dream, owned by Chad Webb of Oil Springs, Kentucky, and Mike Hollenbach of Chesterfield, Indiana, trained by Mike Hollenbach, the driver Kevin Detweiler. Number 3 is Down by the Schoolyard, owned by Mick Foster of Lucky, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Suma L, owned by Levan Stables and Harrison Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Keith Gisser, Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, and Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 5 is Cheers to You, owned by the Nicehonger Stable LLC of Lebanon, ADW LLC of Hawkinsville, Georgia, and Mitchell Standardbreds of Jacksonville, Florida, trained and driven by Jeff Nicehonger. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows, closing in 4 minutes. Hurry.
Race 6, a full gate. This has been the shortest field that we have had so far today, and it's still a completely full gate. We only score 5 wide here at Paulding. I haven't, paid too much attention to say they're just pulling the water truck off the track. I think I noticed maybe it was after race 1 or 2. I was like, it's getting pretty dusty. So I think that they didn't want to water it last night because of all the rain that was in the
track
forecast
is
today.
fantastic shape.
Yeah, and I think they gave a lot of credit to Bill Webb.
Bill Webb, yes.
They had quite an adventure here. The whole county fairgrounds did. Earlier in the year, they had all kinds of issues. They had to dig a whole new water line that kind of runs right inside the pylons back to really the backside where the barns are. And Bill Webb helped out tremendously. They gave a lot of credit to him yesterday. Our rail horse here in the second division of our freshman Colt Pacers, Carson Conrad for Herman Hagerman. Boys Will Be Boys. This is a Western Terrier gelding out of this Dragon Rocks, a Dragon Again mare. Hagman Racing, Mount Vernon owns. Originally purchased at the Buckeye Classic sale for $7,000.
Kevin Detweiler, who had 2 driving wins last night, will drive a JK Dream, a 2-year-old brown gelding by Bit of a Legend out of the Art Major mare, JK Sung Blue, owned by Chad Webb, Mike Hollenbeck. This is a $3,000 purchase, the 2, JK Dream.
Ty Bates is going to send out Down by the Schoolyard. Pierce Henry gets the call of this Down by the Seaside gelding of an artificial mare. Nick Foster owns, and originally a $30,000 purchase out of the Ohio selected sale.
Number 4, Zuma L. Hank Levan trains and drives 2-year-old Bay Gota son of Zuma Kalade out of the Better's Delight mare, Carmel Kissed, owned by the Levan Stables. Hank Levan, our friend Keith Gizzard, Megan Levan, and R. Freeze. This a $10,000 Ohio Select purchase.
Jeff Nysonger trains and drives, looking to notch the 3rd win of the evening already on the 5. Cheers to You, a Catch the Fire colt. Western Ideal mare, Upsell Hanover. Nysonger Stable owns alongside ADW LLC and Mitchell Standardbreds of Jacksonville, Florida. This one came out of Harrisburg, actually, for a price tag of $10,000. And as they move in behind the Mike Webkenberg starting gate, right now the betting public likes the 5. 1 to 2. Well, we just changed odds.
$65. I assume it's in the win pool. 3 to 5 on the 5. Cheers to You with Jeff Nysonger, who's looking for career driving win number 3,992. Here's Bill Peters to give us a call.
Here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away is Down by the Schoolyard. Down at the rail second, it's Boys Will Be Boys. Then comes Suma L on the outside third. Up 4 wide on the outside is Cheers to You. And the last horse at this point is JK Dream. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Pierce Henry has Down by the Schoolyard on top. And now taking over on the outside is Cheers to You, driven by Jeff Nysonger. Moving up on the outside third is Suma L, driven by Hank Levan. At the rail fourth is Boys Will Be Boys, driven by Carson Conrad. And the last horse, JK Dream, driven by Kevin Detweiler. First quarter paced in 32 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Sticking his nose out in front on the outside now is Suma L. At the rail second is Down by the Schoolyard. Racing third is Boys Will Be Boys. Racing in their fourth as they race down toward the half-mile mark. That is now Cheers to You. Excuse me, that's Cheers to You on the front end. Up on the outside second is Suma L. Moving up on the outside third is Boys Will Be Boys. Down by the Schoolyard, fourth along the rail. And the last horse is JK Dream. First half paced in 1:03 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Cheers to You. Pouring on the pressure on the outside second is Suma L. Moving up third now is Boys Will Be Boys. At the rail fourth, Down by the Schoolyard. And right there close fifth is JK Dream. 5 pacers well bunched as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. Along the rail with the lead is Cheers to You. Suma L on the outside second. Down by the Schoolyard on the outside, along the rail third. On the outside fourth, Boys Will Be Boys. And 3 wide, now comes JK Dream. 3/4 in 1:35 and 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Suma L on the outside. And Cheers to You along the rail. They're only heads apart as they race toward home. Suma L and Cheers to You. Suma L and Cheers to You. Cheers to You at the rail. Suma L on the outside. Cheers to You and Suma L. It's Cheers to You. Suma L up for second. Down by the Schoolyard for third. A mile and 2:05 and 4/5.
2:05 and 4. Jeff Nysonger, 3 wide in that opening turn. Got a little steppy there.
We don't.
He picked him up.
I
I don't know if he actually made a break.
I think he did because I don't know if you heard me in the mic. I was like, ooh.
Yes.
But I saw it. But we do have a little bit of an obstructed view. There's trucks kind of smack where that horse would have made a break. So I don't know if it showed up any different on the camera. But I really thought maybe he just looked funky. But he definitely put in some steps if he didn't jump it off.
Jeff knew where he wanted to be.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He wanted on the front end to control it.
Pretty high on
Hank
that
came
colt.
at him, and, Hank was hung out.
I'll tell you what, though, Keith Gisser's got a part of a nice horse there. I mean, that
Suma.
parked every step.
Yes,
Parked every step.
Jeff knows that on a half-mile track, especially the county fair, you got to be on the front end. You're not going to let anybody go.
Yeah.
Race number 1 against number 2.
Will not affect your winner.
Interesting. I was actually expecting some kind of. I don't know necessarily. I guess an inquiry just on Jeff because I really thought that horse jumped it off, but maybe.
Jeff will pick up 3,992. He's 8 shy now of 4,000. 3 wins tonight. 3 wins last night, so he's got 6. Probably the leading driver now. Breeden Rhodes with 5 last night.
Stables Incorporated, trained in victory by Jeff Nysonger. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Trottin' Tim and Topper 2. Tim Holtzberry is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Jeff Nysonger, and cheers to you and to Trottin' Tim and Topper 2, the donors of the blanket.
I do have it 5-4-3-2 across the wire, but it says there was an objection, right? 1 against the 2.
1 against 2. Carson Conrad.
He did make a break. He was on a break.
I don't know if he was
the
second
wire.
over at the half. Yeah, I can remember he was second over at the half. We'll let him sort that out. Believe we're going to have a guest here maybe shortly.
Oh.
Steve Bateson slipped in.
Yeah, it looks like Kevin he's talking to Mike right now at the gate. So we might just be a moment before we do have it official. Yeah, so it's going to be just a minute. We're waiting for Carson to go talk to Mike as well about that objection. Steve Bateson, this one, how long does it take you to get here?
About an hour, hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
I was going to say probably not as far as.
No.
Because you're north this way, yeah.
No. I listened to the broadcast on the way home last night. I was down by Cardington and Marion and thought, oh, shoot, today's the first day of fair racing. So I turned it on the way home and looked like some good races.
Yes, good races.
We had a divisional track record drop and then re-equaled. I'd say it was a lot of good racing.
On my way in here, I ran into Bill Webb, and he said he'd been working on this track, and he said I was a little worried going into yesterday because they had it dug so deep, but they were able to get it to set up, and pretty remarkable. While I was talking to Webb, Nysonger came up just to say hello, and he said I almost didn't come this year. He goes, this track typically can be pretty cuppy and not his favorite place. He goes, it's like a totally different racetrack.
Mm.
So that's a nice compliment. I mean, Jeff doesn't throw those out just for fun.
No. We got to talk to our speed super yesterday, Gus Davis, and he complimented Bill Webb through and through for all of his help. And we actually were just talking about that, before this race? we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a couple horses that train here, and that makes it very difficult for most of these county fairs. They've got limited equipment and limited time and limited help to try to get ready for fair racing.
So somebody does train here year-round?
Gus used to have a couple horse ears, but Forker, Bruce Forker used to have a couple horses here, and I think they still do in this one little barn here, but I don't think there's more than 2 or 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Steve, you are on the OHHA board. Were you part of, you're not on the grant committee, are you?
Well, which
Well,
so they had a water issue here.
True.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we did allocate some money. They had a water line go down, and it was going to be relatively costly. I won't throw the figures out. And we got a call, and it affected. I know there's horses here because it affected feeding water to the backside and that barn. And the limited budget that the Fair Board had, it came, is there any help or grants that we could do? And without a lot of discussion, we authorized some money to help, that situation, because horses obviously need water. So which grant were you referring to?
Well, also the lights. We got to see the lights working for the first time last night.
Yeah, so that's a major undertaking. I don't know. OHHA did not partake in much of that. I think they might have asked for some grant money, but I was told between the lights and the new poles and getting them set, I think it's close to 6 figures.
Yeah, and I say because we only have a small, in the grand scheme of what some of these things can cost, it is kind of a small matching grant. But
correct.
But the lights do a great job.
They're very bright.
I think when I got home, I think they still had 1 race or 2 races to go, and I was impressed how well you could see, and it didn't look like there was any blind spots. So I know one of the things a couple years ago, Bill and I had talked. I thought, as many races as we have, what about stretching it to 3 days? And he just said no, because of the cost, they didn't want to do that. And I had suggested starting earlier, just because there's so many. And Bill said, well, if they can ever get the money for lights, they want to have races under the lights. And I thought, oh my goodness,
That's what we thought. I thought too, but it was really great job.
Boys
great
will
lights.
be boys. Finished 5th, was placed 4th. Number 2, J.K. Dream, finished 4th, was placed 5th for interference at the beginning of the race. Number 3, Down by the Schoolyard, was 3rd. Number 4, Suma L, was 2nd. Number 5, Cheers to You, was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 32 1/5. The half was in 103 1/5. The 3/4 in 135 4/5, with a mile in 205 4/5. From the top it should read 4, 5, 3, 2, 1 on the bottom. The mile in 205 4/5. Again, that interference took place right at the beginning of the race when number 2, J.K. Dream, jumped sideways and flattened the tire on the sulky for Boys Will Be Boys. Boys Will Be Boys raced the entire mile with a flat tire caused by J.K. Dream jumping into him at the start of the race. And that was the reason for the placing of J.K. Dream from 4th to 5th.
Kind of impressive, actually. He raced the entire mile with a flat tire and didn't make a break until
you kind of did that somewhere, didn't you? 2 years ago at where was that? No contest at that nice horse you had.
Surfing the Canyon.
Surfing the Canyon.
The last fair of the year.
Last fair of the year, no contest at
Lancaster. Yep.
Was that the start of the race? Was that the half?
It was going to the half.
Yeah, I knew it was in front, but I didn't know if it was a starter.
He actually stepped through the tube and the tire.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. That's right. I remember that now.
Kind of stretched him out. He didn't go down, thank goodness. But I forgot it.
That was an exciting year, though, for you.
It was an exciting year.
Was that your biggest win at Delaware that year with him? Out of the 8-hole, wasn't it?
7-hole.
7-hole.
Probably so. I mean, I won a race with a maiden in a sire stake once, and at the time it was the record for the largest payoff in Miami Valley. A horse named Frisky Megan paid like $220, and Pacey Midland was so excited he came running down in the winner's circle. At the time I didn't even know who Pacey Midland was. That was pretty exciting. But surfing the Canyon that whole season was quite a season, and we had kind of set him up to do well at Delaware, nor did we ever expect that well. I mean, that was quite a race. And unfortunately in January of 25 he broke a sesamoid, and we've been trying to bring him back. I just don't know if it's going to be meant to be. It gave him 14 months off, and we'll see. But we had a lot of fun, so that was a big win.
You went, was it 50? It was an insane mile, wasn't it, at Delaware?
150 flat.
Yeah.
150 flat. Paid some nice money out of post 7.
Paid pretty well. It was the only horse that went faster was a jug winner in an elimination. The jug didn't even go that fast that day. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Going for $12,000.
Now, will we get to see Case at all driving on the Ohio Fair circuit?
You know, you'd have to ask him. I think he is going to be in the Southern Valley some.
I think he did a little bit of last year, didn't he?
Yeah, Karen, Fred, and Jan, I think, have some horses. I think he plans on going there when it works with the Meadows. He kind of enjoyed it. I think that was a different experience because I only raced at Zanesville a couple of times. Those other fairs I'd never been to. So I don't know if he'll make it back to Wood County, but we'll see. We'll see.
That is August. Is Bowling Green in August?
It's in August this year. Normally, it's the last week of January and goes into August, but this year I think the fair goes from like the 2nd to the 7th or 2nd to the 8th. Everything's pushed back.
Everything's pushed back. We discussed that last night with Labor Day fairs.
Yep.
That's what it's based on.
Looks like we are trying to post parade.
Yep.
The first division of the 3-year-old colt trot, going for a purse of $6,955 and a blanket courtesy of U.S. Coast Guard veterans of Paulding. Number 1 is Pump Action, owned by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, driven by Ronnie Gillespie, will score out of post position 2. Number 1A is Got the Money, Honey, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, David Jury of Bucyrus, and Barb Wilson of Hudson, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver, will score out of post position 7. Number 2 is Hunt Club, owned and trained and driven by John Kineski III of Pemberville, will score out of post position 1. Number 3 is Eckerd Hill Brady, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Roger Houston of Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania, and Barb Wilson of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, driven by Braden Rhodes, will score out of post position 3. Number 4 is TC's Naughty Boy, owned by Jay and Louise Weller of Republic, Ohio, and Ashley Brainerd of Haskins, Ohio, trained by Jay Weller, driven by Rod Adams Jr., will score out of post position 4. Number 5 is Dublin Sydney, owned by Phil Groves of Sydney, Ohio, trained by Brian Georges, driven by Alex Hawk, will score out of post position 5. And number 6 is Rude Dude L, owned by Levan Stables of Woodstock, and Megan Levan of Woodstock also, Dharma Fall Racing of Sylvania, Ohio, and Ed Perry of Cable, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan, will score out of post position 6. Horses will take one long score.
Here we go, a field of 6 for race 7. It's going to be our first division of our 3-year-old colt trotters. A nice purse because we're only splitting it into 2 divisions. $6,955 up for grabs. Pump Action from the rail. Ronnie Gillespie to drive for Rosie Weaver. This is a long Tom gelding out of Jailhouse Jessie Mare. Jailhouse Jenny. Heartland Acres co-owns alongside Weaver herself. Had a decent season last year, $35,000 made in 15 starts with 3 wins and hit the board an additional 5 times. Just getting back onto the scene here as a sophomore. 2 starts on the year. Both of them have been made. And the Buckeye Stallion series. Actually now it's going to be 3 starts because he just recently started at Northfield in the last series. I don't know how he ended up. I don't believe he was a winner, if my memory serves me correctly. But regardless, Pump Action 2 back. Went a mile at Scioto, just in a qualifier, but trotted in 1:59.4.
1A from post 7 is Got the Money, Honey. Rosie Weaver trains and drives, owns in partnership with Heartland Acres, D.W. Jury, and Barbara Wilson. A $42,000 purchase 2 seasons ago. 20 lifetime starts, has 6 wins, 3 seconds, $37,000. A mark earlier in the season, a 1:58.4 at Northfield Park.
Our 2-horse, John Kineski III, trains and drives the Hunt Club. A long Tom gelding. Abracadabra mare he also owns. This will be the first start of the season. His last start actually was late August last year at Wauseon and took a mark in Bowling Green in 2:10.1.
Ashley, I will note that this horse was bought from Ivan Sugg and Lisa Sugg and Brooke Sugg partway through its 2-year-old year. And thinking about Ivan.
Yeah.
So.
3 Eckerd Hill Brady, Braden Rhodes, Rosie Weaver, owns in partnership with Roger Houston, Barbara Wilson, a 3-year-old Big the son of In Range out of the Muscle Mass mare. Carry the torch, a winner 10 times in 19 starts, $82,000.
We'll roll through the rest of them here. Ron Adams Jr. for Jay Weller on the 4. TC's Naughty Boy unfortunately made a break last start out.
Dublin Sydney with Alex Hawk. Brian Georges trains. $43,000 lifetime.
Starting from the second tier, Rude Dudell, Hank Levan trains and drives. This guy hasn't made a start since the Ohio Fair Consolation last year, where he unfortunately made a break. Here's the field of 6.
There, off and trotting the first horse away in the middle of the track is Eckerd Hill Brady. At the rail second, that is Pump Action. Moving up on the outside third is TC's Naughty Boy. At the rail fourth is Hunt Club. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Braden Rhodes has Eckerd Hill Brady on top by about 3 lengths. Trotting in there second is Pump Action, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Moving along third, it's Dublin Sydney, driven by Alex Hawk. Racing in there fourth is TC's Naughty Boy, driven by Rod Adams Jr. Fifth is Hunt Club, driven by John Kadeski. Moving up sixth, along the rail, that is Rude Dudell, driven by Hank Levan. And the last horse at this point is Got the Money Honey, driven by Rosie Weaver. First quarter was trotted in 30 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Eckerd Hill Brady still with the lead. About 2.5 lengths back second is Pump Action. Racing in there third along the rail as they race down to the half, that's Dublin Sydney. On the outside fourth is TC's Naughty Boy. Hunt Club along the rail fifth. On the outside sixth, Rude Dudell. And the last horse, Got the Money Honey. First half trotted in 1 minute and 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Eckerd Hill Brady. The closest horse second is Pump Action. On the outside third, that is TC's Naughty Boy. Racing along at the rail fourth, that's Dublin Sydney. Moving up between horses fifth is Rude Dudell. Now flying down the backside comes Got the Money Honey. As they go past that 3/4 mile mark, that's Eckerd Hill Brady with the lead. Pump Action racing second, followed by TC's Naughty Boy and Got the Money Honey. 3/4 in 1:30 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's Eckerd Hill Brady with the lead, but here comes Pump Action up on the outside. Eckerd Hill Brady at the rail, Pump Action on the outside as they race through the lane. Eckerd Hill Brady and Pump Action. Eckerd Hill Brady and Pump Action. It's going to be Eckerd Hill Brady, and here they all come. Pump Action up for second. Then we had several breaking horses in there.
201 and 1.
1 mile and 2:01 1/5.
2:01 and 1. Gate to wire for Eckerd Hill Brady, 30 3/5. Minute 2/5, 1:30 1/5.
That probably should have been expected for Eckerd Hill Brady. He's been a very nice horse. He was strong last year as a 2-year-old, seemingly coming back just as good. I don't think we got to talk too much about him going into this race, but he started in both legs of the Buckeye Stallion Series, those straight legs. He was a winner in the first and just recently finished second at Northfield Park on Saturday evening. Gate to wire 2:01 and 1. I was trying to find the track record here for these 3-year-old colts. I do believe it's a touch faster than that.
I don't think we'll see Roger in the winner's circle.
No, I don't think so. I just sent him a picture at the start of the race.
That's a track record.
That is a track record.
Yeah, so previously it was set in 1987. The
1987
was 2:02 and 4, and it was re-equaled in 2001.
Who's the previous track record?
It was Noble Score in 1987, then Classic Homer in 2001.
Wow.
And we just, what did we go in, 2:01 and 1? Broke it by more than a second here today. So there you go, Roger. I'm sure you're listening. Eckerd Hill Brady just broke the divisional track record here at Paulding for 3-year-old colt trotters. I'm sure Bill caught that last night over the announcers, so I'm sure he got it tonight.
Let's go. Coming in from Beach City, Ohio, Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania, and Hudson, Ohio, comes number 3, Eckerd Hill Brady. Owned by Rosie Weaver, Roger Houston, and Barbara Wilson. Trained by Rosie Weaver and driven to victory this evening by Braden Rhodes. And Eckerd Hill Brady has just trotted to a new track record for 3-year-old colt trotters, trotting that mile in 2:01 and 1/5. The old track record was 2:02 and 4/5 by Noble Score back in 1987 and Classy Comer in 2001. The blanket for this race is courtesy of U.S. Coast Guard veterans of Paulding. Let's have a big hand here for Braden Rhodes and Eckerd Hill Brady and the U.S. Coast Guard veterans of Paulding, the donors of the blanket.
There's an inquiry in this.
I guess I've never noticed how that.
There is inquiry in this race. There is a judge's inquiry in this race due to those breaking horses at the finish.
Okay, yeah, so I was kind of expecting that. I wasn't even going to try to say how they came across the wire because we did have some breakers, so that's what they're taking a look at. But I believe everybody, it was 3-1. They were fine. But I've never paid much attention to how that horse is rigged. He doesn't have knee boots on, but he's taped.
Yep. Yeah, you'll see that on a horse that might just barely brush. And, you know, ideally, you'd like not to wear knee boots. Ideally, you don't want to hit knees. But I will say, if you think the horse might just touch, that provides just a little bit of protection. I've seen guys wear tape underneath the knee boot as well.
We've done that for sure.
But I wore tape with Surfing the Canyon. Didn't really think he ever hit his knee, and we hit his knee at Bowling Green. Cut it actually going in the first turn. So didn't think he needed knee boots, but the tape seemed to provide what he needed. So I've seen Rosie use tape on multiple trotters before. I've seen horses that you put knee boots on and it becomes kind of a ta-tat, almost like they want to touch it. So I think we had lapped on breaks with the horses that finished 3rd, 4th, and maybe 5th.
I don't even know who it was across the wire, though. So we'll wait for that official rundown. But I do have final mile time, of course, that new track record, 2:01.1. Opening quarter was 30-3 to the half, and a minute and 2/5, and the 3/4 was 1:30.1. So final quarter was in 30 flat.
We've had a couple inquiries since I've been here. I mean, I don't know that they're setting a speed record like they did last night. They moved right through.
We did. We were really impressed last night. And maybe it's you, because we didn't have an inquiry one yesterday, and we're good until you showed up.
Yeah.
Now, the last 2 races, we've had something going on.
Yeah. They've got a decent little crowd here.
It's a little bit thinner than it was yesterday. A lot of people were excited for the first day, naturally, of not necessarily the fair, but of harness racing in all of Ohio. We've talked about a lot about our passports on air. We gave away every single passport I had printed.
Wow.
So already off to a great start, and we should thank Mike Webkenberg for sponsoring that this year. We've been able to expand it, that passport program, because of that. And if you are just joining us, that is free to anybody and everybody. So as long as you attend any county fair, make sure you come up into the grandstand and say hi to the broadcast team, and we'll get you going, getting your passport stamped at every county fair you go to.
Was it as warm yesterday?
I actually think it was warmer yesterday,
Really?
but I was in jeans and a polo, and I said I can't do it again today. So maybe it was just me, but it was wicked. The humidity has been tough. We were a little leery going into today because they did receive some rain this morning. I'm not sure if you did on your side.
Just a little bit.
Did you?
Paulding is always a very nerve-wracking fair because this track will not take a lot of water. So you certainly don't want to have one rain out and move all the card to the second day. And it appears, unless something pops up, it appears, knock on wood, that we're going to get them all in.
I think so, hopefully. Later in the evening, it looks a little spotty, but we might have a storm cell move in. But when Doug checked the radar last, it looks like it's north of us. So it might just blow around. And by the time I think we actually see it hitting the fairgrounds, it's going to be like 10 or 11 o'clock, where we should be wrapping up. Should be, right?
Hopefully. Is it this weekend or the following weekend, Circleville?
The following weekend. Yep. So it's going to be the 20th and the 21st for Circleville. That one's always a huge one, too, because there's nothing competing around it. And that is the first fair for the Ohio Colt Racing Association.
It starts to pick up a little bit after that as we get up to Ottawa, which is the Putnam County Fair. And then I think from there we've got what would be Marion. And then after that it's kind of rapid fire.
Really starts rolling. We actually have 5 fairs in a single day this year.
Really?
September 1st. So,
Okay.
and because usually it's like the Labor Day, that Monday is usually our biggest.
Is September 1st a Thursday?
It's I just had it open last night. We talked about it on air. It's a Tuesday.
Tuesday.
So September 1st, we've never dealt with 5 fairs in a single day, but this year we've got Mount Gilead, Caldwell, Canton, Van Wert, and Richwood, because they went back too. Yeah.
Well, Richwood has lights, or they've redone their lights, I think.
Because they had a big fundraiser for that.
I think post time is, I don't know, early evening or late afternoon for Richwood.
I think 5 p.m. Because didn't they went down to 1 day, didn't they? And now they've expanded back out. It is Tuesday, September 1st is at 7, so I lied to you. They're racing. They're night racing there at Richwood this year.
They're Tuesday, Wednesday, I think.
Tuesday, Wednesday. Yep. Is that what it used to be? Or
Maybe
no, it was like a Sunday, Monday.
Maybe years ago, but they used to be. I raced there both on a Saturday and a Sunday.
Okay.
Then maybe they might have went to a Sunday, Monday. They've bounced around a little bit.
Looks like we have just a couple horses out on the track here.
Do they? The judges ever ask for the video feed?
Very well. Here we'll go to.
Number 1A, Got the Money, Honey, was 3rd. Number 2, Hunt Club, was 7th. Number 3, Eckerd Hill Brady was the winner. Number 4, TC's Naughty Boy, finished 4th, was placed 5th for a left-on break at the finish. Number 5, Dublin Sydney, finished 5th, was placed 6th for a left-on break at the finish. Number 6, Rude Dude L, finished 6th, was placed 5th, was placed 4th. Time of the first quarter was 30 3/5. The half was in 1 minute and 2/5. The 3/4 in 1:30 and 1/5, with a mile in 2:01 and 1/5. From the top it should read 2, 3, 7, 1, 5, 6, 4, a mile in 2:01 and 1/5, a new track record for 3-year-old colt trotters.
Finishing your question there, you're asking if judges are, very rarely, but it does happen. Usually if there's a true interference on the backside or something that they can't see. But a lot of times, that's why, because how many, we've got, Paul Combs is our PJ. I don't know who was our.
Could be Paul Ladd. Is it Paul Ladd?
Yes, it is, because I think Doug said he came up with him.
Okay. Yeah, I saw his son drive earlier today, Kyle.
Colt Pace, going for a purse of $3,030 and a blanket given in memory of Marie Davis. Number 1 is He Is on Fire, No. Owned by Myron and Sharon Kester of Sydney, Ohio. Trained and driven by Jeff Nysonger. Number 2 is Catching L. Owned by Levan Stables Incorporated and Megan Levan of Woodstock and Dharma Fall Racing of Sylvania, Ohio. Trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 3 is Look What's on Fire, Stanley. Owned by Power Play Racing 87 LLC in Medina. Trained and driven by James Day. Number 4 is Hear the Thunder. Owned by Ivy Holdings of Apple Creek, Ohio. Trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Pierce Henry. And number 5 is Wagger, owned by Chad Webb of Oil Springs, Kentucky, and Mike Hollenbach of Chesterfield, Indiana, trained by Mike Hollenbach, the driver Kevin Detweiler. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
We will go ahead and take just a quick look at this field. Of course, no lines to give you. This is the first start for everybody. The 3rd division of 2-year-old colt pacers. Jeff Nysonger trains and drives the 1. He's on fire. No, this is a Catch the Fire colt. I have a Western Hanover mare owned by Myron and Sharon. I always mispronounce her last name. Is it Kester?
Kester.
And that was a $7,000 purchase at the Blooded Horse Sale.
Catching L, the 2, Hank Levan trains and drives for Dharma Fall Racing and Levan Stable, Megan Levan. 2-year-old Baker, the son of Catch the Fire, out of the Shadow Play mare, DJ's Shadow's Bell. This a $15,000 yearling purchase.
Our 3 horses are homebred by Power Play Racing out of Medina. James Day trains and drive Look What on Fire Stanley. Lots of letters to this guy's name. He's like another Catch the Fire gelding out of Wake and Bake.
Pierce Henry looking for his third driving win of the meet. His second on the evening will drive the 4. Hear the Thunder for Ivy Holdings of Apple Creek, Ohio, a $35,000 Ohio Select purchase. This is the 2-year-old bay gelding son of Catch the Fire out of the McCardle mare, Kelly's Kindness.
The 5, Kevin Detweiler is going to try to notch his very first win of the night with Wagger. Mike Olenbach trains this gelding by Fear the Dragon out of Always Woggy and Always a Virgin mare. Now this one is owned by Chad Webb of Kentucky and Mike himself of Indiana. Originally purchased at the Blooded Horse Sale for $5,000. A full gate going into the 8th race.
4 of the 5 are Catch the Fires in this race.
So we were just talking earlier, I think it was maybe, I don't know if it was race 1 or 2. I was talking about, it wasn't. I was just talking about how a lot of the fairs are spread out when it comes to studs and sires, just because you've got your heavy swingers that down by the seaside, there haven't been a lot of studs come anywhere near him, but there's plenty of down by the seasides that race the fairs too, and all the way to some of the smaller guys like Big Bam Ray and
the fifth race had 5 horses in it with 5 different studs, and so this is a little bit unusual to have 4 Catch the Fires in one race.
So the only one who has not Catch the Fire is a 5, Fear the Dragon, and he's produced a lot of nice Ohio breds as well.
Yep.
We are moving in behind the gate. 3rd division going for $3,030. These freshman colt pacers. Taking a quick look, our 2-year-old colt pace record was set in 2016 as 158-3, so they were smoking about 10 years ago, but that's the time that we were aiming for if we want to break the track record. Here's Bill Peters with the call of the 8th.
There, off and pacing the first horse away in the middle of the track is Look What's on Fire, Stanley. Out of the rail second is He's on Fire, No. Up on the outside third is Fear the Thunder. At the rail fourth is Catching Al. And the last horse is on the outside is Wagger. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark. Now with the lead is Fear the Thunder. Hear the Thunder, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing at the rail second is He Is on Fire, No, driven by Jeff Nisonger. Moving along at the rail third is Look What's on Fire, Stanley. At the rail fourth, as you move down the backside, is Wagger, driven by Kevin Detweiler. And the last horse is Catching Al, driven by Hank Levan. First quarter paced in 32 1/5 seconds. Horses are on straight alignment as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Hear the Thunder with the lead. 2 lengths back second as He Is on Fire, No. Racing along at the rail third as they race down to the half. That is Look What's on Fire, Stanley. Racing in there fourth is Wagger. And the last horse coming to the half is Catching Al. No change as they race past the half. That's Pierce Henry and Hear the Thunder with the lead. First half was pacing a leisurely 105 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Hear the Thunder. 2.5 lengths back second as He Is on Fire, No. Racing in there third is Look at What's on Fire, Stanley. Racing along at the rail fourth is Wagger. The last horse is Catching Al. The pace picks up heading down the backside over the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Hear the Thunder with the lead, but flying on the outside is Look What's on Fire, Stanley. At the rail third is He Is on Fire, No. Racing at the rail fourth is Wagger. As they race around that upper turn, it's 3/4 in 137 1/5, and He Is on Fire, No, went off stride. As they turn for home, let's Hear the Thunder with the lead. Racing second is Look What's on Fire, Stanley. It's Hear the Thunder and Look What's on Fire, Stanley, as he races for home. It's going to be Hear the Thunder, and here the outcome. Look What's on Fire, Stanley is raced third. Off stride is Wagger. May have made the break after the finish, though. A mile was in 2:06.
2:06 flat, and that was Pierce Henry.
Pierce gets his third driving win.
I think that's a double today for...
A double today for Pierce.
And
yes.
Brooks, right?
Yes. This is a 2-year-old Beagle that's going to catch the fire, a $35,000 Ohio Select purchase, bred by B. Wallace Equine of Ohio. 32 1/5. It was gate to wire for the winner, 105 and 2, 137 and 1. Home in 206. Nice back half, 59 and 3.
Something I've noticed in the last couple of days, it's always, especially this early in the year with 2-year-olds, you're always going to see them break. You're always going to see them jump off. But I have noticed we're seeing a lot of them come off their feet because of how fast they're going. Not just, I'm, learning for the first time, maybe scared of something. They're jumping off because they're going too fast.
Not used to that speed.
I actually was pretty impressed. I don't know how he came across the wire, but James Day and Look What on Fire Stanley, he made a nice move going into that final turn.
It came from third, got up to second. I mean, Bill's call of Nisonger's horse, he's on fire, no. That no was throwing me off when I'd hear him say no like he was correcting himself.
Yeah. Some of these names they come up with. I guess it would be Look What on Fire. Stanley? Look What on Fire, Stanley? Is that what it is?
All by Ivy Holden,
And Nisonger's horse is.
By Pierce Henry. The blanket for that race.
He is on fire. No. Would that be? Is that how you would pronounce that? They throw these letters together. You don't really know what they mean.
Yeah, he's on fire. No is how I would read that, but
I almost thought like Inferno.
I did too, but I don't. I'm wondering. You don't know what they really mean. Actually, the winner here, the Thunder, is when we were sitting here half hour before post time. That kind of saw the winner's circle and
was that filly?
And wanted to go down, act like she wanted to go down.
Yeah, she tried to throw herself.
When
Brooks was warming
I'm pretty
her
sure
up,
that was her.
Had a horse coming at her. The water truck, or I think it was it the water truck? I can't remember. There was a machinery and a horse coming at her, and she did not know what was going on, and she just buckled. And I actually thought it was right in front of us. I thought a hobble or some kind of equipment got stuck because she just froze. But then he pushed her on. She turned and went on.
That winner's circle is pretty tight to the track.
Yeah, it is.
And the other, they've got, it looks beautiful. I'll give them, it looks beautiful, but they've got mulch, which is different colored from the track.
Yes, they see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Matt, we've got a few commercials to catch up on, yeah? We will take just a quick break here. We wrapped up race 8, headed next into race 9, but first let's thank a few sponsors.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion in range set new sales records at the 2025 jug sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm consignment.
Thanks for joining us. We are going to actually take a look back real quick at race 8 that we just wrapped up with. We just got the official rundown. From top down, it's going to be 4 placed third, second, first, and 3 placed 4. So your winner, of course, was Here the Thunder. Second, we have Look What on Fire Stanley, and placed third was Catching L. Race 9 coming up, still hanging out with our 2-year-olds. It'll be the 3rd division of our 2-year-old filly trotters. A couple of changes if you're following along with the program. Kevin Detweiler now to drive the 2. Kevin Detweiler now to drive the 2 OB Hot Flash, and our 3-horse. Wishing Hall of China. Jeff Nysonger now to drive the 3. Wishing Hall of China. If you are not following along with the program but would like to be, head on over to harnessracingohio.com. Harnessracingohio.com, that is where you'll find the free programs before every single race card. Those go live for you to download about an hour before every single post time.
Upcoming action, I guess the next OHA broadcast will be the qualifiers at Delaware, am I correct?
Is that the 16th, technically? Is that next Tuesday? We talked about it a little bit yesterday. I think you're right. Let me open my calendar. So Tuesday, I think it is the 16th, we will be at Delaware for the 2-year-old qualifiers. Yep, that's correct. Tuesday the 16th, we'll be at Delaware. It'll be live. Susan Schroeder and Roger Houston will be doing that one from Delaware. If you want to see some more 2-year-olds get behind the gate. And then after that, as we mentioned earlier, the 20th and 21st, we're at Circleville, the Pickaway County Fair. And then following up on the 23rd, we will be back at Delaware. I'm going to have a busy day on that day. So I actually identify for the Delaware qualifiers. And then, so that's, I usually get there around 7 a.m. or so, depending on what time they go to post and how many horses they've got in. But let's say I start at 7 a.m. at Delaware, which is about, I don't know, I want to say it's hour and a half, hour and 40 for me to get to Delaware. I'll get there at 7. I'll do what I got to do there, and then I'm headed right to Ottawa.
So
for 5 p.m.
you're
post.
working Ottawa that night,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. I actually have a lot of doubleheaders on my schedule this year, and it's just how it worked out. Some of the fairs are close, especially to my home, but the Delaware thing I think was just a last second. I was already on Ottawa. They needed an identifier, and I was like, oh, didn't plan very well for that one. Looks like we have a couple horses out for race 9. We're not quite halfway through. We've got 19 to bring you this evening. The sun is not as brutal, though. Starting to feel nice outside. We'll pass it over to Bill to introduce you to the field.
Given in memory of Ray and Ted Stahlbaum. And one is D.D. Silver Dollar, owned by Cabby D. LLC of Hudson, Ohio, and David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver, Braden Rhodes. Number 2 is 2 OB Hot Flash, owned by Kathy and Dennis Petty of Anderson, Indiana, trained by Justin White, the driver, Kevin Detweiler. Number 3 is Wishing Hall of China, owned by Randy Rank in Nevada, Ohio, and Roger Hoard of Edgerton, Ohio, trained by Randy Rank, the driver, Jeff Nysonger. Number 4 is Royal Time, owned by Bruce Walls of Greenville, Ohio, and Gina Buhlman of Westerville, Ohio, trained by Bruce Walls, the driver, Ronnie Gillespie. Number 5 is Lake Queen, owned by Rocking Meadows Stable of Greenville, Indiana, and Vernon Schmucker of Fort Wayne, Indiana, trained and driven by Merv Schmucker. Number 6 is Fat Chance, owned by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out.
Well, ninth race, you had the post parade there for the 2-year-old filly trotters for 3,138, field of 6. We're joined by Steve Bates, and Steve, you're past president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. For 4 or 5 years you had that position?
5 years.
5 years.
It went relatively quick. It didn't seem so at the time.
What was the big changes at that stretch that you had the reins?
Well, one of the big things that we implemented during my tenure as president was the Buckeye Stallion Series. That was, I think, a pretty big
and it is a big hit.
Big influential part of getting horses classified and raced. These broadcasts, we expanded upon that and made that really a core focus of what we thought as a service organization that we essentially is, a member service organization, OHHA. And I always say, we're here for our members, and anything we can do that enhances the sport for our members, that's what we should do. We didn't always have a cohesive agreeing on that, but I think ultimately we've done a good job.
About the broadcast, Ohio set the tone in 2009 when the year of COVID. To what it was a great idea that people couldn't come to the fairs, but we covered the fairs, and if you lived anywhere, you could watch horse racing.
Yep.
Kept you involved. Indiana, they started to do the same thing the following year, and the same way with Pennsylvania.
It did that. I mean, COVID kind of hit there in 2020, and that was a major ordeal, during my presidency, is working through that with our executive director at the time was Renee Mancino and the permit holders, and there was a lot of work that went into being able to put a product on the track.
To get Scioto opened also the next year. But the broadcast was a big thing.
Yeah, and I really think us being able to race that year gave us a little bit of a step ahead of some other states. We were able to really showcase our product, and I think it gave people the confidence that we're going to do everything we can to race. And if you remember, we went partway through the fairs, allowing the spectators, and partway through the summer they cut it off, and no spectators, but we were still allowed to broadcast.
I think one of I was calling races at Washington Courthouse, and they had rides in that, and I think midway through the week, we raced on a Wednesday, people could come, but maybe by Saturday you couldn't be there. That's when it really hit, where they shut things down.
Yep. So it's it's evolved, and a lot of racing. I always say, our program probably fits everybody. It's not an easy program, even at the fair level, but if you want to race a horse, Ohio is a great place to buy an Ohio bred and give it to somebody that trains in Ohio. Yes, we had mentioned these horses here in the ninth. The one horse, DD Silver Dollar, Rosie Weaver trains this 2-year-old Uncle Peter. Cabby Hudson and Dave Jury, Bucyrus, Ohio.
Kevin Detweiler, the 2 OB Hot Flash for Kathy Ellen Dennis Petty.
The 3, Wishing All of China, Jeff Neisheimer drives. Randy Rank trains this 2-year-old Enterprise, owned by Randy Rank and Roger Harold of Edgerton.
Bruce Walls sends out the 4, Royal Time, Ronnie Gillespie, 2-year-old Brown filly by In Range, Walls and Gina Boltman own.
Like a Queen, Melvin Schmuckert, 2-year-old Volstead. Bill Peters got the call.
Here up and trotting the first horse away is Wishing Hall of China. On the outside second is Royal Time. Down at the rail third is DD Silver Dollar. Moving up fourth, that is 2B OB Hot Flash. Moving up fifth is Like a Queen, and the last horse is Fat Chance. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Braden Rhodes has DD Silver Dollar on top, but taking over on the outside second now is Royal Time, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Now Ronnie decides to stop in the 2-0. Moving up third along the rail is 2 OB Hot Flash, driven by Kevin Detweiler. But 2 OB Hot Flash goes off stride. Past that quarter mile mark. With the lead is DD Silver Dollar, racing right there second. That is Royal Time. First quarter trotted in 32 seconds. Horses are strung out a bit as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's DD Silver Dollar, but DD Silver Dollar goes off stride. Now taking over is Royal Time. That's Royal Time with the lead. DD Silver Dollar on the outside second. Racing along at the rail third is Wishing Hall of China. Moving up fourth, that's 2 OB Hot Flash. Fifth is Lake A Queen, and the last horse, Fat Chance. The first half was trotted in 104. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Royal Time. Closing in second now is DD Silver Dollar. Wishing Hall of China trots in there third. Racing fourth is 2 OB Hot Flash. Lake A Queen is fifth, and Fat Chance trails. The pace picks up going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Royal Time by about 2.5 lengths. DD Silver Dollar is second and trying to go on along with Wishing Hall of China. 3/4 in 1:35 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Now Royal Time opens up about 5.5 lengths off, moving into the outside there. Was DD Silver Dollar. Slipping through now to take over second is Wishing Hall of China. As they race for home, that's Royal Time and Wishing Hall of China. It's going to be Royal Time, and here the outcome. Wishing Hall of China up for second, DD Silver Dollar for third. 1 mile in 2:06.
I think the winner is the only horse that stayed flat
Yes.
the entire mile.
So I think Dalton Walls is here with his dad's horses, and Dalton's one of my best friends, and I was giving him all kinds of grief, and I said, I'm going to jump in every single win picture you have this year.
You better get moving.
I
get
don't
moving.
know, does that count? Because it's his dad's horse, not even his. And I was giving him a couple days ago, I said, oh, I'll see you in the winner's circle. He said, Fat Chance. Well, he's the only one that stayed flat, and it's early in the season. That's about all that matters.
A pretty snappy first quarter going out there, and Ronnie wanted the top, but he kind of conceded it.
I didn't expect that from Ronnie either.
Yes.
Didn't expect that, and he did.
He was doing battle with Braden Rhodes with the one DD Silver Dollar.
And that this turn at the top of the stretch is a little bit tight, and I don't know why. It feels different when you drive rotating off of that. And I noticed Braden the second time around with that horse, he went a little bit wide,
Yes.
which opened it up for nice on her, but Braden kept it flat around that turn coming for home. So you think all half-mile tracks are created equally, but you follow the fairs in Ohio, you'll find out they're not. This is a good-looking horse here. In range.
Comes number 4, Royal Time, owned by Bruce Walls and Gina Bullman, trained by Bruce Walls, and driven to victory this evening by Ronnie Gillespie. And Royal Time has just equaled the trotting track record for 2-year-old filly trotters, trotting that mile in 2:06. That equals Winmar's Lady Dia, set back in 2000. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Ray and Ted Stahlbaum. Both of them were local trainers and drivers of harness horses. Let's have a big hand here for Leslie Joyce, Ronnie Gillespie, Bruce and Dalton Walls, Gina Bullman, and Royal Time, and to the family of Ray and Ted Stahlbaum for giving this blanket in his memory. Again, Royal Time has just equaled the track record for 2-year-old filly trotters.
Two-year-old brown filly by In Range out of the RC Royalty mare, Pure Royalty.
They got a pretty good deal on that.
Yes, $7,700 at the Blooded Horse sale.
Number 1, DD Silver Dollar was third. Number 2, 2 OB Hot Flash was fourth. Number 3, Wishing Hall of China was second. Number 4, Royal Time was the winner. Number 5, Lake A Queen was fifth. And number 6, Fat Chance was sixth. Time of the first quarter was 32 seconds. The half was in 1:04. The 3/4 in 1:35 and 4/5 with a mile in 2:06. From the top, it should read 3:42, 1:56, a mile in 2:06, equaling the track record for 2-year-old filly trotters. In the upcoming race 10, number 1, Case on Fire, change the driver to Ty Goodell. Ty Goodell will drive number 1, Case on Fire. The representative of Boston Tile Company, trackside after the next race.
So there we go, official for race 9.
Yep, one official.
Race 10 up next. We actually have one of the shortest fields that we have seen this entire day. 4 horses to go behind the gates, actually just an overnight, going for $500. It's 9 winners of $1,000 lifetime. It's a pace, and it looks like it's, well, it's not all 2-year-olds, but it's 2 and 3-year-olds that are unraced.
This race is sponsored by Ballman Tile, which is, if you've ever familiar with the tile business in agriculture, it's prominent because it's a yellow tile, and it's made here in Paulding County on the east side. And one of the founders of Ballman Tire passed away this week, so heavy hearts go to the Ballman family. Been a large employer in Paulding County for a number of years, and many farmers in northwest Ohio and actually across the state will use Ballman Tile for tiling their field. So our thoughts go out to the Ballman family.
Definitely. Well, join us back here in just a moment, and we'll introduce you to the field of 4.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the Cool Winds of November.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Thanks for joining us here. Race number 10 of 19 coming up. We're going to take a step away from the fair stakes and actually have an overnight. This is non-winners of $1,000 lifetime, also eligible maidens. And then really that's all we're seeing here in this race. They are all maidens. We've got one single 2-year-old leaving out of the 2-hole, and the rest of our 3-year-olds. A mix between fillies and geldings. My biggest guess about why these guys dropped in the way that they did, possibly not staked to the fairs, the fair stakes themselves. And I'm looking at the 2-horse, Shady Shark Hanover. He doesn't stand in Ohio, did he? I don't think so.
I don't think
that horse is Ohio bred, so that's another one. Moving along really well.
Yes, we are.
Not even 7:30 yet, and here we are looking forward to race 10. Looks like we've got at least one stepping onto the track for this race. Like we said, it's a little bit of a shorter field, only 4 horses. So we haven't talked much, that's what Bill's over the speaker right now. We haven't talked much about the Ohio Fair Racing Circuit. That is the circuit that this fair is a part of. They are the largest of the 4 in Ohio. They've got 22 member fairs.
I was going to get, I thought it was 22, but it wasn't for sure. Yeah, They are the largest.
They're the largest. Really, how would you say, concentrated in northwest Ohio.
Yeah.
Delaware is also part of
Yes.
the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. So it's kind of a weird spread when you start getting into like central Ohio, that kind of here and there they'll pop and technically be OFRC. But again, they are the largest, not the oldest at all. They're actually, I think, the youngest, I think.
Yeah, they would be the youngest.
Yeah, because we used to have...
It used to be Western Ohio,
Yeah.
and they merged then, and here comes your ice cream.
Ah, perfect. Love that. Love that.
They merged, Western Ohio merged with the Ohio Colt Racing Association.
Yeah.
At one time, thank you so much.
Thank you. So, but we used to have at least 6, if not more, fair circuits.
Well, I don't know going at one time. You had Western Ohio. You're right. You had Western Ohio. You had Ohio Colt Racing. You had Home Talent. You had Southern Valley.
The
one time,
the number 6 was
and at
passed
one
down
time
from
you
somebody.
had Northern in there at the same time.
Okay.
But the fair conference wouldn't have been there with these others.
Yeah, but
Probably 5 for sure at one time.
I can't remember.
And it could be 6.
I think somebody has told me 6. I don't remember if it was Lisa or Randy Leopard or who said at one time there was kind of, maybe not like really recent years, but there was 6 before. But we are down to 4. It's not because a lot of fairs have necessarily dropped out. We've just kind of combined, as we said. OFRC has 22. OCRA has 19. I think Home Talent might have 12, possibly, and then our smallest one, I think, is Southern Valley
Probably
with
7.
10.
They have 10.
I think they have 10, yeah. By far still the largest fair racing program in the world, though, with 66 racing fairs, 125 race cards. I don't even know anybody else that would hold a flame to us.
No.
Because Indiana's small, Kentucky is very short and small. I don't know about PA.
I'm guessing they go 8 to 10.
Okay,
They're
yeah.
strong, though, but I'm sure your top 4 fairs are right in this area: Kentucky, Pennsylvania,
Yeah,
Ohio,
right.
Indiana.
Iowa, I think, Iowa has some fair racing. Yeah?
Illinois would.
I'd like to see Maine sometime. I think Roger's been up there. He's told me about
Oh.
it. They go kind of long meets. I mean, it's kind of a big deal. 2 or 3 weeks long, I think.
We just had a horse. Oh, no, it was Massachusetts. Let's say the horse yesterday that was dual eligible.
Oh, yeah.
From Miller's Barn, I think it was Mass, not Maine. But somebody, is it Cushing? Mitch Cushing, that was driving down here in Ohio for some time. Is he from Maine? And his family?
He might have been.
I think he is.
Who
I don't know.
wasn't there somebody from down in Urbana that came in too? Maybe not a driver, but a trainer. Shoot, it was a younger guy.
It's not Alexander, is it?
Yeah.
Is that where he's from?
Yeah.
I did not
Yep.
realize that. Here's our post parade.
of $500 and a blanket courtesy of Buffman Tile Company. Number 1 is Case on Fire, all with the Deer Lake Stables LLC of Osseo, Michigan, trained by Thad Doty, the driver Ty Goodell. Number 2 is Huddy in the Shade, owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 3 is Western Dancers SBGR, all with the Saved by Grace Ranch at Dayton, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper. And number 4 is Fat Mares Love Cake, all by Rod Adams of Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver Rod Adams Jr. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mute your windows, closing in 4 minutes. Hurry, don't be shut up. Okay, Matt.
Very short field of 4 you were just introduced to. We have not a whole lot to tell you. This is the first start for every single one of these geldings and fillies. It's a mix here. But from the rail, we've got, I believe, did we say Ty Goodall?
Ty Goodell.
Ty Goodell is driving the 1 Cash on Fire for Thad Doty. This is a Catch the Fire 3-year-old gelding owned by Deer Lake Stables of Michigan. Originally an $8,000 purchase from the Buckeye Classic.
2 Hateen the Shade, Mark Hedworth for Bill Webb. This is a homebred. Webb also owns 2-year-old bay filly by Shady Shark Hanover. Out of the Noble Return mare, Hot Shot Hoolaboo.
Our 3 horse is Western Dancer SBGR. Curtis Harper drives for Mike Sweeney. This is a Western Vintage, another 3-year-old gelding, actually, out of an Art Escape mare, owned by Saved by Grace Ranch in Dayton.
Number 4, Fat Mares Love Cake. Rod Allums owns, trains. Jamie Weller trains. Allums drives and owns. And it was bred by Rod Allums Jr., 3-year-old bay filly by Fool Me Once out of the Yankee Cruiser mare, Sassy Queen. So a field of 4 be making their way to the gate. Pretty much it's a non-winner, also eligible maiden. It is a maiden pace. Is there 2 divisions of this, I believe?
There are, yep. I think it's late in the program, though. I think it's maybe the 18th race or so is the, 18th race is the second division of this.
If anyone could help me out with Ty Goodell, there was an Eric Goodell up in Michigan that was a very, very top driver for a long time. We tried to use him as much as we could, and I see that the owners of this one are from Michigan. Blue and white colors. Eric Goodell's are a little bit darker.
Yeah, a little bit darker. That went through my mind.
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. So the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate is rolling. Waiting the field of 4. Cash on Fire, Atine the Shade, Western Dancer SBGR, and Fat Mares Love Cake. We're going upstairs to Bill Peters for the call.
SBGR and Fat Mares Love Cake. They plan to there they come. Off and pacing the first horse away on the outside is Western Dancer and SBGR. Fat Mares Love Cake moves up second. Third along the rail is Cash on Fire, and the last horse is Huddy in the Shade. As they make the turn down, head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end is Western Dancers SBGR, driven by Curtis Harper. On the outside second is Fat Mares Love Cake, driven by Rod Allums. Racing in their third is Cash on Fire, driven by Ty Goodell. The last horse, Huddy in the Shade, driven by Mark Edworth. As they go to the quarter-mile mark, taking over now is Fat Mares Love Cake, and dropping back second is Western Dancer SBGR. First quarter paced in 32 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's Fat Mares Love Cake on top by 3 lengths. Racing in their second, Western Dancer SBGR. Third is Cash on Fire, and farther back fourth is Huddy in the Shade. Front 3 pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Fat Mares Love Cake by about 3 lengths. Racing in their second is Western Dancer SBGR with Cash on Fire third. First half paced in 1:03 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Fat Mares Love Cake. Ranging up on the outside second now is Cash on Fire. Cash on Fire now goes off stride. Now regaining second is Western Dancer SBGR. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. With the lead is Fat Mares Love Cake. Racing second, Western Dancer SBGR. Cash on Fire third, followed by Huddy in the Shade fourth. 3/4 in 1:34 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Fat Mares Love Cake by about 7 lengths. Racing second, Western Dancer SBGR, and third is Cash on Fire. As they race toward home, that's Fat Mares Love Cake and Western Dancer SBGR. It's going to be Fat Mares Love Cake, and here the outcome. Western Dancer SBGR up for second. Up for third is Cash on Fire. 1 mile in 2:04 and 3/5.
Pretty fast last quarter there. Final time 2:04 and 3/5. And that was all Fat Mares Love Cake. Rod Allums Jr. drives for Jamie Weller. That is one that he, of course, bred and still owns. So Fool Me Once filly, 3 years old, very first lifetime start.
32 for the quarter. 103 and 1, 134 and 1, 204 and 3. We got a lot of distinguished guest here tonight.
We have another.
Got another OHHA director. So boy, we better be doing a good job. We'll interview Rusty Voorhees here momentarily. We thought maybe you could take over while we finished our ice cream.
When you getting your ice cream?
Well, we got it.
Oh, I didn't see him bring it down.
Yeah.
Did you bring the starter? Did the starting gate guy get one? Oh gosh. This races tonight have been pretty good.
Good racing.
Yeah. The thing, and Ashley talked about it last night on the broadcast. I listened to it at home while I was sitting in the air conditioning. That these 2-year-olds are gone.
Oh, yes.
Already this year.
Yeah.
The 2-year-old colt trotters.
Fat Mares Love Cake, owned by Rod Adams Jr., trained by Jamie Weller, and driven to victory by Rod Adams Jr. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Buffman Tile Company of here in Paulding. Let's have a big hand here for Jamie Weller, Rod Adams, and Fat Mares Love Cake, and the Buffman Tile Company, the donors of the blanket. Now, before the Boffmans leave the winner's circle, Gene Boffman passed away here in the last few days, and we also lost one of our Northwestern Ohio horsemen in Ivan Sugg in the last 24 hours. At this time, we'd like to have a moment of silence in memory of Gene Boffman and Ivan Sugg.
That was something that Steve Bateson had just mentioned to us.
Yes. About the Bachman.
Yeah, the Bachman Tile unfortunately did lose somebody very important to them, and he kind of, well, here, we'll go to the official placings first.
For 1, Cash on Fire was 3rd. Number 2, Honey in the Shade was 4th. Number 3, Western Dancer SBGR was 2nd. And number 4, Fat Mares Love Cake was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 32 seconds. The half was in 1:03 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 1:34 and 1/5. Or the mile in 2:04 and 3/5. From the top it should read 3, 4, 2, 1 on the bottom. The mile in 2:04 and 3/5.
You got a nice 2-year-old filly. I've watched train a little bit. She looks promising.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out.
Were you surprised how fast the 2-year-old fillies went? Was it 6,
Yeah.
2-6?
Yeah, 2-6.
I was kind of surprised. I figured 2-8 maybe.
Yeah. I can remember we won a race. Well, this is a colt, 2-year-old colt. And like I said, Ashley touched on it last night. It was the COVID year. He won in Sydney in 2:13. You know, the end of first of August.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they've got these. And we've had a rough winter. We've had a lot of cold and snow and ice. I mean, it hasn't been pleasant up here in Ohio.
Really? I didn't notice it at all.
Sometimes, though, Rusty, I wonder with the way that, you know, we catch drive, this industry is really run with the catch driver, if trainers would even like to go as fast as they are, though, right? That's a conversation that we have in our barn quite a bit is, especially, you know, we've talked a lot about the next gen coming up in a couple of weeks. That is a very big stake, $150,000 on the line to be the first start for a lot of those horses that go out. And they act like aged horses. They act like race horses, and it's remarkable the kind of, I mean, some of them are just the brain behind them, right? They have to have a certain kind of temperament to be able to do that right off the bat, and that is a race specifically that we will see that in. Yeah, well, the breed's getting stronger, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, smarter, stronger. They're more. They can go fast, quicker. Yeah. You know, they're just more thoroughbred-like, I guess, would be the best way to put it.
You being an OHHA director, the grants, do you have anything to do with that, or they donated quite a bit of money here to help them out? or not donated, it's grant money you got to match. But Mercer County also got some a few years ago, right,
Yeah.
for stalls?
Yeah, they fixed up 2 barns, fixed up stalls, and I think they even got a little money, not a whole lot, for their new lighting. This is their 2nd year, and I'm not on that committee. I'm just not on that. I think my committee, the one I'm on, is the college.
The scholarship.
The scholarship. I'm on that one. That's about all they let me do, I guess.
That's important, though. You're
Yeah.
helping the next generation.
Yeah.
We've had really some very remarkable kids.
Yeah.
Students come through in the last few years. I want to say, 10 to 12 or so is how many we give away every single year. And there's this year specifically, we had a lot of vet students. A lot of pre-vet, which is good for the industry overall.
Right.
You know, that's something. Rural vets have been kind of unfortunately on the decline for a number of years.
Yeah.
And we're trying to do our part and help support that education and that career field.
And it's horse vet too is a little bit tough to fill a spot, because the veterinarians come out of school, they want to work 9 to 5 and work on dogs and cats and go home at night, and horse vet, you can't do that, so they get sick at night and have to go out to the barn and stuff. So I know our vet in Salina, he'd like to retire, but he doesn't want to let the business go, so he's just kind of he's enjoying himself, but he's over 70.
Yes.
He's probably 75, probably.
Most likely, yes.
Yeah, but still goes every day.
I think a good example of this that a lot of people can just picture is Louis Levan.
Yeah.
Is Louis, he technically has a small animal practice. He actually just expanded.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have had a practice in Marysville for some time. They just bought one in Urbana. His, third oldest?
Yeah.
Third oldest son just graduated from vet school.
Yeah.
Hadley just graduated from vet school, and so I think that there's kind of a succession plan there. One of their girls is in vet school, so I think eventually he will pass over the reins. But you talk about a busy man. He's in the clinic for the small animals all the time, and I can't tell you how many times that we've called him for horses, you name it, at midnight. And he's going to answer. And then it won't be a surprise if you see him driving at the county fairs.
Yeah,
here and there.
He'll drive a couple drives this year. Talking about the Levans, this is definitely the fourth generation of the Levans racing horses. There was Grandpa Herb. There was I can't think of his name. I can picture him.
We talked about it on Freshman Focus, but I can't remember his name.
Is Hank's grandmother still living? Was it her name Esther? Is it Esther?
I think that was technically
His
Rosemary.
Okay.
Yep. She owns some, so you've probably seen her name in the program before.
Yes.
So you're going to make me start looking, scratching my head, thinking way back here. I think, Doug, you might be onto something. Esther might have been a great-grandma.
Yeah, there was Herb. I knew Herb real well.
Was that Herb's mom?
I would. It very well could have been. I can picture Herb's dad, but I can't think of his name right now. I just can't think of his name. I can picture him.
We talked about it on Freshman Focus, but I didn't know him. So I don't know off the top of my head. Looks like we are trying to gather for the post parade, though, of the 11th. Back up to a field of 6. So we'll have a full gate plus 1 trailer. This is going to be the 3rd division of 3-year-old filly pacers.
3-year-old filly pace going for a purse of $3,615 and a blanket courtesy of the Forker stable. Number 1 is Mount Camus, owned by Hagerman Racing and Melinda Hertzberger of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Carson Conrad. Number 2 is Last Season, owned by Power Play Racing 87 LLC of Medina, trained and driven by James Day. Number 3 is Kathy's Clown, owned by Jerry Meigel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Two Pair in the Air, owned by Brian Georges of Wilmington, Ohio, and Kevin Manley of Beaver Creek, Ohio, trained by Sherry Jacobs, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Common Rock, owned and trained by Janie Weller of Republic, the driver Rod Adams Jr. And number 6 is Abby's Firecracker, owned, trained and driven by Greg Bateson of Toledo. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out.
Have a little bit of talk about here because we've got 3-year-olds in race 11, so we'll go quickly through them. And I actually was not paying a lick of attention to the post parade. Who was driving the one? Is that Carson?
Carson Conrad's
okay,
on the one.
Carson Conrad to drive the one. Mount Camus for Herman Hagerman. Hagerman does co-own alongside Melinda Hirschberger, both of Mount Vernon, Ohio. This is a Catch the Fire filly out of American Ideal Mare. She had a nice season last year. 15 starts, 7 wins, 5 seconds to make $31,000. This year, coming on the scene hot. $21,000 already made, has won 3 of 5. We go 2 back. She was a winner at Northfield Park, and a fillies and mares non-winners of 1 and 1, 54-2. Final quarter, 28-4.
Number 2 is last season, James Day. Trains and drives for Power Play Racing 87 of Medina. 3-year-old Bay Philip Azuma Kalade out of the Cam Luck mare. Depth, more depth. In 10 starts, has a win and 3 second place finishes. This is lifetime right at 10,057-4. Qualifying mark at Northfield Park.
Our 3-horse, I wasn't paying attention to the post parade. Is it still Mark? Is Mark out there? Wow, I gotta start doing my job better. That's Mark. Yeah, that's Mark. Mark St. Louis to drive the 3 Kathy's Clowns. Steve Novak trains, owned out of Michigan. Gerald Meigel. This is a Dancing Yankin filly coming right off of a win. It's Scioto Downs and a fillies and mares non-winners of 1 and 1, 54 flat. Another one, final quarter, 28-2. 4 starts on the year with a single win. $25,000 made lifetime.
Number 4, 2 pair in the air. Driver Pierce Henry looking for his 3rd on the evening and his 4th of the week here at the Paulding County Fair. 3-year-old Bay filly by Zuma Kalade out of the Better's Delight mare. BMW.
And our 5, Ron Allums just won, right? So he's going to try to go back-to-back with our 5-horse Common Rock. Jane Weller does train and owns this Summa Cum Laude out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare, Venus Rocks. Still trying to figure it out. This is the first start of the season. Last year as a freshman, did have 2 starts. Finished way back, unfortunately, so shut him down early last year, actually in late July, so only had a couple starts, but originally a $2,500 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic.
And it's a second-tier start for the 6, Abby's Firecracker. Greg Bateson owns trains and drives. 3-year-old Bay Philip Catch the Fire out of the Rocket Image mare. Velocity Abbey looking for her 1st career win. First time to hit the board. This be her 5th start. Mike Weppenberg's starting gate is rolling.
I do have a correction, not a correction, but Vic Levan was Herb's dad.
That would be great grandpa to.
You're asking me to think about too many generations.
Yes, you're right. Your mind, you had your mind working there.
Was not my mind. Kathy sent me a message, so I did not know, but she got us right.
They're up and pacing. The first horse away at the rail is Mount Camus. On the outside, second is Kathy's Clown. Between horses, 3rd is Last Season. Moving up 4th is 2 Pair in the Air. At the rail, 5th is Abby's Firecracker. And the last horse is Common Rock. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Carson Conrad has Mount Camus on top by a length and a half. Pacing in there second is Last Season, driven by James Day. 3rd is Kathy's Clown, driven by Mark St. Louis. 4th is Abby's Firecracker, driven by Greg Bateson. 5th, it is 2 Pair in the Air, driven by Pierce Henry. The last horse, Common Rock, driven by Rod Adams. First quarter paced in 31 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Mount Camus by a length and a half over Last Season. Kathy's Clown is edging up a little closer 3rd. 4th is Abby's Firecracker. Racing 5th is 2 Pair in the Air, and the last horse, Common Rock. 6 fillies pretty well bunched as they come down to the half-mile mark. That's Mount Camus and Carson Conrad by 2 lengths over Last Season. First half paced in 1:02 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Mount Camus. The closest horse second is Last Season. Flying on the outside 3rd. Now second and going after the leader is Kathy's Clown. As they head down the backside, that's Mount Camus at the rail with Kathy's Clown pouring on the pressure on the outside second. last season third along the rail. 2 pair in the air, racing fourth. Fifth is Abby's Firecracker, the last horse, Common Rock. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Mount Camus at the rail and Kathy's Clown on the outside. They're only heads apart. 3/4 was in 1:32 and 3/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Mount Camus with the lead. Now looking up to get racing room is last season. It's Mount Camus last season and Kathy's Clown as they race for home. Mount Camus and last season. Mount Camus and last season. It's going to be Mount Camus, and here the outcome. Last season up for second, Kathy's Clown for third. A mile in 2:01 and 4/5.
2:01 and 4/5 for Mount Camus. Carson Conrad notches another win.
That's his first of the evening, but his fourth on the meet. 3 of them last night, all 4 with the Hagerman team. So Herman Hagerman gets his 4th training win, I believe, if my figures are right. Mount Camus, 3-year-old Bay Philippa Catch the Fire, gets her 4th on the season's 11th lifetime win. She did all the work up front, 31 and 1, 102 and 2, 132 and 3, home in 201 and 4. Nice back half.
I think Matt told us yesterday that Herman is nowhere around Paulding because he's on a cruise.
Could be watching.
I say, and his horses are paying for the cruise as we speak, right? Was it our 3-horse was first up? I think most of that mile. Kathy's Clown got a little tired there. Can't blame him. That's a lot of. I mean, you wouldn't think how many extra steps you've got to take in, but when you're training horses, you know. It's not always easy. If you can stay on the rail with a win, you're going to stay on the rail with a win. Here's Carson coming back.
Into the winner's circle, coming in from Mount Vernon, Ohio, comes number 1, Mount Camus. Owned by Hagerman Racing and Melinda Hertzberger. Trained by Herman Hagerman and driven to victory this evening by Carson Conrad. This is courtesy of Forker Stable. Big hand here for Carson Conrad and Mount Camus and the Forker Stable, the donors of the blanket.
Looks like we already have official prices up on the board. We go 1, 2, 3 across the wire. 2-horse returns $13
Nice
to
place money. We had some nice place money tonight. A lot of $4 winner to win, $3.80 to win, $15 to place a couple times.
I've had some
texts. Number 2 last season was second. Number 3 Kathy's Clown was third. Number 4 2 Pair in the Air was fourth. Number 5 Common Rock was sixth. And number 6 Ebby's Firecracker was fifth. Time of the first quarter was 31 and 1/5. The half was in 102 and 2/5. The 3/4 in 132 and 3/5. With a mile in 201 and 4/5. From the top, it should read 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5, a mile in 201 and 4/5.
What were you saying, Rusty?
Oh, I was going to mention I've had some texts from some gamblers from Mercer County.
Are they betting simulcast?
Yeah,
Are they?
I think they are. I think this might be on TRN. Maybe
it could be.
Maybe you know. Is Bob Guy still on the backside?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you guys mind if I go say hi to him?
No.
I'm going to walk around. I'll give Matt my headset so he finally knows what's going on. But before, what did you say?
Probably right. They're usually in that shed row.
Okay. All right. I'll go take a look. But race number 12 of 19 coming up next. It's going to be back to our 2-year-olds. Give us just a brief moment to thank our sponsors, and we'll be back.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett in exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
Rusty.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks.
Great. I've introduced my mother over here to some of the folks from Salina.
Oh, you got your
I kept
mom
her away
here.
from you. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see your mom there, yeah. Is that golfer from Salina, famous golfer, is he watching tonight, you think?
He could still be on the course.
He could be. He's been taking her money at Salina Links.
I've heard that. He kind of sloughs off, and
I've heard that about him.
when money's on the line, he comes out with both barrels.
I did get confirmation that Ty Goodell was Eric Goodell's son, and he just got his master's in finance.
Really?
Yeah, so sharp kid. Got something to fall
Okay.
back on if the harness racing doesn't work out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right here he is. He's 23 years old. Okay. He's got blue colors, but a lighter blue, about like a Chris Hope.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I saw that fellow out there driving. I wondered who it was.
Well, when Bill gave earlier a driver's change, probably the first or second race, Ty Goodell, and I thought, boy, the only Goodell I ever heard of is Eric Goodell.
Yeah. Like I say, he was a top guy in Michigan for a long time. Then he went out east for a while, and he came back to Ohio for a while.
Yep.
And I'm not sure.
I don't hear much about him right now.
Yeah. Anything new and exciting at the Mercer County Fair this year, Rusty?
Not that I'm aware of. It's pretty much same thing, I guess.
All right.
A couple concerts and a couple harness racings, and as far as the evening things, bigger and better.
Big arena they got there. It's amazing. Market Hall, and then they just do a great job.
They do a good job marketing that. In fact, in next year in 28, Airstream's having their national.
That's true. Yeah.
National
that is, yes.
meet or convention or whatever there, and they've got to add like 600 more camping spots on the grounds.
Oh wow!
There'll be that many.
That'll be something to see, though.
Yeah. So that should bring some money into Salina and Mercer County. Those people camping. Because if you pull an Airstream down the road, you got a couple shekels in your pocket. Those are high dollar campers.
They are not cheap.
Yeah.
Train tomorrow or jog tomorrow?
I can't say.
You can't say?
It'll be at 4 in the morning if you want to catch it.
Yeah, no, probably train a little bit. Not too much, yo. I'm pretty much done training fast, I guess. I'm just.
Now, where will your first start be at?
Possibly Ottawa.
Okay.
Possibly. I said all along Sydney, but that's a month or so away, and
You're ready to go.
Pretty much. I just got to get the days to click off the calendar. But we'll see. The way these horses look, I don't know if I want to race or not.
Got you scared.
Yeah.
You should have stayed home tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, the speed these horses are going, some of them, it's like Kenton. They don't go that much till they get to Kenton.
Yes, oh yeah.
That sounds like a little sandbagging to me, Doug. I think we might be worth a $2 investment when we see it in the program.
Lonnie Miller. 1 is Hardy L, owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 2 is Monte Vista, owned by Nice Songer Stable LLC of Lebanon, Ohio, Rice Creek Stables of Rice, Sylvania, Ohio, N.D. Welsh of Frankfort, Kentucky, trained and driven by Jeff Nicesonger. Number 3 is Coco Cruz, owned by the D&K Stables LLC of Hicksville, trained by Bill Webb, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 4 is Believe in Mickey, owned by Jerry Meigel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 5 is Jet James, owned by Kathy Todd of Wasion, trained by Kim Pluta, the driver Ty Goodell. And number 6 is Humpty Dumpty, owned by David and Patricia Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Pierce Henry. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut up.
Well, our 12th race is up next. 2-year-old Colt Pace for $3,030. 5 on gate with a trailer. Number 1 is Hardy L. Hank Levan trains and drives for Levan Stables and Megan Levan. 2-year-old Brown Goat, son of Lather Up out of the Mistle Applers mare. Thunder Par, this is a homebred. The 2, Monte Vista, Jeff Nicesonger, looking for his 4th of the night. Had 3 winners last night, has a triple tonight. He owns this in partnership with Rush Creek Stable and N.D. Welsh of Kentucky. This is a $25,000 Buckeye Classic purchase. 2-year-old Bay Colt by Monte Mickey out of the Sun Beach Somewhere mare, Serene Stride. Number 3 is Coco Cruz, driven by Mark Hedworth for Bill Webb, owned by the D&K Stable of Hicksville. 2-year-old Bay Gelding, but well set out of a Yankee Cruiser mare, Cruisin' Surfin'. Number 4 is Believe in Mickey, Mark St. Louis Jr. for Steve Novak and Jerry Meigel of Michigan. The 2-year-old Bay Colt by Monte Mickey out of the Believe in Bruiser mare, Believe in Wacko. This is a homebred for Jerry Meigel. Ty Goodell, the son of Eric Goodell, drives the 5. Jet James for Kim Pluta and Kathy Todd. Wasion, Ohio. 2-year-old Bay Goat, son of Monte Mickey out of the Western Ideal mare. A Bitsy Hanover, an $8,000 blooded horse sale last year. And rounding out the field, Pierce Henry will pick up the lines on the 6, Happy Humpty for Robert Brooks. $6,000 Ohio Select purchase. 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Zuma Kalade out of the Always Be Bicky mare. BR Obsession, owned in partnership by W. and Patricia Jury of Bucyrus and trained by Robert Brooks. Field of 6, completing their score, headed up the backside, and starter Mike Wepkenbergs awaits the 2-year-old Colt Pacers as they head his way. Mike Wepkenberg, our official starter, and our official starter at many of the county fairs throughout Ohio every year, as well as Indiana fairs, Miami Valley Raceway, Dayton Raceway. Mike also builds a lot of starting gates, sends them about everywhere, and he is our official sponsor of the 2026 Passports. Big thank you to Mike and Becky Wapkenberg. Field of 6 are all in behind the gate. Let's send it up to Bill Peters for the call.
Hardy L, Monte Vista, Coco Cruz, Believe in Mickey, with Jet James on the outside in the first tier. 1 trailer, Humpty Dumpty. Here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away on the outside is Believe in Mickey. At the rail second, that's Monte Vista. Between horses third comes Coco Cruz. Moving up on the outside fourth is Jet James. At the rail fifth is Hardy L. And the last horse is Humpty Dumpty. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Believe in Mickey on top by a length and a half. Racing in there second is Monte Vista, driven by Jeff Nicesonger. Third is Coco Cruz, driven by Mark Hedworth. Fourth is Jet James, driven by Ty Goodell. Fifth is Hardy L, driven by Jake Levan, and the last horse is Humpty Dumpty, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter paced in 31 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Believe in Mickey by about 3.5 lengths. Monte Vista continues to pace in there second with Coco Cruz third. Racing fourth is Jet James. Fifth is Hardy L, the last horse Humpty Dumpty. No change as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Mark St. Louis and Believe in Mickey bringing the horses to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second is Jeff Neisonger with Monte Vista. First half paced in 103 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. Out and on the move now comes Coco Cruz. Go head down the backside. That's Believe in Mickey with the lead. Coco Cruz now second, flying on the outside. Also on the move is Jet James. As they race down the backside, that's Coco Cruz with the lead. Racing at the rail second, Believe in Mickey in third, and pacing fastest of all now is Jet James. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Coco Cruz with the lead. Jet James on the outside second. Third along the rail, it's Believe in Mickey. 3/4 in 134 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Coco Cruz at the rail. Jet James on the outside. They're only heads apart as they turn toward home. Coco Cruz at the rail. Jet James on the outside. Coco Cruz and Jet James as they race through the lane. Jet James and Coco Cruz. It's going to be Jet James, and here's the outcome. Coco Cruz up for second. Up for third is Believe in Mickey. 1 mile and 2:02 and 3/5.
2:02 and 3. Ty Goodell. Jet James, 2-year-old Bay Gully by Monte Mickey.
It's a nice looking colt.
Croswell's going today up in Michigan, so you'd think if he was driving much up there, he'd be there probably. Uncovered in the win pool. Not a dime to win on this horse.
Well, not a dime here. There might be some money, you know.
Yeah.
Off track waiting.
Yeah, I do keep showing the tote board just in case anybody at home wants to play along.
Yeah, he gave that horse a nice drive. He's very patient, that young man. He just sat back there and didn't get nervous and had the stretch, had the finish line kind of on his radar and just got there just in time. Didn't rush that colt, and that colt was a nice looking colt. He's very well gated.
Weather looks promising right now.
The winner's circle, where the winners go. Coming in from Wauseon, Ohio, comes number 5, Jet James. Owned by Kathy Todd, trained by Kim Pluta, and driven to victory this evening by Ty Goodell. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Lonnie Miller, and members of the Miller family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Lonnie was a long-time member of the fair board here at the Paulding County Fair, also a member of the speed committee for many years, and was in charge of the track maintenance. Drive, Ty. This might have been Ty's first winning drive, I'm not sure. Let's have a big hand here for Kathy Todd, Ty Goodell, and Jet James, and the members of the family of Lonnie Miller for giving this blanket in Lonnie's memory.
I'll pass that on to Bill. Nope.
1380 place money on the winner, no win money.
No one wagered on number 5, Jet James, to win. No one wagered on number 5, Jet James, to win. So if you had number 3 as, for a win, you get you've got a winner of $14.20.
We await the rundown for the 12th. Up next, 2-year-old Filly Trotters, another division. Field of 6 for $3,138. That will be our 13th of 19 tonight. Action next Tuesday. I don't know if that starts at roughly 9, 10 o'clock. Give you a time for sure if you want to watch those qualifiers in Delaware. I don't know if it does show a time.
9 a.m.
9 a.m. Will you be there?
Yes.
Okay.
Winner at number 6, Humpty Dumpty, was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 103 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 134 and 1/5, with a mile in 2:02 and 3/5. From the top, it should read 5:62 3:14. A mile in 2:02 3/5. That last quarter in 28 2/5 seconds. In the upcoming race 13, number 5 Hill Express. Change the driver to Aaron Lehman. Aaron Lehman will drive number 5 Hill Express in race 13.
I thought he said Aaron Lehman. Is that right?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that name. Aaron Lehman, now the driver on the 5 Hill Express in the 13th. We owe you 6 horses to talk about, 2-year-old filly trotters, and we'll talk about them right after this.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to OHHA.com. That's OHHA.com.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Well, we are back here at the Paulding County Fair, set for the 13th. The Ohio Harness Horsemen Association Director and Director of... You got a lot of titles. You're a director on the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association Board. You're the president of the Mercer County Harness Horsemen's Association. You're the director of the Mercer County Fair. Schlein always has a great matinee. Was this her 55th?
I think 55 or 56, I think.
There's been a lot of good horses come through there.
I don't know if you know this or not, but Ramblin' Willie made a start there.
I never knew that.
Wouldn't know that.
Who called his first race?
Yeah.
Laying all jokes aside, Rambling Willie, yes, and Sugar Instead.
Yeah,
Most likely, I think Big Ranger might have last year. You don't think he did?
No, because I remember Ronnie came up. He just got back from Mississippi, and I saw him up there at the, standing on the fence, and he just came up to watch. But no, he didn't have it. I think the next week at Greenville, he probably did, because Greenville always follows us a week.
Tony Morgan, who's won over probably 14,000 races in his life, got his first driving win there maybe in 1974.
Yeah, I was just a young lad then.
I was too.
I never put 2 and 2 together. I actually, I did Equine Affair this year in April, held in Columbus, and we were right beside New Vocations, which is really founded and was run for a long time by Dot Mogan.
Yes.
I had no idea. I never put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
With Tony and Dot and her daughters and everything else. Is it a cousin? She told me, and I can't remember.
Well, Charlie would be let me get this right. Yeah, Charlie would be her Dot's husband, Charlie.
Yeah.
Eddie Morgan Jr.,
would be a brother to Eddie Morgan Jr., the father of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So he would be an uncle, she would be an aunt.
Yes, gotcha. No, I can't remember how that conversation came up, and I just have never thought about last names and building those dots. And I think when I was talking, what's his first name? Her husband, Dot's husband?
Charlie.
Charlie. When I was talking to Charlie, I'd never actually met him in person, and we were talking about, I think he trained in Troy,
and then ended up training in Greenville.
Yes. So he was telling me that, and then he was talking about Tony, and I was like, oh, da-da-da, and finally connected all the dots. But what a cool organization, too, with New Vocations. And they do a lot with the thoroughbreds, but I think their bread and butter for a very long time was standardbreds. There's a really nice facility, a trainer out of, that's actually right beside me in New Carlisle. They push a lot of horses through.
Do the Morgans now, do they live in Kentucky?
Yes.
I thought they did.
I actually think Dot and, is it Anna? She just took over as executive director for New Vocations. I think they live in Kentucky, but Winnie, I almost think, lives in Georgia. They moved all the way down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think there was one of her daughters, maybe multiple kids actually, went to school in Georgia. Very, very big on the equestrian team. Did very well this year for their competition season. Now, I might be a little wrong in what I'm saying, so correct me if anybody knows better. But they have moved out of Ohio. For a long time, they were based here, though. But, of course, especially the thoroughbred side of things, Kentucky was probably calling their name, you know.
The number 6 horse, Flowers Victory, is on the ground.
Looks like we are mostly
Getting
out.
ready for a post parade. I mentioned just a few minutes ago, weather-wise, I think we might dodge a bullet.
Yeah. Okay. Have you looked at the? Oh yeah, good point. It's 8 o'clock, and it was supposed to roll in somewhere between 7 and 8, so that's good. At least we're moving along. I actually even forgot that they were calling for storms.
When I came up here at late, I got here right before.
And a blanket courtesy of All About Stitches. Number 1 is Rolling Range, all by Bruce Walls of Greenville, Ohio, Gina Boolman of Westerville, Ohio, trained by Bruce Walls, the driver, Ronnie Gillespie. Number 2 is Angel L, all by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Hurley Racing of Dublin, Ohio, Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 3 is Carrie's Quick Hit, owned and trained by Jerry Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio, the driver, Eli Schwartzentruber. Number 4 is Tilly the Teller, all by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Tim Gentry of Newark, Ohio, S. Weingartner of Newark, Ohio, Marion Beachy of Sugar Creek, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 5 is Hill Express, owned by Andrew Eicher of Greenville, Indiana, trained by Leroy Eicher, the driver, Aaron Lehman. And number 6 is Flowers Victory, owned by the Black and White Stable of Milroy, Indiana, trained by Leander Schwartz, the driver, Kevin Detweiler.
Were you saying something, Rusty? Do you remember?
I forget what it was.
Okay.
Actually. Oh, I was going to say on the way up here, I ran through all the roads were wet.
Oh, yeah. No, outside of Van Wert, south of Van Wert, it was pretty wet.
So I was definitely worried coming today because last night when we were looking, I think it was supposed to rain all day here, starting in the morning, going all the way through. And Steve Bateson was up here earlier with us and mentioned that this track can't handle a ton of water. And so, but I mean, we'll take it.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for? Field of 6 going into race 13. This is the 4th division. 4 of 5 for 2-year-old filly trotters. Purse of $3,138. Ronnie Gillespie chose on the 1. Rolling Range, Bruce Walls trains. This is an in-range filly out of a Wishing Stone mare. Sammy's Rolling Stone. Bruce does own alongside Gina Bowman of Westerville, Ohio. Originally a $22,000 purchase in the Ohio selected sale.
Number 2, Angel L, is a $12,000 Lexington select purchase for the Levan Stables. Hank will drive. 2-year-old brown filly by Creatine out of the Yankee Glide mare, Northern Grace, Levan Stables Woodstock, Harley Racing of Dublin, Megan Levan and R. Fries of Woodstock own the 2, Angel L.
You want to introduce us to the 3? No? No. The 3-horse Eli Schwartzentruber is going to drive the 3. Carries Quick Hit for Jerry Miller, who owns this Volstead filly out of a What the Hill mare. Looks to be a private purchase. Oh, possibly. It looks like a Jacob Miller bred. Jerry Miller owns. I'm not sure if that was just an in-the-family type thing or if it was a private sale.
Rosie Weaver trains and drives a 4 and owns in partnership with T. Gentry, S. Weingartner, and Marion Beachy. Tilly the Teller is a 2-year-old brown filly by Centurium ATM out of the Dewey Cheatham and Howe mare, Georgie Hall, a $12,000 Buckeye Classic purchase.
Starting from the outside in the 5-hole, Aaron Lehman drives for Leroy Eicher. Hill Express is a What the Hill filly of a Mr. Cantab mare. Andrew Eicher owns and did breed.
And rounding out the field, it's a second-tier start for the 6, Flowers Victory. Kevin Detweiler for Leander Schwartz. In the black and white stable, Milroy, Indiana, $13,000 Buckeye Classic purchase. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter out of the Agnes Hall mare First Flower. And Mike Wapkenberg has 5 on gate in the trailer, and here they come.
There they come. Here, off and trotting. The first horse away is Angel L. Moving up second is Tilly the Teller. On the outside third is Hill Express. Down at the rail fourth, that is Carey's Quick Hit. Moving up fifth is Flowers Victory. And the last horse is Roland Range. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Hank LeVan has Angel L on top by 3.5 lengths. Racing in there second is Tilly the Teller, driven by Rosie Weaver. Moving up third, that is Hill Express, driven by Aaron Lehman. Moving along fourth, down the back, that's Flowers Victory, driven by Kevin Detweiler, moving up third. Fourth along the rail, that's Hill Express, driven by Aaron Lehman. First quarter trotted in 33 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Angel L with the lead. Racing in there second is Tilly the Teller. Third as they race down toward the half, that's Flowers Victory. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Hank LeVan and Angel L bringing the horses down to the half. Tilly the Teller in there second, Flowers Victory is third. Moving up fourth is Carey's Quick Hit. Fifth, it is Roland Range, and the last horse is Hill Express. First half trotted in 105 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark, that's Angel L with the lead. 3 lengths back second is Tilly the Teller. Ranging up on the outside third now is Flowers Victory. Farther back fourth comes Carey's Quick Hit. On the outside fifth, Roland Range, and the last horse, Hill Express. Going to the 3/4 mile mark, that's Angel L with the lead, but Flowers Victory is gaining with every stride on the outside. Tilly the Teller third along the rail. Moving up fourth now is Roland Range. 3/4 was in 136 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's Angel L, Flowers Victory, Tilly the Teller. Flying on the outside now comes Hill Express, but Hill Express goes off stride once again. As they race toward home, that's Angel L and Flowers Victory. Angel L and Flowers Victory. It's going to be Angel L, and here the outcome. Flowers Victory up for second, up for third is Tilly the Teller. A mile in 2:07.
2:07 flat for Angel L. I think that is Hank's second win of the meet, but I believe that's his first of the evening. Doug walked away, and he's my numbers guy. He's been keeping track of all of that. But yesterday was Hank's birthday. Did you tell him happy birthday?
No, I haven't seen him.
Come on, Rusty.
I haven't seen Hank.
No, but he did have a winner yesterday. He had a couple of decent checks, but I think he only had one winner yesterday, and this is going to make for another. His first of the day, and Angel L. First lifetime starts a win.
I was up the first half of the program up talking to Hank's owner, Mr. Darmafall, Joe and Fran. Had a nice conversation with them. In fact, I don't know, in Salina at our fair, they donated, or Joe's paying for this, the singer that's here tonight.
Yeah.
He's going to come to Salina.
That'll be this first time, right?
Yeah.
Salina?
Yeah. So I got introduced to the singer and had a conversation with Joe and Fran, and they went home because they got to do something tomorrow, I think. They're busy all the time going.
They do a lot.
Yeah.
They do a lot for the county fair circuit. We appreciate it through and through. You know, they're a very big sponsor of this fair specifically because I think this is the closest to them. Maybe you'd know.
Well, Sylvania. They live at Sylvania, so they could go. I mean, this circuit, I think. I don't.
Yeah. But also, we just actually gave Joe and Fran, I think it was the Extra Effort Award for OHHA.
Yeah, well, in fact, I sent the nomination in.
Yeah?
Just because for what they do, you know, just throw money at the harness, and he wants to improve things. He always has ideas, and they're all good, I guess. You know, everything. He likes it. Well, the music, for instance, he likes the music in between because he says people leave, get bored, and with the music they maybe stay a little longer.
Right.
Angel L. Alma LeVan Stables Incorporated, Hurley Racing LLC, Megan LeVan and Richard Fries, trained to deliver the victory by Hank LeVan. The blanket for this race is courtesy of All About Stitches. To a big hand here for Hank Levan and Angel L. And to All About Stitches, the donors of the blanket.
Looks like our prices are official. $18.80 to win. We go 264 across the wire there.
Roland Rage was fourth. Number 2, Angel L was a winner. Number 3, Carrie's Quick Hit was fifth. Number 4, Tilly the Teller was third. Number 5, Hill Express was sixth. And number 6, Flowers Victory was second. Time in the first quarter was 33 2/5. The half was in 105 2/5. The 3 quarters in 136 4/5 with a mile in 207. From the top it should read 4:15.362, a mile in 207.
And that does it for the 4th division of those freshman filly trotters. That is one that has split many times tonight.
Yeah.
There's a total of 5 divisions to go forth for those girls, so we have one more coming up. But first, and well, I should say next, actually, the 5th and final division of 2-year-old colt pacers. We've got a full gate coming up, 5 horses to go in race 14.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion In Range set new sales records at the 2025 jug sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm consignment.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Race 14 coming up next. 14 of 19. We've had 2 very big cards here, but I'm trying to remember back last year, I think actually we might have had 20 on a single night here at Paulding. And I am very impressed. I need to give it to everybody involved behind the scenes. Bill Peters for calling them out, the judges, everybody. They are, and the horsemen. The horsemen are staying on top of it.
Yep.
I appreciate it. I would like to get home before 1 a.m. So thank you. Thank you at all that are on the backside listening.
Now, will you work from home tomorrow?
No, unfortunately, no.
You'll have to go to
I will go in
Grove
late,
City?
though. Yep,
Yeah.
I will go in late just because, well, I've had 2 days out in the field. I'm taking Friday off because I worked this past weekend in Northfield for charity night. So I'm already going to take Friday off. And I say take Friday off, but I'm pretty sure I'm hauling horses for my mom again or something. Those are what my days off from, I guess, office work, right? Quote unquote office work. I have been, I'm the C team. I don't know what she needs. She needs other things. We were just talking earlier. A crazy busy weekend. Not this upcoming, but the next with Circleville. There's a lot of stakes.
Yeah.
Right. We're really getting in. Everybody's going to start going, 2 and 3-year-olds. But my mom and Kevin Snyder, who works for her, rides for her, and my Uncle Randy. I don't know if you know my Uncle Randy or not, but he's been around for some time. They're going up. They're taking, I think, a load of 4 or 5 up to Northfield to race in the Ohio Sire Stakes, and there's 2 nights of BSS. They'll be gone Saturday to like Tuesday, and so that means we've got a barn full of horses still back at home, and so we've got a couple other people that work for are going to stay there, and then I'm the C team. Myself and Jack Franklin are going to go take 3 to Circleville Fair when they're so we're all over the place, and that's just the name of the game.
Yeah. I did, back to that Buckeye, I did notice last week at Northfield they had the Buckeye, and the Clayman, that seemed to work very well.
It's looking really good, but it's, you know, I can say this because we got placed in one of those divisions. I was just talking to Ty Bates back there. He had a horse, the Ebony Dragon, 3-year-old colt pacer that just went 51 and 4 maybe? It went 51 apiece at least, and I think we were in there with him, and I think our horse went 53 or 54.
Right.
So we didn't get a check, if you were wondering, on that one. But there are other divisions that go in 53 or 54. It's completely doesn't matter if it's a fair race, if it's a sire stake, anywhere. It just matters where you draw. But it really seemingly, you know, that tier B of that Buckeye Claiming Series is at least giving someone else some money.
Yeah,
that's the idea.
I know. Well, I looked mostly to trotters, and they seemed like they were about 2 seconds slower than the top, you know, the non-claiming ones. Which
there have been some claims.
I did see a horse got claimed.
Have been some claims, which is
And what is the claiming tag? Is across the board?
It's 25 with no allowance, so it's a straight 25.
Straight 25.
They go for 15 a leg. The final, I think, will go for 30.
So
and they can claim
is it
25.
mares?
No allowances.
No allowances.
Nope.
So it's straight across.
Yep. No allowances, and there's some stipulations. Again, I'm kind of on the outside looking in. I'm not really in charge of that language there, so I don't know it off the top of my head. I'd have to pull out a staking guide, but I believe there are some rules when claiming in the 4th and 5th leg.
Yeah, I think maybe that they can't. Maybe, the last.
Because if you know that you're going to make the final already, I don't want you claiming my horse just because you want that final money.
Right.
So we're trying to put up some parameters around that. But there's only been two legs go so far. It's only 3-year-olds this year. 2-year-olds. We are thinking eventually, maybe next year, that claiming series will kind of expand to include 2 and 3, but this year it is just 3-year-olds.
And there's some people out here this year that's getting some Bob money too, racing.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
you're right. That's a brand new program.
Yeah, that's right. We
Buckeye
talked
Owners
about that.
Bonus.
Yeah, we talked about that last year.
Yeah, Buckeye Owners Bonus. That was something actually. Well, we'll go to the post parade first.
Yes.
Going for a purse of $3,030 and a blanket courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. One is Lightning Dance. All by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio. David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio. Trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Braden Rose. Number 2 is Catch the Truth. All by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio. And Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Carson Conrad. Number 3 is MSGs. All by Golden Gates USO of Columbus, Ohio. And Mitchell Standardbreds Incorporated of Jacksonville, Florida. Trained and driven by Jeff Neisonger. Number 4 is Pre-Fire. All by Rick Estel of Oakwood, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Pierce Henry. And number 5 is Paradise Breeze. All by Kathy Todd of Wasion, trained by Kim Pluta, the driver Ty Goodell. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
But Bob, that's a brand new program that really took shape. Probably, we kind of unveiled it pretty quickly.
Yes, right in midsummer, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's a Buckeye Owners Bonus. That's what Bob stands for. And the idea of it is if you bought, it's not just public auction. It's even homebreds.
Yeah, you got to nominate the yearling, I think.
Yeah, so it's probably a little bit more convoluted than I can go in before we go to the gate, but we have for many years now had breeders awards. You have to nominate a mare for $20 when she's in full. So it's not something that happens once that baby hits the ground. It's $20 when she's in full to nominate that baby into the breeders awards. And a couple years down the road, maybe let's say 2 and 3, it's just stakes. But at 2 and 3, let's say you make $100,000. Pet Project actually was part of this for us because he's a homebred. He makes $100,000 as a 2-year-old. You get a certain percentage and an additional payout if you're the breeder. Well, what if you're the owner? So we have actually it's a continuation onto the breeders. If you're already registered into the breeders program, if you own a 2-year-old, right now it's just the 2-year-olds. Next year will be 2 and 3. At the end of, I think it's November 1st is the cutoff.
Right.
If you own that horse on November 1st, whatever they made that entire season up against, the rest of the 2-year-olds that were eligible, yada, yada, you get a certain percentage extra. So sometimes that can be, a significant amount of money.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen Breeders' Awards go for upwards of $30,000 if you have a great season and you're like the clear front runner,
Yes.
right? It's not all the time. Don't get too excited, but it's an extra paycheck, and it really, really helps supplement the rest of this industry. And the idea, of course, is to therefore funnel it back into the industry and the sales, etc.
Well, we look across the way. 5 2-year-old Colt Pacers making their way to the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. He is rolling. The gates open. Lightning Dance, Braden Rhodes, Carson Conrad looking for his 4th driving win of the meet. Behind Catch the Truth. MSGS, Jeff Nysonger looking for career win, 3,993. Looking for his 4th on the evening. Pierce Henry and Pre-Fire. Pierce looking for his 3rd of the evening. Ty Goodell behind Paradise Breeze. Ty is looking to double up. A field of 5, all on gate. Let's go to Bill Peters.
Here, up and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Lightning Dance. Up on the outside second is Pre-Fire. At the rail third, that's Catch the Truth. On the outside fourth is MSG's. The last horse is Paradise Breeze. Paradise Breeze goes off stride. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark. Pierce Henry has Pre-Fire on top by 2 lengths. Racing second is Lightning Dance, driven by Braden Rhodes. Third along the rail, heading down the backside is MSG, driven by Jeff Nysonger. Racing in there fourth is Catch the Truth, driven by Carson Conrad. Fifth is Paradise Breeze, driven by Ty Goodell. First quarter paced in 31 2/5 seconds. As they race into that turn to race around the turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's with the lead Pre-Fire. 2.5 lengths back. Second is Lightning Dance. Further back third comes Catch the Truth. Fourth is MSG's. The last horse, Paradise Breeze. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Pierce Henry and Pre-Fire bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in there second is Carson Conrad with Lightning Dance. Off stride third now goes Catch the Truth. Taking over third is MSG's. First half paced in 101 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Pre-Fire on top by 2 lengths. Racing second, Lightning Dance. Third is MSG's. Fourth is Paradise Breeze. The last horse is Catch the Truth. Approaching the 3/4 mile mark. That's Pre-Fire by 2.5. Racing second, Lightning Dance. Further back third comes MSG's. Fourth is Catch the Truth, and the last horse is Paradise Breeze's fourth. The last horse is Catch the Truth. 3/4 in 132 4/5. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Opening up now is Pre-Fire. Pre-Fire now by 4 lengths over Lightning Dance. Racing third, MSG's with Paradise Breeze moving up on the outside fourth. As they race for home, though, it's going to be Pre-Fire, and here the outcome. Lightning Dance up for second. MSG's gets up for third. 1 mile in 2:01 4/5.
Final half, 1:05. Gate to wire for the 2-year-old Bay Colt, but Catch the Fire. Pre-Fire.
Very nice colt.
Yes, Chad Williamson trains for Charles Estel of Oakwood. Pierce Henry gets his 3rd winning drive of the evening, his 4th of the 2-day meet here at the Paulding County Fair.
I saw on Facebook where Pierce is going to be a dad.
I saw that too, maybe in November. Birth of a little boy, I believe.
Was that one of the faster divisions that we saw? No. I think we had a 2-minute division earlier in the night. Pretty easy sweep though for him, for Pierce.
Yeah. I believe I'm going to take off.
Okay.
It's going to be dark soon, and
yeah.
Well, I got to get home before dark. I got this ankle bracelet on. If I'm not home in
Your wife come looking for you?
Well, parole officer.
Well, do you think I can I start using that excuse too? Actually, Doug, I'll see you later. I'll see you in Ottawa.
Yeah, I got to be getting home.
Where the winners go, coming in from Oakwood, Ohio, comes number 4, Pre-Fire. Owned by Rick Estel, trained by Chad Williamson, and driven to victory this evening by Pierce Henry. A blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Let's have a big hand here for Pre-Fire, Rick Estel, Chad Williamson, and Pierce Henry.
Is it out when we plug it in here?
Stakes for him, possibly. He looked pretty nice. He wasn't even laboring.
Out of $1 million Cam mare. $23,000 blooded horse sale purchase. 31-2, 101-3, 132-4, as we mentioned, the back half in a minute and a fifth. Looked pretty easy doing it. Pre-Fire and Pierce Henry. Well, thank you for stopping by, and have a safe and pleasant trip home. That's the only reason you came up here. You didn't get any ice cream. I'll be darned.
You have to work a full shift to get ice cream up here. Still waiting for the official rundown, yeah? Doesn't look like official prices are posted quite yet.
$30 in the win pool.
Say we're getting a little thinner as the night
Yes.
goes on, right? But actually, there are still a handful of
Yeah,
people.
we
Here. It
got-
definitely is a smaller crowd considered, like,
Yes.
well, compared to, last
Yeah,
night
it was
we had
a very
great
nice crowd last night.
And I said, I'm surprised people were staying this late. You know, it's a Monday night, people got to go to work. And then Doug said, a lot of these people definitely don't work anymore.
Lightning Dance was second. Number 2, Catch the Truth was 5th. Number 3, MSGs was 3rd. Number 4, Pre-Fire was the winner. And number 5, Paradise Breeze was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 31 2/5. The half was in 101 3/5. The 3/4 in 132 4/5. With a mile in 201 4/5. From the top, it should read 2, 5, 3, 1, 4 on the bottom. The mile in 201 4/5.
Race 15 coming up next. Second and final division of sophomore colt trotters. Purse of $6,955. A field of 6 horses. Give us just a moment. We'll be right back.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
We are back here at night 2, the Paulding County Fair. 2 down and 123 to go till October 15th, something like that, at the Fairfield County Fair in Lancaster.
Yep. I don't know if that intimidates me or excites me a little bit, but plenty of racing. I will say we're tired. We are tired by the end of it. Probably honestly, going into the jug, even we're gonna toast. Matt can attest to that.
I've always wanted to do at least part of the sale, the select sale down there, like a broadcast, but that would be like several days couple days at least of setup, then a long day there, and then that goes right into
Delaware.
Yeah. So it's just too much.
Yeah.
Well, for the size of the team, I don't think people always realize how big OHHA is because of how much we produce. We're very small. The whole office staff is 10 people, and that includes like track reps, right? So Brett Merkel and Amy Holler, who sit not in the office because it's not what they do. All your administration staff is included in that 10. And really, I mean, we've expanded. We brought on Stephen Taylor, who is kind of a, Matt 2.0. He runs a lot of the camera stuff. And Wes Mayberry, who does a lot of the publication work now. But before then, it was really the four of us. It was Frank, but he stepped into a new role, so that was kind of wonky. And Susan, Matt, myself, and then Kim Homa does a lot of work for us as well, but she's actually not a full-time employee. And so it's kind of crazy. It is crazy. There's really just a team of, 5.5, 6, somewhere in between that, that does the majority of what is produced, what you guys are seeing and hearing. And you, Doug, you're pretty much an honorary.
Honorary.
You're getting close to full-time.
Honorary.
In the summertime, anyway.
Oh, I enjoy it. Honorary.
Only certain special people to get to be on the broadcast at Delaware, and you've been for many years now. But going into Delaware, we are pretty exhausted. And then once you get to Wednesday and Thursday, you're kind of like invigorated all over again.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Delaware's a fun week.
I've never enjoyed Delaware for what it is. We've never had an opportunity to do
It's been
that.
a long time since I could just sit there and watch the races and bet a couple of races. And
I actually probably on both hands could tell you how many races I actually watch at Delaware because you just don't get a chance to because you're working, sure. I watch the jug, I watch the eliminations, but a lot of times I'm specifically the way that I function, like I run in between the races and stuff, and so I never get to sit down and watch them.
$5 and a blanket courtesy of Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is What Say You? By Joel Shivak of Woodville, Ohio, and Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 2 is Pickle Shot. By Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, Barbara Wilson of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Braden Rhodes. Number 3 is Mogul Maverick. By Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Ellery Rose Farms of Strasburg, Ohio, Tim Gentry of Newark, Ohio, and S. Weingartner of Newark, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Ronnie Gillespie. Number 4 is OK One More, owned by Phil Groves of Sydney, trained by Brian Georges, the driver Alex Hawk. Number 5 is Fast Break, trained and driven by Bob Rowland of Jackson, Michigan. And number 6 is Trottin' Marseille, owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance, the driver Rick Miller. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows, closing in 4 minutes.
Touching on Delaware quick, anything new this year, like backside interviews, broadcasts that we can do live?
Don't think that far ahead, Doug. Come on. We would like to think that far ahead, but again, small team, sometimes our hands are tied. Something that is, I would say, in the works that we are trying to figure out how to do, as Matt just brought up, we will not live stream, but we're hoping to do kind of a preview into the the Ohio Selected Sale this year.
Which I think would be great.
Yeah, so we're going to try to hop around to, first we're going to start probably with OHHA board members that are breeders and have farms. We're going to hop around and maybe get one or two of their, hopefuls, what they're thinking may be some of their high sellers. And give some people some previews, and just we don't give a lot of the breeders, because they are the very first stage. They don't get a lot of the spotlight because at this stage, right where we're sitting down today, you're thinking about trainers. Drivers really sit behind them for like 3 minutes, but we're thinking about trainers. They get a lot of the credit for where these horses are. Sometimes we're good about giving credit to the groom, but the breeders, really, we've talked day in and day out for many seasons now how remarkable this breed has become, and really that's because of the breeders. So that's kind of possibly what we're trying to figure out. But with that, it's the busiest time of year for us. We got to find a couple days to be able to get away and do that.
I would love to do more features on that. Last summer I had the chance to visit a few places, and it's just amazing. I mean, there's so much more work that goes into that than I ever imagined. And just, kind of the prep before the sale.
Oh, yes.
Well, we are rolling actually much quicker than I thought, but this is the second and final division of the 3-year-old colt trotters. We'll go nice and quick. Ty Bates, trains, what say you? Pierce Henry is going to get the call. This guy has stepped it up recently into the Buckeye Claiming Series. Unfortunately, I don't have how he finished there.
Pickle shot, Braden Rhodes for Rosie Weaver, 21,000 lifetime.
Ronnie Gillespie now to drive Mogul Maverick for Rosie Weaver in the 3-horse.
4, okay, one more. Alex Hawk for Brian Georges.
Bob Rowland trains and drives Fast Break along Tom Gelding.
And the trailer of the 6, Trutton Marseille, Richard Miller, looking for his second career win.
Been trotting the first horse away in the middle of the track is Mogul Maverick. Dropping in there second is Pickle Shot. Up on the outside third is Fast Break. At the rail fourth is What Say You. Racing in there fifth is Trotton Marseille. And the last horse is OK One More. Off stride went Mogul Maverick. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. That's Fast Break on the outside, driven by Bob Rowland with the lead. Now he's going to tuck in the second 2-hole. Now taking over the lead is Braden Rhodes with Pickle Shot, with Fast Break in there second. Racing third is What Say You, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth is Trotton Marseille, driven by Rick Miller. Racing fifth is OK One More, driven by Alex Hawk. The last horse, Mogul Maverick, driven by Ronnie Gillespie. First quarter was trotted in 31 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Out there on the front end, that is Pickle Shot. Fast Break trots in there a close second. Charging up on the outside third. Now as they come down to the half, that is OK One More. First half trotted in 104 and 4/5. That's OK One More on the outside, pouring on the pressure on Pickle Shot along the rail. Fast Break is racing third. What Say You trots in there fourth. Moving up fifth is Mogul Maverick, and the last horse is Trotton Marseille. Heading down that backside, that's still Pickle Shot with the lead. OK One More trots second. Racing third at the rail is Fast Break. On the outside fourth is What Say You. Fifth along the rail, Mogul Maverick, and Trotton Marseille trails. 3/4 in 135 and 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, OK One More sticks his nose out in front on the outside. Coming back second is Pickle Shot. That's OK One More and Pickle Shot. They are only heads apart as they turn for home. Pickle Shot at the rail. OK One More on the outside with Fast Break third a little farther back as they race for home. That's Pickle Shot at the rail. OK One More on the outside. OK One More and Pickle Shot. It's going to be OK One More. Pickle Shot up for second. Looked like What Say You got up for third. A mile in 2:04 and 3/5.
2:04 and 3. I've got 4:215 across the wire. I didn't think he was going to get up and do it. So going into the final turn, I mean, I knew he was coming pretty decent first up, but I didn't think he was going to have enough gut to get around.
They were stride for stride, neither wanting to give an inch. Back half in 59 and 4, 31 and 4 for the opener. Halfway home in 4 and 4, 35 and 2, 2:04 and 3. OK One More was a $45,000 Ohio Select purchase 2 years ago. 3-0 Bago to son of Triumphant Caviars, owned by basketball coach Philip Groves. He coaches at Bachkins, lives in Sydney. A credit winner mare, Centerfold Lady, gets her first of the season, 6th career in 15 lifetime starts.
Pickle Shot, I remember this horse. Actually, we featured him on Freshman Focus last year with Rosie Weaver, and there's a little bit of a story behind his name. But I think he's improved tenfold coming into this 3-year-old season. He wasn't a bad horse last year at all. I mean, 15 grand, had 4 wins and 12 starts, hit the board a couple more times outside of that. But he just looked really, really good here this evening. Now, I have not really kept track of how he's been doing at Scioto. He stepped it up into the Buckeye. So maybe he's looked good all season. This is just the first time I've been able to watch him.
And now moving down the track into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Sydney, Ohio, comes number 4, OK One More. Owned by Phil Groves, trained by Brian Georges, and driven to victory this evening by Alex Hawk. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society.
I'm going to be...
For Phil Groves, Brian Georges, Alex Hawk, and OK One More.
Looks like prices are official. Here we go.
Number 1, What Say You was 3rd. Number 2, Pickle Shot was 2nd. Number 3, Mogul Maverick was 6th. Number 4, OK One More was a winner. Number 5, Fast Break was 4th. Number 6, Trottin' Marseille was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 31 4/5. The half was in 104 4/5. The 3/4 in 135 2/5, with a mile in 204 3/5. From the top it should read 326 145, a mile in 204 3/5. The last half in 59 4/5 seconds.
You know, I don't know what made me think of this now. We've only had, I think, one scratch. Am I correct on that
I
one?
think it was yesterday. It was
And
like
that was and that was an overnight.
Yeah. I can't remember exactly what, but it was late.
Yeah, it
late in
was.
the card too.
One scratch out of probably, I'm gonna
I bet
210 horses roughly.
At least. You had a thought. I also had a thought. Brian Georges was our winning trainer that last race. Brian trains out of Wilmington, yeah?
Yes.
And he announces at Wilmington. That's
Yes.
the only fair that he announces.
Yes.
I wish he would announce more.
Good announcer, got a great
He's
voice.
so good.
Got
he
a
is
great
so
voice,
good.
yes.
And I wish he would announce more. I'm sure life
Yes.
schedule does not allow him to do that, but he is so good.
Yes.
And I'm not the only one that thinks that. We get
Mhm.
comments like that, especially Clinton County Fair, where he does announce. It always takes me a minute to remember who it is because it's the only
Yes.
time we hear him, and he is very, very.
He
good.
didn't announce last year because he was short of help, going to race
Ah.
horses. And Jeremy, that's how Jeremy got his
Oh.
start, Jeremy Moore.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yes.
Well, cool. We have race 16 coming up next. 19 to go tonight. Well, not 19.
You know who called their?
Don't say that.
Talking about Wilmington, who called their very first race? The very first race they ever called was at Wilmington.
Roger
Houston.
Yeah.
And he's coming up on 185,000. When will
Crazy.
it be? When will it be? 185,000.
Well, it's not the next one because Roger's not calling the next one, but race 16 coming up next. We'll introduce to you a field of 6 in just a moment.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, Jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to OHHA.com. That's OHHA.com.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. Pacer, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to Pacer. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
We're back.
Oh, do you want to? Can he still, or do you want on?
Huh?
Oh, you can stay on. Listen. He actually sat down for you. Didn't sit down for
Yeah.
me. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us this evening. We just turned the track lights on. Race 16 coming up next. 19 to bring you this evening. But first, Matt Clark worked his magic actually, and we have another guest. This is our third for the night. We're rolling nice and good. Dalton Walls.
The pride of Greenville, Dalton Walls.
Yeah. Finally famous enough to get on here. So.
You're racing for Dad right now.
Yeah.
When are yours going to start coming?
Qualified 1 on Monday. Probably qualify a couple more, and then Ottawa will hit it pretty heavy.
Yeah.
2-year-old trotting filly tonight. New track record out here.
Yeah, she was very good.
Yeah,
very good. Ben Nice Mary did a great job with her. So.
Yeah.
Yep. So we'll see.
How many does your dad have that you're helping him out with now?
The 2 tonight are the only ones still racing. So.
Okay, and
yeah.
you have how many in your stable now?
Too many. 7 or 8.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot with all of them.
For a purse of $3,615 and a blanket courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. The one is Deborah L. Alma Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio. Hurley Racing of Dublin, Ohio. Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio. Trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 2 is Coco Motion. Alma Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Carson Conrad. Number 3 is Same Girl Same. Owned and trained by Stacy Curry of Thornville, Ohio, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is City of Fear. Owned by Rick Astle of Oakwood, Ohio, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Dancing Hilda. Owned by Mike Raker of Fayette, Ohio, trained by Russ Sutherland, the driver is Ronnie Gillespie. At number 6 is You're No Daisy at All. Owned by Jeff and Tony Arvin of Hamilton, Ohio, trained and driven by Jeff Neisauer. Remember the number 2 horse, Coco Motion, is racing on it with Lasix.
Dalton, you're down at Greenville, Dark County,
Oh, yeah.
right there at the fairgrounds. I've been wondering, for anyone that's not been there, you can see the Gene Regal barn in the background of the place. It was up for sale. Do you have any idea? Did anybody buy it? What they're doing with it?
Yeah, the fairgrounds bought it. I'm not really sure what they're doing with it.
Okay.
But I think it's turned into a storage building, unfortunately.
Oh, no kidding?
Yeah.
I was hoping maybe some horses would get back in
Well,
there.
they gave us the offer to stall rent there, but you got to do all the manure removal and
needs a
stuff.
ton of
And
work, right?
yeah,
I'm sure,
it
yeah.
hasn't been touched for probably a decade. But no, I don't think they have any intention for Horsemen to take it.
Well, that's a shame.
Yep.
How's everything else going down? The track's been good down there, and
Yep. Sloopies is great. Darts are still flying. Beer's cold. So
yeah, I'm ready for you.
Yep.
It's going to be here sooner than we think, right? We were just talking about that.
Unfortunately, yeah.
No joke. Once it starts rolling, it really starts rolling. Ronnie G came all the way up here, drive a couple for you, picked up a couple more drives too.
Yeah, celebrity like him. He only came down for me, but I spent 2 years with him, so he's got to do it for me. But
So let's talk about it. You spent 2 years really with. Is it only been 2 years? You've been with Ronnie longer than that.
I've known Ronnie a long time, but I worked for him directly for 2 years. Yeah.
And so, but you've had your own.
Oh yeah,
for
yeah.
Many, I mean.
Yeah, the whole
honestly,
time.
probably
But
a decade, close to, right?
Since I was 18, so
Yeah.
getting close. Yeah.
Getting close. We're reaching 30
Yeah.
quicker than we
Yeah.
like to see.
Than we like to think about.
You used to drive a little bit. Why are we not out there? Come on.
Driving?
Yeah.
I have the deadest hands you could find. And I have no business out there, so I leave it to the professionals like Ronnie Gillespie. So
I'm glad you said it and I didn't have to.
Do you want to talk about your colt who's qualified?
No, not yet.
All right.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
Yeah, not
Fair
yet.
enough.
Let's take a super quick look at race 16 going behind the gate. This is the 4th and possibly final division of our 3-year-old filly Pacers. From the rail, we have Deborah L. Hank Levan trains and drives. This is another one that has stepped it up recently into the Buckeye Claiming Series. Unfortunately, just didn't get a lick. The 8-hole did not do her any favors there, but she made $20,000 last year for Hank. The 2-horse Carson Conrad will drive for Herman Hagerman and Coco Motion, racing on Lasix tonight, so we'll see how that does. Our 3-horse Mark St. Louis Jr., Same Girl Same for Stacy Curry. Our 4-horse is Going to be driven by Pierce Henry, City of Fear, Chad Williamson, Clifton Bell now on the 5, and the 6 is driven by Jeff Nysonger, passing up to Bill Peters for the call.
Clear off and pacing. Going out to where they're to lead along the rail is Deborah L. Moving up on the outside second, that's Coco Motion. Down at the rail third, that's Your No Daisy at All. In their fourth is City of Fear. Racing up fifth is Dancing Hilda, and the last horse after going off stride is Same Girl Same. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Hank Levan has Deborah L. on top by about 3.5 lengths. Pacing in there second, that is Your No Daisy at All, driven by Jeff Nysonger. Moving along third, City of Fear, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter paced in 30 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Deborah L. by 1.5 lengths. Still racing second, Your No Daisy at All. City of Fear is in their third. Racing fourth is Dancing Hilda. Fifth as they race down toward the half, that's Coco Motion, and the last horse is Same Girl Same. Past the half-mile mark, that's Deborah L. by 1.5 lengths over Your No Daisy at All. First half paced in 1 minute and 1/5 seconds. As they round that turn to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark, that's Deborah L. with the lead. Racing in there second, that's Your No Daisy at All. Moving along third, City of Fear. Racing fourth down the backside is Coco Motion. Fifth is Same Girl Same, and the last horse, Dancing Hilda. Past that 3/4 mile mark, Deborah L. on top by 3 lengths. Still racing second, Your No Daisy at All with City of Fear third, followed by Coco Motion fourth. 3/4 in 1:30 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's Deborah L. by 2 lengths. But closing it with his other stride is Your No Daisy at All. That's Deborah L. at the rail. Your No Daisy at All on the outside as they race through the lane. Deborah L. and Your No Daisy at All. Deborah L. at the rail. Your No Daisy at All on the outside. It's going to be Deborah L. and here they all come. Your No Daisy at All up for second. City of Fear for third.
2 minutes and 4/5.
1 mile in 2 minutes and 4/5.
Deborah L. Hank Levan, the Black Filly by Racing Hill, gets it done. As I mentioned when I introduced her very quickly, she kind of stepped it up into that mid-tier, the Buckeye Claiming Series, drew the 8-hole her last time out at Scioto Downs, and just couldn't get it done, but she still went then in 56-1 and kind of proves it once again tonight. A little bit easier company here at the fairs, and that rail did her some favors too. That's going to be the first win of the season for Deborah L.
2 minutes 4/5, a gate to wire. Ashley, she, the 3-year-old Black Filly by Racing Hill, gets her second career win. Took a mark last year, 3-3 at Richwood. 2 minutes and 4/5, 30 2/5. Minute and a fifth, 1:30 2/5. Home in 2 minutes and 4/5. Fended off Your No Daisy at All, and Jeff Nysonger. Hank Levan gets his second winner of the evening. Hank doubles up. This and owned by Levan Stables, Hurley Racing, R. Freeze, and Megan Levan. And Hank trains Deborah L. as she returns to the winner's circle. Just got a text from a friend of mine in Florida. Former Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association Director Paul Sunderhouse just wanted to pass along the great job we do bringing the races, and he said moving to Florida where his work takes him, that's why he owns some Ohio breds yet.
I did not realize
because he
that.
can watch the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association broadcast.
Very
so.
cool. Well, thanks for following along, as always, and for the kind words. That really does mean a lot. I mean, we're 6 years into this now, but every kind word, it keeps us going, so thank you.
Riders go coming in from Woodstock, Dublin, and Northfield. Comes number 1, Deborah L. Owned by Levan Stables, Hurley Racing, Richard Freeze, and Megan Levan, and trained in over to victory by Hank Levan. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. For Hank Levan and Deborah L. Here are the official placings for race 16 from the top. For 1, Deborah L. was the winner. Number 2, Coco Motion was 5th. Number 3, Same Girl Same was 4th. Number 4, City of Fear was 3rd. Number 5, Dancing Hill was 6th. And number 6, You're No Daisy at All was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 30 2/5. The half was in 1 minute and 1/5. The 3/4 in 1:30 2/5, with a mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. From the top, it should read 1:54.362, a mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. Let's have a big hand for Terry Adams, who does a fine job of putting the blankets on here at the Paulding County Fair. Let's give Terry a big hand. Also, we want to recognize those 4 main sponsors for the harness racing that are listed there by the winner's circle. Integrity Ford, Truland Equipment, Joe and Friend Dharma Fall, and Steikman's of Paulding. Let's give them a big hand for Integrity Ford, Truland Equipment, Joe and Friend Dharma Fall, and Steikman's. Also, a big hand again for Bill Webb, who did a great job of getting us.
There we go. A race 16 official. Paid $9.40. Returned $9.40.
Okay, Matt.
I don't know what the pool was, but
Yeah.
gets a little thinner as the night goes on. I was just on Facebook scrolling super quick, and I saw that D. Sanders just got his first pari-mutuel
I
driving
just saw that.
win.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
At Scioto Downs
At
tonight?
Scioto, yeah.
He's got to be awfully excited about that.
D was one of my recipients. We talked about this
Yes.
yesterday. For the Bill Daly Foundation, I buy at least one set of collars about every single year for, doesn't have to be kids, it just tends to be younger people kind of getting their start in the industry. And D is from is he Mississippi too?
It very well could be,
Yep.
yeah.
And I probably bought his first set of colors maybe 3 or 4 years ago now. He was working for Todd Luther for a while.
Yep.
That's when he first came up to Ohio and did really well, actually on the Terry Holton Youth Series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Around the fairs,
Yep.
and now he is helping Ronnie.
Yeah,
helping
full-time with Ronnie. I think he might still help the Luthers a little when they come up and race,
Gotcha.
but I don't know that. He knows a lot about those horses. He still keeps a close eye on them. I mean, he really enjoyed working for those guys, but with them moving the operation down to Kentucky, that would have been a big move
Sometimes
for him.
it's just too much for people
Yeah.
to follow him, for
Yeah.
sure. But congratulations to D. He's going to have I saw it. That's why I wanted to
Yeah,
give
that's awesome.
him some
Yeah.
his first set of colors, but I knew that he had a pretty bright career. So you got to start somewhere, and he just got his first pari-mutuel win. It looks like turning the page, race 17 is going to be the 5th and final division, finally, 5th and final division of these freshman filly trotters. Just a couple of changes if we're looking ahead with the program. The 3 will now be driven by Cody Greeno. Cody Greeno to drive the 3, and our 6 horse, Mark Henworth, will drive in race 17. Join us back here in just a moment.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
We're back.
We talking a few minutes ago about Wilmington, Ohio, and Bryant George's, and that Roger Houston called his first race there. And I mentioned that Roger's coming up on call number 185,000. He just called me or sent me a text and said it will happen tomorrow. Be spatial ceremonies at the Meadows.
Okay.
He was invited to call the first 5 races.
And that's going to push him over.
And that will push him over. So they wanted that to happen at the Meadows, a big milestone.
That's awesome.
For Roger Houston
I mean,
tomorrow on June 10th,
really
2026 at roughly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He will call his 185th $185,000 race.
Purse of $3,138 in a blanket courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is Gimme Some Money, by Kathy G. LLC of Huntsville, Ohio. Mary Lynn Irvin of Florida. Nicesonger Stable of Lebanon, Ohio. Trained and driven by Jeff Nicesonger. Number 2 is Miss Red, White, and Blue, by Robbie Brooks of Van Loo, Ohio. Michelle Riedemann of Napoleon, Ohio. Thomas Little IV of Eastburn, New York. Trained by Robbie Brooks. The driver is Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Hot Trottin' Patty, by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay. Trained by Ed Greeno Jr. The driver Cody Greeno. Number 4 is Volshina, by Railroad Express Stable of Greenville, Indiana. Francis Doctor of Woodburn, Indiana. Trained by Leroy Eicher. The driver Ronnie Gillespie. Number 5 is Hills of Glory, by Jay Burkholder of Apple Creek, Ohio. Trained by Herman Hagerman. The driver Carson Conrad. At number 6 is Elusive Count, by Craig McNall of Convoy, Ohio. Trained by Craig McNall. The driver Mark Hedworth. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows, closing in 4 minutes. Your chance to barn. Okay, Matt.
Well, Ashley, it's on to the 17th, the 2-year-old filly trotters for $3,138. We got 5 on gate in the trader, beginning with the 1, Gimme Some Money. Jeff Nicesonger drives. He also trains Kathy G. LLC and Mary Lynn Irvine of Ponte Verde, Florida, along with the Nicesonger stable. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by Ready for Money out of the RC Royalty mare, Some Royalty.
Our 2-horse Pierce Henry and Robert Brooks team up for Miss Red, White, and Blue. This is a quadrated Julio filly out of an Andover Hall mare, Sweet Street. Doesn't seem to be a homebred, however, must have came through in a private sale. Brooks does co-own alongside Reedman of Napoleon and Little of New York.
Cody Greeno will pick up the drive on number 3, Hot Trottin' Patty for Ed Greeno Jr. and E.G. Trot of Findlay. 2-year-old bay filly by Third Pad, making her first career start. The 3, Hot Trottin' Patty.
Ronnie Gillespie to drive the 4, Volshina. Leroy Eicher trains for Railroad Express, and Francis Doctor, both out of Indiana. This is a Volstead filly, another one that we don't have a sale price for, but I'm looking, it looks like every single one of these things must have been a private purchase.
Yes. Carson Conrad will drive number 5, Hills of Glory for Herman Hagerman. This is a homebred. Jay Burkholder of Apple Creek, Ohio. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by Walk the Hill out of the Conway Hall mare, X's and O's.
Running out the field, Mark Hedworth now will drive the 6, Elusive Count for Craig McNall. This is a black filly, a full count filly, owned, well, by McNall himself. Originally an RC Royalty mare, Royal Illusions.
So we look across the backside. The field has completed their score. They're heading to the gate. We're rolling right along. We dodged the weather. We're going to get out of here. I'm going to knock on wood here. Shouldn't say anything. Actually, quicker than we did last night, probably with one more race.
Yeah.
We was, I think, 9:56. The last race went off last night.
We had some inquiries tonight, too.
Yes.
I mean, we really caught up.
Here they come. There, off and trotting the first horse away on the outside is Volshina. At the rail second is Miss Red, White, and Blue. Moving up on the outside third is Hot Trottin' Patty. At the rail fourth, that is Gimme Some Money. Off stride fifth now goes Elusive Count. As they make the turn now and head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end, that's Miss Red, White, and Blue. Racing in there second, that's Volshina. Moving along third is Hot Trottin' Patty. Off stride fourth would give me some money. Now taking over fourth, that is Hills of Glory. Now taking over fifth is Elusive Count. First quarter trotted in 33 3/5 seconds. Out there on the front end, that's Miss Red, White, and Blue. About 4 lengths back second is Volshina. Right there third is Hot Trottin' Patty. Farther back fourth comes Hills of Glory. Racing fifth is Elusive Count. And the last horse is Gimme, as they come down toward the half, that's Gimme Some Money. Past the half-mile mark. That's still with the lead, Miss Red, White, and Blue. First half trotted in 105 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Miss Red, White, and Blue by about 3 lengths. Volshina trots in there second. Ranging up on the outside third is Hot Trottin' Patty. Fourth is Hills of Glory. Racing fifth is Elusive Count. And the last horse is Gimme Some Money. Going to that 3/4 mile mark, Cody Greeno's out and on the move with Hot Trottin' Patty. But answering the call and trotting right on is Miss Red, White, and Blue. Right there third is Volshina. 3/4 trotted in 137 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Off stride now goes Hot Trottin' Patty. That's Miss Red, White, and Blue with the lead. Volshina now second and trying to come on after that leader as they turn for home. That's Miss Red, White, and Blue and Volshina. Miss Red, White, and Blue and Volshina as they drive through the lane. It's going to be Miss Red, White, and Blue, and here's the outcome. Volshina up for second. And up for third is going to be Hot Trottin' Patty. A mile and 2:07 2/5.
2:07 2 for Miss Red, White, and Blue. I believe it's a grand slam. I got to add it up, but I believe that was Pierce's
So
fourth.
they've had a good night.
Yeah, and probably all with the Brooks stable.
I don't know if they all have been, but they definitely
Three
team
of
up
them
a
for
lot.
sure. Three of
Yeah,
them for sure.
They team up a lot and they do a great job together.
This 2 Bay filly is by Cantab. Well, no, the light's got a glare here.
She's a Quattro de Julio.
Okay.
And I was actually about to bring that up. She's the first one I have seen that has minded her manners.
Okay.
I was very interested to see this crop hit the ground because Quattro de Julio was a maniac. He was a maniac. In the barn, on the track, he was insane when he was racing. So I was wondering how his temperament would be passed down to his offspring. But
And being a filly, a lot of times they can get hot.
yeah, right. But she looked good. I mean, there were a lot of
Yes.
breakers in that field, but she was all business, which is great. I think we did have a Quattro de Julio. I don't know if it was a colt or filly earlier in this card. Did make a break, but Quattro. First time I ever saw that horse in person would have been the Charlie Hill a few years ago, probably three or 4 years ago now, probably 4 years ago. And he couldn't be in the paddock. He wasn't in the post parade. Like, he was insane. So I hope his racing crop, doesn't get the terrible temperament, but gets all the speed that he had.
And now we'll be down the track into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Van Loo and Napoleon, Ohio, and Eastburn, New York, comes number 2, Miss Red, White, and Blue. Owned by Robbie Brooks, Michelle Riedemann, and Thomas Little IV. Trained by Robbie Brooks and driven to victory this evening by Pierce Henry. Let's have a big hand here for Robbie and Stephanie Brooks, Mark Biebelheimer, Pierce Henry, and Miss Red, White, and Blue.
Wait for that final rundown, but I have 1, 4, 3, 5 across the wire. Did you get your numbers added up? How many wins is that for?
Pretty sure it's 4. No, I'll do that here.
One, Give Me Some Money was 6th. Number 2, Miss Red, White, and Blue was the winner. Number 3, Hot Trottin' Patty was 3rd. Number 4, Volshina was 2nd. Number 5, Hills of Glory was 4th. And number 6, Elusive Count was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 33 3/5. The half was in 105 3/5. The 3/4 in 137 2/5 with a mile in 2:07 2/5. From the top it should read 6:13 2:45, a mile in 2:07 2/5.
I
in
think
the
it's
upcoming
his.
race 18, Number 5, Captain John. The driver will be Leroy Eicher. Leroy Eicher will drive number 5, Captain John. Okay, Matt.
That's his 5th on the night.
Pierce?
Yes.
Nice. I say he's been in the winner's circle a
Yeah,
handful of times. I
big
didn't realize
night.
that was number 5.
Big night for Pierce. Had a win last night, so he's right up there with Jeff Nysauger, Braden Rhodes. I think there might be 3 of them with 6 wins.
So it's neck and neck for leading fair driver right now is what I'm
Yes,
hearing.
it is.
Race, is it right? Race 18, yeah.
Race
18
18.
is up next. I'm getting a little, I don't even know
You
what's going on.
think we ought to go 2 heats tonight?
No.
No 2 heats.
No. We'd go.
Remember the 2 heat days, Matt?
Oh, yeah.
When did that stop, roughly?
Oh,
Remember what year?
I think we went 2 heats. If I recall, when the industry got bad, I'm going to say it was definitely 15, 18 years ago. We were struggling.
Yeah.
Standardbred industry in Ohio. The Colts always would go 1, but I think the overnights would go 2 to have enough races.
Okay.
So you're talking the early 2000s.
See, because I don't remember it, but I was too young.
Yes.
I was too young, and when the money got bad, we did. Well, my mom and I stayed here, and we had some Ohio breds and would race, but the majority of our stable went to Indiana, and so I just don't remember that, which is good, right? That we've kind of come back not necessarily full circle. That's not correct, but have rebounded. That's what I'm looking for. We've rebounded from that. But the penultimate, no one ever uses that word except for here because of Roger Houston. But the penultimate up next, it is back to the overnight. A field of 5 for the non-winners of 1,000 lifetime, also eligible maidens. And this looks like most of them are actually part of the non-winners of 1,000 lifetime. So give us just a moment and we'll introduce you. But first, let's thank our sponsors.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Doug left me. He can't work a full shift, understandably.
Someone showed up with subs next to us, and they smell fantastic. He said how good they smelled. He might be down there getting a
is
sub.
that what he said when he walked away?
Yeah.
Did you eat on the way home last night?
I did not.
I think I told you this. Yeah, we were talking about it on air earlier. I stopped at whatever gas station, and I ran into the Levan stable. We all got pieces of pizza. It's actually not bad. Judge me for that Hunt's pizza.
Oh, yeah, I've had
I
that.
think it's pretty decent.
It's not bad in a pinch.
It's
yeah.
really
it's
not
cheap.
bad. So that's what I ate last night. And, I was coming to the fair season saying I'm not going to eat a bunch of fair food. I'm going to eat better. So I feel better. No.
Yeah, no.
It's killer.
I fell right back into it
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah.
Today I didn't do much better. I haven't had anything yet. But
Well, we had ice cream, but that doesn't
Yeah.
count. That was free. That doesn't count. Not by choice. They offered it to us. You guys are good, though, because you bring your coolers around.
Oh, yeah.
I never think that far ahead. I just show up.
that's like the first thing I pack before
Is
any
it?
equipment.
Really?
Yeah, I can't stand being thirsty and hot.
Well, that's good because we have a long season of that, of definitely being hot. If it's been so muggy, and I think it was like 85 roughly again today, and it's technically not summer yet, yeah, because the solstice is the 20th, 21st. So we're technically still in spring, and it is very warm. Let's go to the post parade for the 18th.
Of a pace for non-winners with $1,000 lifetime, also eligible maidens, going for a purse of $500 and a blanket courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is I've Crunched It, owned by Rebecca Ewing Buckner of Apple Creek, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks. The driver is Pierce Henry. Number 2 is Waffles Again SBGR, owned by Saved by Grace Ranch of Dayton, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney. The driver Curtis Harper. Number 3 is Who You Foolin', owned by the Crazy Parrot Farm LLC of Frisco, Texas, trained by Karen Freed. The driver Jerry Miller. Number 4 is Ever Lather, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman. The driver Carson Conrad. Number 5 is Captain John, owned by Lauren Schmucker of Grable, Indiana, trained and driven by Leroy Eicher. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Your attention to the
This is the second division of the non-winners of the 1,000 lifetime, but also eligible maidens. Going for just a purse of $500, but here is your field of 5. Pierce Henry to drive the 1. I've Crunched It for Robbie Brooks. Going to try to go back-to-back and possibly notch that 6th win of the evening. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Captain Crunch, owned out of Apple Creek, Ohio by Rebecca Ewing. The 2-horse, Curtis Harper, to drive for Mike Sweeney. This is a Western Vintage gelding. Waffles Again SBGR. This is a 4-year-old that is still looking to figure it out, I guess. I'm not sure if he started at 2, but had 16 starts last year as a sophomore. Did not notch any wins, but did make $5,100. His last start, looks like he raced mostly on the fair circuits, and his last start was at Richwood late August of 2025, and he pulled up and did not finish. I'm not sure if he's coming back from an injury or not. This is his first start of the year. Jerry Miller to drive the 3. Who You Foolin' for Karen Freed. This is a Fool Me Once filly, 3 years old. She's been racing a lot up at Northfield Park and just has not caught any luck. If we go 4 back, however, at Miami Valley, she did go her mile and won 57-2, still looking for that very first lifetime win. Carson Conrad on the 4, Ever Lather for Herman Hagerman. This is a 3-year-old filly by Lather Up, coming off of a qualifier at Scioto Downs and 158-2. First start of the year. And the 5, Leroy Eicher, trains and drives Captain John, a 3-year-old gelding by Captain Midnight, looking to stay flat out here and figure it out. Just first start of the season.
Here up and pacing the first horse away is Who You Foolin'. At the rail second is Waffles Again SBGR. Moving up on the outside third, that's Captain John. Racing in there at the rail fourth, that's Ever Lather. And the last horse is I've Crunched It. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside, a race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end, that's Who You Foolin', driven by Jerry Miller. On the outside second, though, that is Leroy Eicher with Captain John. At the rail third, that's Waffles Again SBGR, driven by Curtis Harper. Racing fourth is Ever Lather, driven by Carson Conrad. The last horse, I've Crunched It, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter paced in 30 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Who You Foolin' with the lead. At the rail second now is Waffles Again SBGR. On the outside third is Captain John. A little farther back fourth is Ever Lather, and the last horse is moving up on the outside is I've Crunched It. As they race past the half-mile mark. Out on the outside now with the lead is Captain John. At the rail second is Who You Foolin'. Third is Waffles Again SBGR. First half paced in a minute flat. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. Along the rail now, regaining the lead is Who You Foolin', but still on the outside going the long mile is Captain John. At the rail third is Waffles Again SBGR. Closing in fourth now is Ever Lather. The last horse, I've Crunched It. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. With the lead now, that is Captain John. Moving up on along the rail, that's Waffles Again SBGR. Also on the move is Ever Lather. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's Captain John with the lead. Ever Lather racing second. Waffles Again SBGR racing third. Less than an 1/8 of a mile to go. That's Captain John still with the lead. Still trying to come on is Ever Lather. Captain John and Ever Lather as they race through the lane. Captain John and Ever Lather. It's going to be Captain John, and here they all come. Everlather up for second. Waffles again, SBGR for third.
201.
A mile and 2:01.
2:01, pretty impressive. Leroy Eicher, Captain John, the 3-year-old bay gelding by Captain Midnight in a non-winners.
So taking a look, this is his first start with Leroy Eicher. He's coming from a different stable. It looks like he's raced mostly on the Indiana Fair circuit last year. First start of the season, and that horse, he can pace. I mean, he made a break. He was first up, trying to clear the front. Looks like he paced off his feet, and then he came back, and I was like, wait, hold on. So he looks like he wants to go, but that was probably half the battle. It looks like last year, his first start, he made
95% of our winners this week, this 2-day meet, have been on the front end.
Yeah. Which is just a half
that's
mile, you know?
It's that way at a lot of fairs.
Yeah.
This turn, I don't know what it is, Steve Bateson was talking about, they just can't pick up much momentum.
Yeah.
They come so close.
And it's really not the longest stretch by
No, it's not a long stretch.
by any means. But, I mean, even Northfield Park racing, your half mile's a half mile. Northfield's a little different, right? It's wider.
Yeah.
And you got a passing lane there, but you do not have that. Even Delaware doesn't have a passing lane. I know that's been a topic of conversation in past years. But it just completely changes racing, and you just can't make a move.
Especially
Very rarely
in
can
the
you
big,
make a move.
especially in the big races at Delaware.
Here comes Leroy.
Circle where the winners go. Coming in from Grable, Indiana, comes number 5, Captain John, owned by Lauren Schmucker and trained in a victory by Leroy Eicher. I believe that's Leroy's first winning drive. I think it's just his second drive, and picks up his first winning drive. Let's have a big hand here for Leroy Eicher and Captain John.
29.40.
Had some nice payoffs.
Yeah, we really have.
A lot of nice payoffs.
Congratulations to Leroy too. I had just off air I do not know who Leroy is. So this is the first time that I've really seen him on the fair circuits. But we are pretty close to the Indiana border. But I did not expect him to be so young. And just notched his first winning drive. Final mile time in 2:01 flat. I did not catch a lot of the quarters. I don't think he even.
I didn't get to 3/4. We'll have to see what Bill says.
Princeton was 4th. Number 2, Waffles again, SBGR was 3rd. Number 3, Who Ya Foolin' was 5th. Number 4, Everlather was 2nd. And number 5, Captain John was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 30 1/5. The half was in a minute flat. The 3/4 in 1:31 1/5. With a mile in 2:01. From the top, it should read 4, 3, 5, 2, 1 on the bottom. The mile in 2:01.
Nice last quarter, though. What is that, 29 4?
Well, this is the one we've been looking for, and it's the Paulding County pace, a field of 7. We need some commercial time, or
I don't know. You paused on me there, Doug.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was going on. We're all getting a little tired.
We might as well. You ready?
Yeah,
we're ready.
All right, here we go.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion, In Range, set new sales records at the 2025 jug sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm consignment.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Got on air.
There we go.
Talking about, I don't even know what we're talking about. How do you want to describe what we're talking about? Leaps and bounds. This is my 5th year working for OHHA. We've been live streaming for 6. Now, this first year was COVID, of course.
Yes.
That's kind of how this all got brought about, and it was not all race cars. It was just some here and there that I think Roger and Frank were doing, I think.
Yes.
And we were just talking about my, I guess, progress. Is that how we?
Yeah,
I
think that was when Roger was really involved with doing a lot of fairs for the Ohio Harness
Because he was
Horsemen.
still working full time
Yeah,
for us.
5 years ago, and it was at Sydney, and he went to call some races like he always does. So I came down and replaced him with you, and I was just telling you when we were off, had a commercial break, I was mentioning to Ashley just leaps and bounds. She just does a great job, and from that night I talked to you at Sydney.
Well, I do. I appreciate it, Doug. And sometimes I even have to remind myself, like, it's okay.
And you've heard me announcing races when your mom was an outrider.
Yes.
You was in.
Yep. That's very true. But I don't think some people, not everybody loves public speaking, so I'm sure our audience can understand that. But this was very nerve-wracking for me for a long time.
I'm sure.
After even that first year, I used to get so nervous, like knots in my stomach nervous. And I'm not even on camera, right? Just my voice is going out, and I just wasn't the most confident because this is kind of an intimidating industry. I've been around it my entire life, but there are a lot of people that are opinionated. And so I was just pretty nervous, but now it's second nature, and I really do love my job. I love my job, and I will say every compliment or even kind critique I've ever received from anybody I've taken to heart, and it's helped me, truly. So, if anybody has ever come up to me and said that they enjoy listening to me, or just OHHA in general, I'm truly, that has made my entire career.
Well, what's great at Delaware, we're at the 10th there, getting ready to go across, and everybody there from everywhere, from Florida, from California, you have people come up and say, God, we love, are you so-and-so? They come up and introduce it. You don't know them, and they just how much they enjoy the broadcast.
It's a team effort. This is a full-blown, some people think we're Fox Sports. Trust me, we are not. We are bare bones as bare bones gets, but we try our best.
Getting back, I mentioned it earlier about Paul Sunderhouse. What this broadcast means to him. That's why he still owns Ohio Breds. He can be in Florida and watch them.
That's really cool. That's great. That's why we do it, right?
Yes.
That's the whole
point.
That's
why we do it.
Looks like we have some horses out here. I guess this is our feature of the night, right?
This is our feature, and we are going to be last night's time if nothing happens. I think last night, last race post, I write them down, went off at 9:56.
So this is our Signature Series pace, a field of 7. So 2 are going to start from that second tier, going for a purse of $2,850. This is a nice group of horses. We'll see what they can get done here this evening. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're still looking for a couple more. Maybe just one more to step onto the track before we go to our post parade. But thank you for joining us all evening long and yesterday. Hopefully you listened along with us yesterday as well. It's been a great kickoff to the Ohio County Fair racing season. We've got a lot more to go.
123 days.
123 cards left to give
and I don't know if that counts the qualifiers at Delaware. It probably doesn't.
It does not. It does not. What is he talking about?
Bill's trying to get the
Getting the
post parade in
post-parade.
order.
Oh,
So he can do
okay.
it.
Okay. But we have plenty of racing. If you never know where to find us, the easiest spot to go to is harnessracingohio.com. We will always, always, always link on our fan website there. So harnessracingohio.com. Make sure you have that saved in your favorites bookmark.
Number one is Hold My Halo. She's a bay mare, 4 years old, by Fear the Dragon out of Barbuda. Babe by Better's Delight, owned by Phil Groves of Sydney, Ohio, trained by Brian Georges, driven this evening by Alex Hawk. Lifetime earnings over $75,000. A lifetime mark 153 3/5. Number two is JB Magic. He's a gray gelding, 4 years old, by Fear the Dragon out of Type A Gray by Artificial, owned by Bob Geis of Salina, trained by Ty Bates, driven this evening by Carson Conrad. Lifetime earnings over $99,000. A lifetime mark 152 4/5. Number three is Cousin Louie. He's a black gelding, 9 years old, by Big Bad John out of Glory Bee by the Ponderosa, owned and trained by Leanne Davenport of Delaware, Ohio, driven this evening by Ranger Stack. Lifetime earnings over $105,000. A lifetime mark 152 1/5. Number four is Ballard Mr. Coin. He's a big gelding, 7 years old, by Mr. Big out of Awoya Connection by Village Connection, owned by Hannah Day of Medina, Ohio, trained and driven by James Day. Lifetime earnings over $97,000. A lifetime mark 155 2/5. Number five is Ain't Easy Being Me. He's a bay gelding, 7 years old, by Well Said out of I'm a Forget-Me-Not by Keystone Raider, owned and trained by Cole Fitzwater of Continental, driven this evening by Mark Hedworth. Lifetime earnings over $178,000. A lifetime mark 152 4/5. Number six is If You Don't Know Now, You Know. He's a brown gelding, 5 years old, by Bit of a Legend End out of Cheyenne Jenna by Jenna's Beach Boy, owned by Darren and Pierce Henry of Lipstick, Ohio, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. Lifetime earnings over $80,000. A lifetime mark 154 3/5. Number seven is Eddie Nine Toes. He's a bay gelding, 4 years old, by Me So Fast out of Safe from Tear by Western Tear, owned by Winchester Bay Acres Incorporated of Orlando, Florida, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Lifetime earnings over $65,000. A lifetime mark 152 3/5. Those are your horses for the 2026 Paulding County Pace. They'll be going to the gate here shortly.
Well, Bill stole our thunder a little bit on that one, but for good reason. This is a nice group of horses. I want to see JB Magic. I've followed this horse for a long time because we used to go head-to-head with him.
Yes.
He was a very, very nice 2-year-old in the Buckeye Stallion series. And he's my guy, Go Jim Dandy. And unfortunately, both of them have just, after their 2-year-old year, hit some bad luck and just weren't as good. But I really want to see this guy come back now at 4. And he's always just a looker because he's a really dark gray, too. I think, well, there's only 2 horses in here that have had a single win on the season. The 5, Ain't Easy Being Me, has had a single win, and Eddie Nine Toes had a single win, but everybody else is still looking to notch the first victory of 2026. So here we go. $2,800 up for grabs, a full field of 7. Here's Bill Peters, call the 19th.
Off and pacing the first horse away on the outside is Ballard Mr. Coin. At the rail second is Hold My Halo. Between horses third is JB Magic. Moving up along the rail fourth is If You Don't Know Now You Know. Racing fifth it is Eddie Nine Toes. As they race around that right turn to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end is Hold My Halo, driven by Alex Hawk. Dropping in their second is Ballard Mr. Coin, driven by James Day. Racing third down the backside, that is JB Magic, driven by Carson Conrad. Fourth is If You Don't Know Now You Know. That's driven by Pierce Henry. Right there, fifth is Eddie Nine Toes, driven by Hank Levan. Racing in there sixth, Cousin Louie, driven by Ranger Stack. The last horse is Ain't Easy Being Me, driven by Mark Hedworth. First quarter was paced in 28 1/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Hold My Halo with the lead. Moving up on the outside second now is JB Magic. At the rail third as they race down to the half. That is Hold My Halo. Excuse me, that is Ballard Mr. Coin. First half pace in 58 3/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's Hold My Halo with the lead. JB Magic on the outside second. At the rail third is Ballard Mr. Coin. Moving up on the outside fourth now is Cousin Louie. Heading down that backside. Still with the lead is Hold My Halo. Slipping through at the rail again is Ballard Mr. Coin. Between horses third, that is JB Magic. On the extreme outside is Cousin Louie. Let's past that 3/4 mile mark in 1:29 1/5. Still with the lead, Hold My Halo, but flying on the outside is Cousin Louie. Cousin Louie sticks his nose out in front. Coming back second is Hold My Halo. Charging up from far back now comes JB Magic as they race toward home. That is Cousin Louie with the lead. Cousin Louie showing on top as they race through the lane. Cousin Louie and Ain't Easy Being Me. Cousin Louie and Ain't Easy Being Me right together. Photo for win. Between, excuse me, that was Eddie Nine Toes. Eddie Nine Toes and Ain't Easy Being Me.
Told you Eddie 9 toes. 58 4.
A mile and 1:58 4/5. Photo between Eddie Nine Toes and Ain't Easy Being Me.
Who do you
That
got?
was tight.
And I say, do you think it was a photo? I was calling it. I
What?
thought I was calling it.
You called a 5?
Yeah.
Okay, me too.
Yeah.
I would say the 5 with my eye, but I'm behind the wire.
Well,
you
I'm
should
kind
be.
of
You should
on
be
it,
right.
Yeah. I thought it was a 5. I didn't think it was necessarily
28
that
4,
close.
58 3, 129 158 4. Came off the pace. Mile cut by Hold My Halo. JB Magic comes first up at right before the half. He had to come without cover because it was coming, and he wanted a part of it. Otherwise, he's going to have to wait till the rail opened up. But they went at it on the front end there.
They absolutely did. It was a nice race. You know, I was, well, I'm going to bring this up because we were just talking about JB Magic, and we battled with him his 2-year-old year, so I've watched him throughout his entire career. He just did exactly what our horse is struggling with. And they won a race, and all of a sudden they just give up, which he got a little tired, but that's part of it.
So the 5, Ain't Easy Being Me, is the winner. Mark Hedworth, Cole Fitzwater. 7-year-old Bagel, the son of Well Said, out of the Keystone Raider mare, Forget Me Not. 21st career win in 173 tries. Put him over 180,000 lifetime owned by Cole Fitzwater. So second will be Hank Levan and Eddie Nine Toes.
I could do 19 more.
You could?
No.
Honestly, there comes a point in a fair card where I'm like, oh, this is dragging on. I did not feel like that tonight.
No, like I say,
And we
last
had
night we
19.
had 18 and 9:56. It was 9:50 when this race
Yeah,
went off. I've been writing the times down.
I really, really
Yep.
thought I would not get out of here before 11 with
Yep,
19.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
The Horsemen and Bill, everybody involved. Just a great job.
It has. It's been a very pleasant kickoff.
But there's
It
really
has been
there
good.
was no hiccups.
I hope this
no
sets our
rain
tone
delays.
for the
Yes.
entire year. Here comes Mark back into the winner's circle with our winner, the 5-horse Ain't Easy Being Me, 158 4.
Down the track into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Continental Ohio comes number 5, Ain't Easy Being Me. Owned and trained by Cole Fitzwater and driven to victory this evening by Mark Hedworth. Blanket for this race courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Let's have a big hand here for Cole Fitzwater, Mark Hedworth, and Ain't Easy Being Me.
Look official on the board, 576 across the wire. We'll wait for Bill to give us our official rundown, but while we have a moment, well, just kidding.
From the top. Number 1, Hold My Halo was 5th. Number 2, JB Magic was 6th. Number 3, Cousin Louie was 7th. Number 4, Ballard Mr. Coin was 4th. Number 5, Ain't Easy Being Me was a winner. Number 6, If You Don't Know Now You Know was 3rd. And number 7, Eddie Nine Toes was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 28 1/5. The half was in 58 3/5. The 3/4 in 129 1/5, with a mile in 158 4/5. From the top, it should read 5, 6, 7, 4, 1, 3, 2 on the bottom. The mile in 158 4/5. Well, that concludes our racing here.
That does it. One fair down.
How about that?
65 to go.
65 to go.
Plus a lot more outside of that.
Yes.
But thanks for joining us. The next time that we're going to be broadcasting will be the Delaware Delaware qualifiers for 2-year-olds. It's going to be on Tuesday, June 16th. The next fair we'll be at is Circleville, Pickaway County, on the 20th and 21st.
And you will not be, you don't go to Circleville?
I do not go to
Circleville. You'll be at Delaware, and then you'll be at Ottawa.
Oh, yeah. Ottawa's always.
So that'll be a double station for you also, that Delaware and.
I don't.
On the following Tuesday, the 23rd, I'm not going to do Delaware in the morning. I'm going to get everybody hopefully situated the first round of Delaware, and then we can kind of branch out on our own from there.
I'm the mule. They just whip me and go on.
Oh, you're doing both?
I'm doing both.
How about that?
I'm doing both. But we won't hold you anymore this evening. Thanks for joining us. Remember, we'll be back on June 16th. The next fair is the 20th and 21st. For everybody at OHHA, I'm Ashley Daly, Doug Bellinger, and Matt Clark. Have a great evening.